Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Edward stared blankly at the dazzling light beside him. He truly hadn't expected Duskull to evolve at this very moment. I fed it fear candies, nothing strange or unusual. So why did Duskull suddenly evolve? Edward was puzzled. But after thinking it over, he let it go. After all, Duskull itself was one of the most basic forms among Ghost-type Pokémon. According to official Pokémon League research, initial stage Pokémon were generally the easiest to evolve into their second form. Of course, if a Pokémon only had 2 evolutionary stages, its evolution speed wouldn't be that fast. Why that was the case, no one really knew. Beside him, Kennedy's gaze turned a little strange. He recalled certain hidden rumors about Duskull and its final form, Dusk-Noir. President, have you ever heard some of the stories about Duskull? Kennedy adjusted his glasses and asked as he looked at Edward. Hearing this, Edward instinctively glanced at him, and in his mind flashed several things he knew about the Duskull line. Duskull, as a Ghost-type Pokémon, had 3 stages. The first was Duskull, followed by Dusclops, and finally its ultimate form Dusk-Noir, which could only be attained by trading while holding a specific item. Its strength was decent, and it came with certain unique abilities. But its usage rate wasn't particularly high. There were simply too many strong and practical ghost types to choose from. So, in most cases, only collectors pursuing a full Pokédex would go out of their way to obtain a Dusk-Noir. But that was in the games. In reality, things were very different. In truth, Dusk-Noir was quite unique. Rumor had it that Dusk-Noir possessed the ability to guide human souls into the spirit world, and it could even carry out such a task under instruction. The spirit world was, in a sense, the equivalent of the underworld. One could say that Dusk-Noir was like a grim reaper of the Pokémon world, tasked with escorting souls to the afterlife. You're not worried something bad's about to happen in the company, are you? Edward finally understood the meaning behind Kennedy's question. He was concerned that Duskull had evolved because it sensed something unusual. By now, the dazzling light of evolution had faded. Duskull was gone, and in front of Edward floated a Dusclops. However, although it had successfully evolved into Dusclops, it wasn't as simple as just trading it with someone to make it become Dusk-Noir. If trade evolutions were truly that easy, then Pokémon that required them would be everywhere. In the games, yes, it worked that way. But in reality, the League had long since cracked the mystery. Trade evolution was in fact triggered by a special energy, and only when the Pokémon itself had accumulated enough strength could it successfully evolve under that energy stimulus. Why had the League invested resources into such research? Simple, because trade evolutions had caused no end of problems. Before the League intervened, trading was a mess. Disputes often arose over trainers refusing to return traded Pokémon, and lawsuits over this issue weren't uncommon. Eventually, the League grew tired of the chaos and threw themselves into research, ultimately developing machines that could replicate the necessary energy without needing actual trades. So now, although Duskull had evolved into Dusclops, evolving further into Dusk-Noir was by no means easy. After evolving, Dusclops stared fixedly at the floor. Slowly, its body began sinking downward. Edward's eyelid twitched. Don't tell me something really is happening. That'd be way too ridiculous. The department beneath us is the R&D division, right? Edward called Dusclops back toward him, then turned to Kennedy for confirmation. Devon Corp was vast, but Edward still knew where each department was located. Indeed, the offices beneath the president's floor were the research labs. His father Joseph had intentionally placed them there to show how much importance Devon placed on its researchers. Edward had once thought this arrangement brilliant, perfectly demonstrating the value of talent. Yes, Kennedy stood up as well, looking uneasy. The R&D department was the very heart of Devon. Within it were several veteran scientists, so respected that even Kennedy himself treated them with utmost deference. Devon's success to this day owed much to their contributions. Edward hurried after Dusclops with Kennedy in tow. Dusclops's gaze never wavered as it floated in a straight line until it suddenly phased into the restroom. "Who's in the restroom?" Kennedy demanded urgently, stopping an employee nearby. The man looked bewildered and shook his head. He had no idea. By then, Edward had already rushed inside. He saw Dusclops slip into one of the stalls. He grabbed the door handle, but it was locked. Knocking yielded no response. With no other choice, Edward signaled Q. The little Pokémon easily tore the door off its hinges. Inside, an elderly man sat on the toilet, a research report still clutched in his hand. His head drooped, and there was no sign of life. "Call the medics," Edward said heavily. His gaze shifted to Dusclops, who seemed to be holding on to something unseen. At that moment, a Dusknoir emerged from the void. It cast Edward a single glance, then grasped the invisible thread in front of Dusclops. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Edward understood. Dusknoir had already taken the old man's soul away. Dusclops silently floated back to Edward's side. Edward had his hands full. He had planned to deal with Miss Magius's issue first, but because of the elderly researcher's sudden death, he now had to attend the funeral. There he encountered his father Joseph and his brother Stephen. Both had come to pay their respects. "Sigh. I can't believe old Kirk has passed," Joseph lamented. Through his father's words, Edward learned more about the deceased. Kirk had been recruited years ago with great effort and high salary. Devon's progress in developing life energy research had been spearheaded by him. No one had expected such a brilliant scholar to pass so suddenly. And the cause? A heart attack, triggered while straining on the toilet. Absurd as it sounded, it was in fact a plausible and tragically common cause of sudden death. After the funeral was settled, Edward finally felt some weight lift from his shoulders. He could now return to dealing with his own matters at the company. But before Joseph left for the office, he patted his son's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "Son, the mining business, cough, cough. Your old man's getting on in years. It's about time I retire. I'll support you for a few more years." Edward was moved almost. If only his father hadn't nearly slipped up, exchanging his trusty climbing pack for a briefcase. That sight spoiled the moment. As for Stephen, Edward no longer expected anything. His brother had none of the scheming nature so common in wealthy family dramas. He couldn't care less about who inherited the company. When he heard the reins were being handed to Edward, he was so delighted he ate bowl after bowl of rice, practically ready to light firecrackers in celebration. So, Edward resigned himself. It was clear that Devon's future would ultimately land in his hands. "Fortune, you'd better work hard," Edward muttered, patting his partner's bald head with affection. After a few days apart, Fortune looked balder? No, Fortune had always been hairless, so bald didn't really apply. In truth, Fortune's spirit seemed vigorous, unsurprising for a ghost type who didn't need sleep. Fortune looked at its trainer with mild confusion, but happily munched on the fear candies Edward gave it. "Boss, Alien has finished post-production. Do you want to take a look?" Zoroark asked. Edward nodded, handing another bag of fear candies to Fortune. Although Fortune technically commuted to Hoenn University, in reality its obsessive study habits meant it practically lived in the library, returning home only once every 4 or 5 days. Naturally, Edward kept it well supplied with candies. "By the way, boss, I've already booked your flights for the upcoming film festivals," Zoroark added. "So soon?" Edward raised his brows. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had spent considerable time on Devon's affairs and the funeral. The festivals were approaching quickly. Unfortunately, Alien had only just finished editing. Even with a few days left until release, whether it could pass approval smoothly remained uncertain. At the very least, it would definitely require an age classification. Exactly which rating it would get depended on the finished product. Organize an internal screening for the company. Remind everyone to keep quiet about it, no leaks. Edward instructed. He wanted employees to watch and give feedback, but he wasn't taking chances. Not that he believed anyone would risk spilling details. Ghost Films production offered generous salaries and frequent bonuses. Jobs there were stable, practically ironclad. Edward rarely fired anyone unless they were outright lazy. But still, better safe than sorry. After the incident with those two paparazzi, he'd grown especially cautious. A leak now would be no laughing matter. Understood, boss. I'll have the security team handle the arrangements, Zoroark replied, noting it down. Edward glanced at it, but said nothing. He had to admit, ever since Zoroark had shadowed Secretary Kennedy for training, it had become increasingly competent as his aide. He planned to deal with Mismagius and the others after the internal screening. He already had a solution in mind, but whether the ghost Pokémon would accept was another matter. Edward understood that some Pokémon were deeply attached to their homeland and unwilling to leave their birthplace. He suspected Mismagius's group wouldn't fall into that category, but he would still observe. Soon, under Zoroark's arrangements, the entire company gathered eagerly to watch the film. Of course, enthusiasm was helped by the fact that Edward scheduled the screening during work hours. Had he asked them to come on a weekend, plenty of grumbling would have followed. After reminding everyone of the rules, the film began. Edward himself sat down to experience the master-level cinematography he had crafted. He could only say. The film had barely started when screams erupted, then fell into silence, followed by mounting panic and, finally, retching. Particularly when the varied and gruesome death scenes played out, several employees couldn't hold it in, bolting for the exits to vomit. Edward himself remained composed. He had directed it, after all. He knew exactly what effects he had aimed for. The death scenes seemed unremarkable to him. He'd watched plenty of splatter films before. Take the famous Wrong Turn series. Marketed as horror, but in Edward's opinion, not scary at all. He mainly watched to see how the supporting characters would mess up and how the cannibal killers would come up with new ways to kill. But after enough viewings, even those methods grew stale. Especially in later entries, after reusing the same death tropes too often, the series descended into absurdity, using increasingly ludicrous methods that made audiences exclaim, "Seriously? That counts?" both laughing and crying at once. Still, Edward admitted that with his master-level cinematography, his death scenes carried a terrifying realism. It was like watching a VR film, but even more immersive than VR itself. Zoroa, Edward turned, ready to ask Zoroark what rating it thought was appropriate. But when he glanced over, Zoroark was gone. It hadn't been able to stomach the film and had bolted. Boss, I think, this should definitely be rated for adults only, Deck said, his face pale. He wasn't the type to vomit easily, but surrounded by others retching, even his iron will was cracking. I agree. Fine then. Forget it. Everyone take the day off. Tomorrow we'll release the trailer, and I'll go for review approval myself. Edward shook his head. He had originally planned to push the post-production team to keep working, but since half of them had run off to vomit, there was no helping it. Edward, are you here to submit your movie for review? The familiar office, the familiar middle-aged woman. Edward wore a faint smile, but in his eyes flickered a trace of strangeness. Because the last time he had submitted a film for review, this woman had only appeared once. On every other occasion, it had been regular clerks from the League's film bureau who handled the process. A figure of her stature didn't usually come in person, yet here she was today. Zoroark stood beside Edward, its sharp eyes carrying the same curiosity. Aside from Edward's very first submission, Zoroark had been the one to deliver every other film to the bureau. And in all those times, this important woman had never once shown up. That in itself felt unusual. But thinking about the new patent their boss had developed, Zoroark seemed to understand why she had suddenly taken the trouble to appear. Edward thought of the same thing. He certainly didn't believe it was because of his own irresistible charm, nor did he think this woman had come just to curry favor with him. No, far more likely, she had come because she wanted something from him. Yes, this time I filmed a new horror movie. But because this particular work is special, I feel it's necessary to apply for an age classification, Edward replied calmly, sipping his tea. He knew exactly why she had come. What else could it be, if not because of the new patent he had reported to the League? The staggering box office success of Buried was tightly bound to that very patent. Those who knew the inside story were green with envy, all wishing they could be the second to seize such a lucrative advantage in the market. But the problem was the tool to eat the first crab existed only in Edward's hands. So, if they wanted it, they had no choice but to find a way through him. Up until now, not a single film company had managed to secure a profit-sharing arrangement with Edward. Many were already unhappy, whispering that he showed signs of monopolizing the film market. Yet none dared to voice their discontent too loudly. After all, Devoncorp's financial might was not something they could easily provoke. Edward understood clearly. If these people could, they would rush straight into his house, rip the patent from his hands, and carry it back to their own companies to lay golden eggs for them forevermore. Age classification? But I remember your previous horror films weren't submitted for classification, the woman said in surprise as she studied him. She didn't follow Edward's work too closely, but as the now famous director of the Hoenn region, she knew at least a little. Indeed, none of Edward's earlier horror works, titles such as Dead Silence, One Missed Call, A Wicked Ghost had been officially classified. Why insist on a rating this time? The League, in fact, had no strict system requiring all films to be classified. It was left to the discretion of the director, or decided during review if the content clearly demanded it. A faint smile curved the woman's lips. She wanted to persuade Edward to open his patent to her nephew's company, but she knew that would be difficult. Still, if she could extend him a small courtesy here, such as smoothing along his classification request, might that not give her a card to play later? Even at this level, the simple principle still applied. If you take favors from someone, it's harder to refuse them afterward. That's right. Because this film is going to compete in Unova's sci-fi film contest. After watching the finished cut, I decided it's better to classify it. Otherwise, if it reflected poorly on our Hoenn region, wouldn't that be a problem? Edward explained with an easy smile. At those words, the woman gave up her idea. She knew about the contest. If she deliberately blocked Edward here and caused his film to fail to screen in Hoenn, it would make the whole region a laughingstock across the league. Reluctantly, she chose not to press the matter. In fact, if Edward were to win an award at that sci-fi festival, it would benefit her as well, boosting her career achievements. Director Edward, you're a well-known name across the league. For you, winning such a contest is practically a sure thing. The woman smiled warmly, then instructed her staff to take the film for review and provide a classification. As Edward watched the staff depart with barely concealed dread, he gave them a sympathetic look. He knew all too well that the reviewers didn't enjoy his films. They were horror movies, after all. Watching them often left the reviewers trembling in fright. Zoroark had told him many times. Every time it delivered a new film, the reviewers acted like they were being marched to an execution. The sight was both comical and pitiful. Director Edward, about your new patent, when do you plan to release it to the market? The woman asked smoothly, her eyes still gentle, though the true purpose behind her words was obvious. Edward's lips twitched, just as he expected. This woman hadn't come to see him in person out of courtesy. Her real target was the patent. Just like a hyena catching the scent of carrion, relentless, unwilling to let go. From the time he left Kanto until now, Edward had fended off countless people like this. The only difference today was that he was facing this particular woman directly. This patent is very difficult to bring to market. Edward put on a troubled expression and deliberately played up his hardships. He explained how, although he was lucky to have the company of a certain mysterious existence, he hadn't truly earned its recognition. Most of the time, it ignored him entirely, slowing down the filming process and causing no end of obstacles. But the woman wasn't ready to give up. She even hinted that if Edward were willing, some companies could offer him astonishing benefits. All he needed to do was take his camera and shoot. Edward, however, declined politely. Because once you opened that door, there would be no end. It was like defending B-site in CSGO. If you slipped once and let the enemy through, it became almost impossible to hold it afterward. Agree to one person and others would ask, why them and not me? Before long, refusals would breed resentment. Edward had no intention of giving himself such a headache. Faced with his polite refusal, The woman didn't push further. She merely expressed regret and suggested that if he ever did open up, he should at least consider Hoen's local film companies. She didn't say which one, but Edward understood perfectly. The hint was obvious, her relative's company. Having dropped her hint, she left. Her time was valuable. Since it was clear she couldn't directly wrest the patent from him, there was no point in wasting more effort. Edward, unhurried, simply waited patiently for the staff to finish their review. Finally, pale-faced, they returned with the results. The film was recommended for adults only. Boss, that woman in charge earlier. Zoroark spoke as they stepped out of the bureau. Edward nodded. Of course he had noticed. Though she smiled the whole time, he had felt her faint displeasure beneath the surface. But it didn't concern him. It's just film review. Each region's bureau only decides what can be shown within their own borders. Unless they had the power to unite and block me across the entire league, they can't do much, Edward said calmly. Even if they tried to band together to blacklist him, it wasn't certain they had the capability. But boss, now that Alien has been rated adults only, won't that hurt our box office? Zoroark asked nervously, glancing at the master copy of the film. After all, minors contributed at least some part of ticket sales. Losing that slice of audience. It won't matter. Horror films were never really meant for minors anyway. In our viewer surveys, underage audiences make up the smallest proportion, Edward explained, shaking his head. People in this world all knew horror movies weren't suitable for children. Cinemas even had separate screenings for minors to protect the viewing experience of other adults. After all, nothing ruined a movie faster than noisy kids in the theater. That's a relief. Zoroark exhaled. With the review finished, Edward took a car to the outskirts of Petalburg Woods. He had come to deal with the matter of the Mismagius and its group. The little ones had been waiting for him a long time. Though Edward had already made his decision, he hadn't yet informed them. Boss, do you think Boss Jengar has returned? Zoroark asked curiously. It got along well with the mischievous Ghost-type, both were ghost-line Pokémon, after all, and shared a common language. Tien, I forgot what I referred Jengar as and I don't want to call it Mr., so I put Boss instead. Strangely, though, Zoroark had never shown much interest in fear candies. To it, they tasted like ordinary sweets, nothing special. I'm not sure. Last I heard, he went to Kanto to visit old friends. He didn't say when he'd be back, Edward replied. He missed their little routines. Every time he visited Petalburg Woods, he would play rock, paper, scissors with Jengar. Now that Jengar wasn't around, it felt oddly empty. Stepping into the woods, he noticed little had changed. The same old sights greeted him, children with bug-catching nets or fishing rods, chatting happily along the paths, excitedly discussing the Pokémon they'd seen that day. Though vast, Petalburg Woods was safe within League jurisdiction. In fact, the League had built secure roads connecting every town. So long as travelers stayed on the paths, they would rarely encounter dangerous wild Pokémon. Patrols were dispatched regularly to maintain order. Wild Pokémon themselves seemed to understand a kind of unspoken pact. Most would not intrude into areas of human activity. In this world, people and Pokémon had found ways to coexist peacefully. Looks like Boss Jengar really isn't around. Edward sighed, gazing at the forest. It was beautiful, especially now in autumn. Red maples spread across the sky, rare plants painted the scenery with otherworldly colors. The woods glowed with breathtaking beauty. And yet, without Jengar's antics, something was missing. That silly fellow who never tired of losing at rock, paper, scissors, yet always admitted defeat fairly. Over time, Edward had come to treat Jengar as a true friend. Feels like the place is emptier without him, Zoroark said with regret. Edward nodded. Still, he was confident Jengar wouldn't be gone long. Apex Pokémon all had territories. A powerful overlord like Jengar couldn't wander too long, or it might be mistaken as a threat encroaching on another's domain. And Petalburg Woods was where Jengar had grown up. Edward couldn't imagine it abandoning this place forever. After walking for a while, Edward reached his amusement park. Compared to the liveliness of the past, it now looked utterly deserted. In broad daylight, there wasn't a single visitor. He even spotted the ticket seller dozing at the booth. "This is worse than I expected," Edward admitted quietly, feeling a pang. It was still his property, after all. No matter how wealthy he was, seeing it like this left a bitter taste. "Boss, the park's situation is really bad. Mr. Kennedy should have mentioned it to you," Zoroark said with some regret. Once, the park had overflowed with raw fear energy. But now? Not a trace remained. Which could only mean one thing: no one came to play anymore. "I know. That's why we're shutting it down." Edward gazed at the empty grounds. According to Kennedy's plans, the Pokémon would soon relocate, running a new ghost-themed park elsewhere. It would be their long-term livelihood. Edward himself had another thought. Rather than calling it an amusement park, it was more fitting to call it a thrill park. Most of the rides were built to spike adrenaline and scare the life out of visitors. In a way, they already generated fear energy. With a haunted house, too, the ghost types would always have something to do. Hugh crawled down from Edward's head, staring ahead with keen interest. It had sensed something. Then Edward saw it, a whole swarm of ghost-type Pokémon bursting out of the haunted house. And leading them was none other than Mismagius, disguised once more as Mary Shaw. What in the world are they up to? Edward blinked, completely bewildered. When Edward saw that large, aggressive-looking group of Pokémon rushing toward him, for a brief moment he actually worried. Could it be that these little ones were angry because he hadn't come earlier to deal with their issues and were now storming over to settle accounts with him? But the more he thought about it, the less sense that made. He knew their personalities well enough. None of them were the sort to truly hold grudges against him. "Mismagius, what's the matter?" Edward asked with a smile, looking directly at the ghost type before him. Mismagius stopped in front of him, staring at Edward with an aggrieved expression, muttering something under its breath. Unfortunately, Edward couldn't understand a word. Yes, he had filmed horror movies. Yes, he had even acquired a few golden finger tricks related to the horror genre. But he had never learned how to directly communicate with Pokémon. He had heard that certain people with psychic powers could talk with Pokémon through telepathy. That method, though convenient, wasn't perfect. After all, not every Pokémon could clearly express its thoughts in a way humans could understand. Thankfully, Mismagius quickly realized the problem. It pulled out a smartphone and began furiously typing. Just then, one of the amusement park's human staff members came running over in a panic. Christine had been wondering why so many of her coworkers in the park had suddenly rushed out. When she saw them all charging straight at two people, she panicked. This park was already on its last legs. If an employee attacks guest incident happened now, it would definitely be the final nail in the coffin. Although hardly anyone visited the park these days, it was still technically an amusement park. From time to time, a few of Edward's fans would stop by to experience it once. But after a single visit, they rarely came back for a second. Christine, however, still liked this job. As someone with social anxiety, she hated talking with people or working in crowded places. But to avoid living at home mooching off her parents forever, she had forced herself to get a job. Luck had been on her side. She had landed what felt like a godsend of a position. For someone like her, a job in a quiet forest park, far from people, where even the occasional guests were few in number, was the dream. If she lost this job, then her only option would be to use her savings to buy a fursuit and try her hand as a streamer on the Pokepoket website, hoping she could somehow scrape by online. Because though she panicked around people in person, Christine could still interact normally online. As long as others didn't come too close, she could manage. When she first realized she would be working in Petalburg Woods and that her position was ticket clerk in a practically deserted theme park, she had silently thanked Arceus countless times. Surely the great god Arceus had heard her heartfelt prayers and blessed her with this miracle job. Thank you, Arceus. But the moment she saw the two people in front of her, Christine's heart sank to the bottom. As an employee of Ghost Films, of course she knew who her ultimate boss was. Edward was one of the most famous second-generation heirs in all of Hoenn, a person of wealth and mystery that everyone in the company gossiped about. Christine didn't normally care about such things, but she had seen his photos. And now, standing before her was the man himself, her big boss. Her stomach twisted. She felt certain she was about to lose her job. A flood of thoughts rushed through her mind. Her coworkers had suddenly lost control and rushed to attack the boss. She was supposed to keep an eye on them, but she had failed. In such a case, wasn't being fired the best outcome she could hope for? Boss. Christine stammered, legs shaking as she walked closer. Edward raised an eyebrow. He had noticed her fear-filled eyes the moment she recognized him. At first, he didn't think much of it. But now, seeing her drenched in sweat and trembling like Christine, he realized she was truly nervous. He glanced at the employee badge pinned to her chest. Her name, Christine. Then he turned to Zoroark. Miss Magius was still typing frantically, unable to finish a proper message, while the other ghost Pokémon just bounced around happily as if everything was fine. For the moment, it seemed best to figure out why this employee was acting so strangely. Boss, our company does have a rule, Zoroark explained quietly. The human cashier staff are responsible for supervising the ghost-type employees to make sure they behave and don't accidentally harm visitors. Edward nodded. That made sense now. He was quite pleased, too. Zoroark had always been a diligent worker, but ever since it had studied under Secretary Kennedy, it had grown even sharper, almost like it was evolving into a true god of secretaries. In the past, Zoroark probably wouldn't have even known such a rule existed. After all, the theme park was never Ghost Film's production main source of revenue. At best, it was a side project for leisure, one Edward rarely paid attention to. Compared to the company's enormous film profits, the park's financial reports were so tiny they were practically invisible. Naturally, Edward had never bothered to learn its internal rules. Yet Zoroark had memorized even that detail. Edward couldn't help but feel satisfied. Don't worry, Christine. Miss Magius just wants to report some work matters to me, Edward reassured her with a smile. If he didn't calm her down now, she might actually faint from fright. What he didn't realize was that her panic came entirely from her social anxiety. Oh, okay. Christine wiped her forehead and obediently retreated behind the crowd of ghost Pokémon. Only when she was out of Edward's direct gaze did she finally breathe easier. Edward, unaware of her inner struggle, turned back to Miss Magius. We don't have any guests to scare. Everyone feels uncomfortable. That was the single sentence Miss Magius managed to type after tapping for ages. Edward's lips twitched, but he didn't complain. At least it had managed to put its feelings into words, even if typing was painfully slow. I know. That's why I came to help solve this problem, Edward said kindly. He explained the solution he had worked out earlier with Secretary Kennedy. Miss Magius fell into deep thought, pondering his words. As for the other ghost types? Edward glanced over and nearly groaned aloud. They were rolling, tumbling, jumping, even starting an impromptu rave. His scalp tingled. These little guys were far too energetic. If not for Miss Magius and Q keeping order, they'd probably be trying it already, Edward muttered, rubbing his chin as he met their eager eyes. Most ghost Pokémon viewed humans as playthings, delighting in pranks and scares to harvest fear energy. But certain kinds were far more dangerous. The League strictly forbade average trainers from seeking out those high-risk ghost types. One careless mistake, and you could end up cursed or trapped in illusions. Only veteran trainers were permitted to attempt capturing such Pokémon. It might sound extreme, but it was a rule written in blood and loss. So, what do you think? Edward asked Miss Magius. Miss Magius nodded immediately. It hadn't understood everything, but it caught the key words. More people. Not like now. And they get to be employees. Which meant more delicious fear to feast on. Once Miss Magius agreed, the other ghost types raised no objections. Edward sighed in relief. True, this meant the current theme park had completely failed. But he didn't feel regret. In this world, the only constant was change. Boss, what about these buildings? Zoroark asked. If they were relocating completely, the park structures would be left behind. Edward looked at the silent rides and haunted attractions, memories stirring within him. Demolishing them would cost money, though money wasn't really the issue. No, he had another idea. What about turning it into a memorial hall? Edward suggested. We could display behind-the-scenes clips, props, make it my personal museum. Many masterpieces had buildings preserved for posterity. Even if his works were just horror films, why shouldn't he leave behind a monument? After all, constructing this park had taken enormous effort. Simply tearing it down felt wasteful. That sounds great, Zoroark grinned, shape-shifting into an anime character and giving him a dramatic thumbs up. Edward rolled his eyes. This fox watched way too much anime. Boss, may I keep working here? Christine suddenly asked, her voice timid but determined. Edward paused. She still wanted to work here? There won't be many people, but we'll still need staff to manage the place, he admitted. He had no plans to charge admission. The memorial would be free to the public. But even so, it required caretakers. I can do it. Christine raised her hand high. Edward's mouth twitched. The sight reminded him of school days, when teachers called on students who waved their arms frantically. Still, he agreed. Assigning her here solved the problem neatly. She was already the park's cashier, now she could transition into caretaker. That spared HR the trouble of finding her another position. With Miss Smagius's issues settled, Edward departed. He still needed to buy land for the new amusement park. Watching him leave, Christine pressed a hand to her chest, breathing out in relief. Thank goodness, he didn't notice. Back in his office, Edward tapped his pen, deep in thought about his next film. Ju-on, The Grudge. This horror classic was famous worldwide, a masterpiece of pure fright. Its notoriety was such that it had spawned countless sequels, Ju-on, Black Ghost, The Grudge, and even Western adaptations. Normally, I'd just choose the classic movie version. But if I remember right, there's also a VHS version, Edward mused, scratching his head. Considering its fragmented, eerie narrative style, he finally decided he would shoot based on the original version of Ju-on. Ju-on, huh? I have a feeling it'll be trending when it releases. He chuckled, then subconsciously glanced beneath his desk. Thankfully, it was empty. No Toshio crouching there. No Kayako peering at him from the side. Edward could never quite explain it. Every time he set about adapting a horror novel or film, he always felt as though the once empty room around him suddenly grew crowded, as if unseen presences were pressing in from every corner. It was strange, even a little unsettling, yet also oddly fascinating. The original version of Ju-on, Edward murmured, sitting before his computer. He scooped up Q, rubbing its costume-like head affectionately before turning his thoughts to the storyline he wanted to craft this time. With Q at his side, there was really nothing to fear. Even if Kayako herself truly descended into this world, Edward could easily let her experience firsthand what it meant for a ghost type to battle another ghost type, and just how devastatingly effective such matchups could be. After all, Kayako needed to understand the most basic law of the Pokémon world. The original Ju-on chose to tell its story primarily from the perspective of a young woman who was hired to look after an elderly grandmother inside the cursed house, only to encounter Kayako by accident. What made the film so unforgettable wasn't only Kayako crawling grotesquely down the staircase, body mangled and making that chilling gur-gur-gur noise from the second floor, nor just Toshio appearing suddenly and vanishing without a trace. The most memorable element was Ju-on's utterly unique narrative style. Each segment of the story began with the name of a victim. Sometimes these tales ended abruptly or seemed incomplete, leaving the viewer disoriented. But when seen in full, all the seemingly disconnected stories wove together, their protagonists overlapping within one another's plots, ultimately giving closure, or at least grim resolution, to their fates. At first glance, this odd, fragmented style seemed confusing. Yet when one truly watched carefully, the whole picture fell into place. That was why the format became a signature feature of Ju-on, a template carried forward into most of its sequels. At the root of all this tragedy stood Takeo Seki, the husband. Edward had heard that in later spin-offs, the origin of the curse was attributed to the house itself and the land beneath it, with the built-up resentment manifesting upon Takeo and Kayako. In that framing, Kayako became merely the vessel of this accumulated grudge. But if one looked only at the original film, without those later reinterpretations, there was no doubt Takeo Seki was one of the chief culprits behind everything. One of the culprits, because the story also featured a doctor so thoroughly lacking in medical ethics that his negligence helped doom everyone. But if I filmed it exactly like that, it would feel too fragmented, without a proper beginning or end. Better to adapt it slightly, Edward muttered. After thinking it through, he decided at least to let audiences know how the curse began. That would make the subsequent parts of the story flow more naturally. He began drafting his outline. Kayako Seki, a tragic woman. During her school days, she fell madly in love with a classmate named Shunsuke Kobayashi. Yet she never dared confess. When she finally mustered the courage, she discovered he already had a partner. Heartbroken, Kayako withdrew, never confessing her feelings, never daring to compete. Later in life, Kayako rented her house to Takeo Seki. Takeo grew infatuated with her, confessed his feelings, and eventually, Kayako accepted. After marriage, she bore a child. Though she had once loved another, she insisted on naming her son Toshio Seki. The Toshi came from her first love Shunsuke's name, while the O came from her husband Takeo's. Takeo didn't quite understand, but since it was his wife's wish, he agreed. Thus the boy carried this symbolic name. As Edward wrote this, a thought crossed his mind. What if Kayako had not named the child Toshio? Would things have turned out differently? But then he considered the fact that Takeo was already deeply unstable at the time. Even if the name hadn't aroused suspicion, the tragedy might have unfolded regardless. He continued drafting. Life might have gone on, not happy but at least tolerable. Yet one day, while Kayako was sending Toshio to school, she discovered his teacher was none other than Kobayashi, her old crush. Memories stirred, and she began pouring her feelings into a diary at home. Around that time, Takeo learned during a medical checkup that he suffered from oligospermia. The negligent doctor, rather than explaining the nuance, that it was still possible, though unlikely, for him to father children, simply told him outright, "You cannot have children." Furious, Takeo spiraled into madness, convinced his wife had betrayed him. Returning home, he found Kayako's diary, realized she still harbored feelings for Kobayashi, and saw why their son bore the character Toshi in his name. His rage exploded. When he confronted Kayako, she only laughed. In a frenzy, Takeo tortured and killed her brutally, snapping her neck. He hid her corpse in the attic, then set off with a knife to find Kobayashi. Toshio, too, vanished into the cursed house. At the moment of her death, Kayako's overwhelming resentment transformed into the curse, the Juon. She became a vengeful ghost. Kobayashi, unaware of these events, later visited Toshio's home after the boy missed many days of school. There, he encountered Kayako's vengeful spirit and was killed. Before his death, he even received a phone call from Takeo, who gleefully confessed to slaughtering Kobayashi's wife and cutting her open to rip out their unborn child. Afterward, Takeo himself returned to the house, only to fall prey to Kayako's curse. Edward set down his pen. The origin story was complete. Everything stemmed from an irresponsible doctor and Takeo Seki's rage. Believing with certainty that his wife had cheated with Kobayashi and that Toshio was not his own, Takeo murdered Kayako with cruelty, twisting her neck so violently that her vocal cords were destroyed. That was why every time she appeared, all she could emit was that spine-tingling gur-gur-gur. That sound became her signature. Audiences who heard it knew instantly that something terrible was about to occur. Kayako really was pitiful. But still, if she hadn't written that diary, maybe nothing would have happened. And if the doctor had been more professional. Edward shook his head. If Takeo had simply done a DNA test on his son, perhaps the entire story of Juon would never have unfolded. But it's Kobayashi who's the unluckiest of all. Edward clicked his tongue. Out of everyone, Kobayashi was the most innocent. He had never known of Kayako's feelings, never done anything wrong. Because he worried about Toshio, he fulfilled his duty as a teacher by visiting the boy's home and paid for it with his life. He lost his wife and unborn child as well. Truly a tragic victim. And that was exactly why Ju-on was terrifying. The curse didn't care whether the characters had any personal grudge against the ghost. There was no karmic justice, no retribution. Simply setting foot in the house or having contact with someone already cursed was enough to seal one's fate. In the whole franchise, Edward could only recall a single survivor, and even that sparked heated controversy among fans. In a horror movie, to have one person survive was seen as almost a betrayal of Ju-on's cruel spirit. Its "no one survives" theme had become deeply ingrained in people's minds. But will this be too scary? Edward scratched his head, staring at his script. On the one hand, horror films were supposed to be frightening. On the other hand, making it too terrifying could backfire. Especially since in his films, audiences were drawn directly into the protagonist's perspective. Imagine them sitting in the cinema, heart hammering, watching Kayako crawl down from the second floor, that crawling echoing closer, then her pale, twisted face pressing right up against them. Most protagonists in such scenes were too terrified to even stand, collapsing to the floor, forced to gaze helplessly upon Kayako's ghastly visage. If viewers experienced that firsthand, someone might actually wet themselves. After all, Kayako crawling down the stairs was one of the film's standard, most iconic shots, always highlighted in retrospectives and horror rankings. And in the sequels, Kayako kept crawling and creeping everywhere, killing one victim after another. It had practically become her signature move. Forget it. I'm just a director. My job is to make sure the audience leaves the theater scared out of their wits. If I worry too much, I'll miss the point. Edward ultimately decided to make Ju-on as terrifying as possible. After all, he needed to harvest fear value. And thanks to his master-level cinematography skill, audiences would be protected by a special buff. Once they left the theater, all lingering negative effects would vanish. To not push things to the limit would be a waste. Kukuku, Edward burst into a chilling laugh inside his office. Outside the door, Zoroark had been about to knock and report something. Startled by the eerie sound, it froze, waiting until the laughter faded before finally knocking. "What is it, Zoroark?" Edward asked curiously, still half thinking about whether to invite Diantha for an audition. After all, while Kayako's role mostly involved scaring people, it still required a hint of acting skill. And Diantha might enjoy such a role. "Boss, the 2 film award committees that nominated Buried have sent invitations," Zoroark said excitedly. Buried has been nominated for Best Screenplay, Best Actor, Best Film, and Best Director. Edward's eyes lit up. That was good news. If he could win even one of those, it would bolster his personal portfolio and perhaps silence those online critics who dismissed him as just a commercial director. Not that he cared much about the haters. He made movies for fun. If he wanted money, he could just inherit the Devon Corporation and enjoy a carefree life as a wealthy second-generation heir. "All right. I'll take the crew with me when the time comes," Edward nodded. Out of 4 nominations, surely they could win at least one. Losing all 4 would be absurd. Of course, he also knew that with his revolutionary new filming technology, he was both highly respected and deeply resented in the industry. But surely no one would stoop to sabotaging him through the awards process, right? Oh, and Zoroark, make sure to oversee the amusement park construction. All the rides we buy must be safe and durable. Edward suddenly remembered the concerns of Miss Magius and the other ghost types. They were important employees, and their welfare mattered. From a business perspective, having so many Pokémon employees even brought tax benefits, reducing the company's burdens. But from Edward's personal perspective, Miss Magius and the others were veteran staff. He didn't want to mistreat them. He wasn't some heartless capitalist. "Yes, boss," Zoroark replied firmly, noting it down. This time, Edward had allocated a large budget. With that much money, building a first-class amusement park was easily within reach. Once Zoroark left, Edward picked up his phone. The trailer for Alien had just been released, since the film had passed review. But to preserve the mystery of the creature itself, the trailer revealed nothing of the xenomorph's appearance. Instead, it was a montage of spaceship shots, traveling, mining, astronauts in suits, scenes that, at first glance, seemed more like a space exploration movie than horror. As he watched, a barrage of comments scrolled across the screen. Warning: this trailer may contain massive trailer fraud. Heh, Ghost Films releasing a sci-fi movie? Do you expect me to believe that? Edward coughed awkwardly. True. Back when he had made one missed call, the trailer had indeed been fraudulent, presenting it as a suspense thriller while the film itself was horror. But this time, the title clearly said alien. Well, who knows how receptive Pokémon World audiences will be to sci-fi. But it doesn't matter. The next project will be Ju-on. Edward rubbed his hands together eagerly. The trailer itself was short, just snippets of space travel. Without context, anyone might think it was a new Star Trek. But the comment section was full of complaints. Many viewers were convinced this was another trick and swore that if there were no horror scenes later, they'd literally wash their hair while doing a handstand. Edward's mouth twitched as he read. This time, the trailer fraud wasn't even intentional. If he spoiled too much in advance, the film's horror impact would be greatly reduced. When it came to monster horror films, Edward never found them particularly enjoyable. Whether it was the wildly popular Alien or classics like The Thing, he felt they were always lacking something. Monsters themselves. In his previous life, there had been many different types of monster horror films. Alien, Predator, and even older, more obscure works like The Thing or Deep Rising all could be classified as monster films, though The Thing at least had its own uniqueness. Directors kept designing monsters to be scarier, creepier, more grotesque, racking their brains over how to terrify the audience. But in the end, Edward thought it often didn't work. It would have been more effective to simply make the monsters gigantic and treat the film as a kind of special effects spectacle. That was why later on, mainstream monster movies evolved into blockbusters like Jurassic Park and Godzilla. Even Alien, while its first installment had been brilliant and, to a degree, genuinely horrifying, was later categorized separately. As the series went on, it became more a mix of gory splatter horror and monster action, far removed from the atmosphere of traditional horror. So, although Edward had filmed Alien this time, he wasn't particularly invested in turning it into a long-running IP. He didn't plan to personally shoot sequels like Alien 2, Alien 3, or Alien 4. The first film was enough. If audiences were truly curious in the future, he could always write a script and let someone else take over. Still, Alien shouldn't have any problem winning awards, Edward thought. Recalling the true reason he had filmed it in the first place, he was aiming for prize money. To him, Alien wasn't only about horror. It carried legitimate science fiction elements: outer space, spaceships, androids. He had also planted a number of narrative seeds, giving the creature's origin a distinct sci-fi flavor. For those reasons, he was very confident in securing recognition. Besides, in the world of Pokémon, humanity's exploration of outer space was stagnant. Because of Rayquaza's presence, rockets could not even launch into the skies. That meant no leaving the planet, no human spaceflight. For now, all astronomical research relied on telescopes. Spaceships were out of the question, even rockets remained at their most primitive stage, and manned spaceflight was unimaginable. With that in mind, Edward felt that although his movie was horror-themed, it could easily qualify for a science fiction award nomination. Oh, right. Edward suddenly remembered something he hadn't done yet. Picking up his phone, he thought for a moment before sending a message to Diantha, telling her about the audition for the role of Kayako in Ju-on, the Grudge. Though he had spent half a day just writing the backstory of Ju-on, he never intended to film it from the origin point. Instead, he planned to break the origin story into pieces and weave them into other plot lines, allowing the audience to gradually learn Kayako's tale. After sending the message, Edward decided to wait patiently for Diantha's reply. If she wasn't interested in the role, he would simply look for another actress. If she agreed, all the better. Well then, time to draft the other parts of the script, the fate of the first victim in Ju-on. Edward set his phone aside and began writing again. Strictly speaking, the first victim should be Shunsuke Kobayashi, that poor unfortunate man. Loved by Kayako, hated by Takeo Seki, he was the first to die in Kayako's house. After that, Kayako killed her own husband, Takeo. Edward had watched The Grudge many times before, so writing these events came naturally. The only problem was that he had seen too many movies over the years. While writing, he kept unconsciously recalling scenes or characters from other films, which gave him headaches. He had to pause and carefully recall the details to stay accurate. When the clock struck 5, Edward clocked off work. But instead of heading straight elsewhere, he decided to visit Headmistress Lillian at the orphanage and also check in on Salamence and the others. It had been some time since he last saw them. Walking out of the company, Edward yawned as he stepped onto the street. He hadn't brought Zoroark or the old butler with him, just himself, with Q nestled in his arms. Dusclops, however, had cloaked itself in invisibility, floating behind him. It disliked interacting with strangers, and Edward had no reason to stop it. That little one was special. It seemed able to sense death in others. Edward only hoped he would never see it wandering off to pursue such omens. "The streets are empty, huh?" Edward muttered, yawning again. The roads of Rustboro City looked oddly deserted, which felt wrong. His company wasn't located in the busiest commercial district, but it was still near the city center. There should have been at least some people around. Oh, that's right, today is. He suddenly remembered. The most famous and influential event in the world of Pokémon was, without doubt, the Pokémon League. And today was the opening of the Hoenn League tournament. Every time the Hoenn League began, people across the region went wild with excitement. During the matches, no one watched other television programs. All attention was fixed on the tournament. Online trending topics were always filled with discussions of the competitors. The Hoenn League, huh? Edward rubbed his hands together, yawning again. Winning the league didn't mean becoming the champion. The title of league champion only granted the right to challenge the Elite Four and the reigning champion. Only by defeating them all could one claim the champion seat. Is Wallace competing this year? Edward scrolled through the list of contestants and spotted a familiar name, Wallace. He was curious. Could it be that Stephen was planning to step down already and had encouraged Wallace to win the league to take his place? But then again, probably not. As a gym leader, Wallace already had the privilege of directly challenging the Elite Four and champion without going through the league. This was one of the perks given to gym leaders by the league, to encourage them to continually hone their skills. That was also why so many were willing to take up the position. Given Wallace's flamboyant photos and outfits, Edward guessed he was more likely using the league to promote Pokémon contests. Although contests had a market in some regions, they were far less popular than official league battles. The difference in popularity was like the gap between the World Cup and a minor domestic league. Wallace clearly wanted to change that, but had found no easy way. His participation in the league was probably an attempt to draw attention to contests, one of the few ways he could use his influence as the master of contests. Just as Edward was about to put his phone down, a new notification popped up. It was a message from Zoroark. Attached was a screenshot from the Ghost Films Productions official public account. That account was managed by a dedicated department, posting movie updates and new merchandise announcements. With many followers, it also received countless private messages daily. The screenshot showed one such private message. Desperate plea for Edward's help. Number 321. Mr. Edward, my name is Len. Because my family is poor, I am now 1 million in debt. I beg for your help. I will be eternally grateful, and I am willing to serve you for life without a single coin of pay. I have even written a deed of servitude. Edward's mouth twitched. Zoroark added a note. Boss, this guy has been sending one message every single minute for 7 days straight. Now he's even attacked our company website, trying to hack in and find your information. How should we handle this? Edward's expression turned into that classic old man on the subway staring at his phone meme. What kind of situation was this? Ever since becoming part of the Stone family, he had already grown used to seeing such things. Back when he first tried living like a wealthy heir, he created a personal social media account. The very day it launched, his inbox exploded, pleas for loans, photos of bodies, endless nonsense. He quickly deleted the account and never opened another. Yet here they were, chasing him even into his company's official account, bombarding him nonstop. The persistence was absurd. But Edward ignored such people. If he helped every random petitioner, he would never have time for anything else. Besides, he didn't have that kind of money to throw around. Handle it however you see fit. That was his only reply. He had no intention of bothering with this so-called Len. $1 million wasn't a small debt. However it had been incurred, Edward didn't care. Oh, that reminds me. He suddenly thought of Code, who had been running his charity foundation for quite some time. He wondered how things were going there. Checking his phone, he noted that the foundation's office wasn't far from his company. The path even led toward Lillian's orphanage. Perfect, he could visit the foundation first, then head to the orphanage afterward. When he arrived at the foundation office, Edward paused. He had rented Code and the others a fairly large building, knowing full well that any foundation doing real work tended to grow rapidly. Not because of endless funding, but because the demand for help was so immense. It was, undeniably, a sorrowful truth. Countless people needed assistance. And right now, in front of the foundation, Edward saw a large crowd gathered. Some were holding placards, kneeling on the ground, hoping to be added quickly to the support list. Others were scolding them, saying such behavior violated the rules. The foundation strictly forbade such tactics. Aid was determined only by its rigorous review process. Whether you knelt for a day or for a month, it made no difference. It might seem heartless, but only this way could fairness be guaranteed, ensuring that help reached those who needed it most. Before Edward could step inside, Code hurried over. Casting an illusion to cloak him, Code whisked him through a side entrance unnoticed. Edward couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight. "Boss, please don't make trouble for me. Do you know what would happen if people saw you walking in like that?" Code scolded helplessly. Edward laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected so many people to be outside. "Is it like this every day?" he asked. Code shook its head, then nodded. At first, no one came. But as we helped more and more people, the foundation's reputation grew. Then more and more arrived. I told them repeatedly not to do this, that the foundation has its own rules, but they don't listen. Code pointed to the glass windows. They had already been replaced with soundproof panels. From inside, you couldn't see out. From outside, you couldn't see in. It was the only way to keep staff from being swayed by the desperate crowd. Rules were rigid. But humans were not. "Boss, every day there are people begging outside." "I want to relocate the foundation," Code said, touching the glass with a weary look. The work was becoming heavier by the day. The more tragedies Code encountered, the heavier its heart became. Many staff had already resigned. If this continued, those remaining wouldn't be able to bear the emotional toll either. "All right. Change locations," Edward sighed. Perhaps he shouldn't have come to the foundation today. His good mood had completely evaporated. Still, once the sci-fi film's prize money came in, he could inject more funds into the foundation. It might not be enough to save everyone in the league who needed help, but every little bit counted. Edward stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the crowd of people kneeling and kowtowing outside the foundation. He remained silent. It was not a sight he particularly enjoyed seeing. In truth, such a scene weighed heavily on him. It was disheartening, suffocating even, and inevitably dampened his mood. Edward was not a cold-blooded, heartless man. On the contrary, he was rather sentimental by nature. Witnessing the suffering of others disturbed him. It stirred discomfort in his heart and naturally made him want to help. But he knew better. He could not simply act on impulse. If he let compassion get the better of him now, if he extended help to those kneeling outside and crying for salvation, then word would spread. More and more people would soon appear at his gates, begging for aid. That would not do. Edward might be wealthy, but no amount of wealth could possibly withstand the endless tide of human need. And even if he did help those who came first, what about the ones who came after? What would happen if he helped the earlier ones, but turned away the later ones? Inevitably, it would spark a larger wave of public outrage. Even his own foundation employees might be targeted by hostility. After all, people rarely resent having little. What they resent is inequality. If some were helped while others were ignored, the question would spread like wildfire. Why only them? Why not us? That kind of chain reaction would be devastating. People would start to assume Edward was obligated to help, that he must help. Then countless individuals awaiting review would skip the official process and flood straight to his foundation headquarters, demanding assistance. If that happened, the streets of Rustboro City would be crammed with desperate families. It could even escalate into mass incidents of unrest. No, he could not allow that to happen. All he could do was watch. Only watch. Boss, would you like a cup of tea? Code floated over, holding out a cup for him. Edward accepted it, glanced at the fruit tea in his hand, then turned to look at Code. The psychic Pokémon hovered by his side, dressed neatly in its usual attire. They were standing outside the Foundation at that moment because Edward was preparing to move Code's workplace to a new location. The current headquarters had already been exposed. It was no longer suitable as an office. Employees, after all, were only human. Working every day in the midst of wailing petitioners was emotionally corrosive. It was far too easy for staff to become swayed or biased in their decision-making. And once bias crept in, the integrity of the Foundation system would be compromised, something Edward could not permit. Code, do you think my rules are a little too rigid? Edward asked softly, eyes still fixed on the crowd outside. His chest felt heavy. Even as he spoke, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zoroark. Not at all, boss, Code shook its head, sipping its own fruit tea. In fact, it was precisely because of your rules that I chose to follow you and dedicate myself to working under you. Edward's foundation had always been governed by strict regulations. Every patient in need of aid had to undergo a thorough, in-person investigation. Only after verifying the family's actual circumstances would support be approved. Aid was prioritized based on the severity of illness and risk level. The process was rigid, yes, but fair. And it was this very rigidity that had allowed the Foundation to survive without major scandals. Whenever people spoke of Edward's foundation, some might dismiss it as putting on airs, but far more offered praise. Every aid recipient's details were listed publicly on the official website. Every grant was tied to verifiable medical records. Not a single donor's money went to waste. Foundation employees were not paid out of donations, either. Their salaries came directly from Edward. This ensured that charitable contributions went entirely to the patients. It was because of this transparency that Edward maintained a relatively positive reputation online. Even during Kendall's smear campaign, many people still stood up to defend him. Edward gave a slight nod. The rules were rigid, yes, but they were also the Foundation's guarantee of fairness. If he ever broke them, or if employees yielded to pity and bent the rules, it would only destroy that fairness. That could never be allowed. You should also keep an eye on your employees' mental health, Edward added, glancing at Code. In an environment like this, the psychological pressure is immense. Charity work required more than kindness. It required resilience. Without strong mental fortitude, no one could last long. Every day, staff faced heartbreaking cases, witnessed suffering families, and listened to desperate pleas. Unless someone was completely cold and detached, seeing such tragedy again and again was crushing. To kneelers sobbing at your feet, begging for help, yet having to refuse them because the rules demanded patience, was torment of the spirit. It was easy for staff to break down mentally. Most who entered this field did so out of compassion, which also made them vulnerable to emotional strain. Death and illness carried a heavy weight. Not everyone could confront it calmly. Yes, Code nodded. We've already arranged monthly counseling sessions for staff. Edward frowned slightly. His phone buzzed with Zoroark's reply. The Foundation's employee turnover rate had reached a staggering 37%. That meant nearly half the staff left every month. Were it not for a steady stream of new volunteers joining, the Foundation might already have collapsed. Make it every 2 weeks instead, Edward said, massaging his temples. Once a month is too infrequent. File it under company welfare. Send a report to Zoroark. I'll have finance approve it. Biweekly counseling should help reduce turnover. Yes, boss. Code agreed without hesitation. It had once refused a salary, but as the foundation grew in scale and reputation, it realized relying on unpaid altruism to bind volunteers was both immoral and unsustainable. Even with salaries, turnover was high. Without them, it would be worse, and fewer people would join. Without staff, how could they help patients? The foundation had even begun opening branch offices to handle demand. Boss, I have a request, Code said carefully. Patients seeking help are no longer just from Hoenn. We're now receiving cases from Kanto, Paldea, everywhere. Our manpower isn't enough, and constant travel is unsustainable. Edward listened quietly. He understood what Code was asking for: regional branches. It was inevitable. The bigger the foundation's reputation grew, the more people would seek help. They couldn't keep dispatching teams across entire regions. At minimum, each region needed one branch. Later, perhaps each major city would. I've been thinking the same thing, Edward replied simply. He outlined his vision, and Code listened intently, then added details about the current situation. Edward nodded in approval. The only real challenge would be preventing corruption in these branches. Edward left that responsibility to Code. He was the financier, the backer. Delegating the practical issues to subordinates was the natural course. Code, the work is tough. Don't refuse when I say this. The staff deserve a raise, Edward said firmly. Code hesitated. If it were just his own salary, he would refuse. But phrased as for the employees, he could not. As a Pokémon, an Alakazam, Code had little need for money. But human staff needed to feed their families. Higher pay would boost morale, reduce resignations, and attract more recruits. It was essential for the Foundation's survival. Thank you, boss, Code finally said. Its tone was calm, but the gratitude was sincere. Edward was not merely doing charity, he was committed to doing it right. That reassurance gave Code a sense of belonging. For the first time, it felt that perhaps this was its true calling, to serve as Foundation president for life. Yes, it was grueling. But the gratitude of the families they helped, their tearful thanks, the baskets of fruit they brought, was a fulfillment beyond words, unlike anything else. I've earned some money recently, Edward said, watching the crowd. I'll have finance transfer another 500 million into the Foundation. He couldn't bend the rules. All he could do was increase the Foundation's resources, so more families could be helped. How many families could that help? He asked curiously. That depends. Code explained. Some surgeries only cost tens of thousands. Once, we even helped a family too poor to afford an appendectomy. The appendix burst, the patient's abdomen was infected, it was dire. That only cost a small amount. It shook its head. But on the other end, we've covered organ transplants, surgery, anti-rejection therapy, follow-ups. One cancer patient's total care exceeded 2 million. Edward nodded slowly. The numbers made sense. Some needed little, some needed much. On balance, 500 million could help many. He instructed Code on relocating the office discreetly, leaving a small customer service department behind to avoid rumors of running away with the money. A public notice online would also be necessary, both to reassure donors and to persuade the petitioners outside to return home. Q brushed its face against Edward's cheek, sensing his heavy mood. Q. Edward smiled faintly, rubbing its squishy form. Ghost types were usually intangible, but when they wished, they could be touched. The sensation was like those stress relief toys from his past life, soft, slow rebounding, oddly comforting. Petting Q soothed him. He stretched and decided to stop by a restaurant. He planned to visit Headmistress Lillian's Pokémon orphanage later. Best to bring food, there seemed to be more of them every time. At the restaurant, he ordered a generous spread suitable for Pokémon, left the delivery address, and headed out. GAA. Just as he arrived at the orphanage gate, a familiar call reached his ears. He smiled and raised his arm. A haunch crow swooped down to perch on it, rubbing its head affectionately against his cheek before glancing nervously at Q. Q ignored it. Edward. Lillian blinked in surprise. Edward greeted her warmly, and just then the delivery cart rolled up behind him. Seeing the food, Lillian instantly knew what he had done. She sighed helplessly, but smiled and invited him inside. I was just about to go grocery shopping, she admitted, putting her keys away. Edward chuckled. He had seen her little pickup truck before, perfect for hauling food supplies. Roar! A delighted cry rang out. Salamence swooped down and landed beside him, eyes shining with joy. Ruckus! Haven't seen you in a while, you've grown sturdier, Edward said cheerfully, rubbing its head. His fingers traced the faint scar tissue with mixed feelings, but overall he was pleased. Under Lillian's care, Salamence had flourished. As a former gym leader, her skill in raising Pokémon was undeniable. Those damned, A stream of familiar curses echoed into Edward's mind. He turned his head to see a Gardevoir furiously shouting at her phone, while a Mytina stood by with a helpless expression. She evolved, Lillian explained with a weary smile, but the personality stayed the same. Edward could only look helplessly at the Gardevoir standing before him. This troublesome fellow had originally been brought back by Edward himself. At the time, he had thought that leaving Gardevoir with Headmistress Lillian might soften her personality a little, at the very least curing her terrible habit of cursing every other sentence. But who would have thought that after such a long time, Gardevoir's foul mouth still showed no sign of improvement? Yet the moment Gardevoir saw Edward, her face turned red. All those vulgar words spinning in her mind vanished at once, and she instantly fell quiet. Headmistress Lillian gave her a rather strange look, while Edward himself didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A second later, Gardevoir vanished from in front of Edward's eyes altogether, teleporting away. Mytina, standing nearby, gave a few helpless howls before trotting off after her. Although Gardevoir is still like this, if other people are present, she does restrain herself somewhat. Most likely, she just didn't notice you standing there just now. As for Mytina, it probably ran off to look for her, Headmistress Lillian explained after clearing her throat. Edward nodded. To be honest, he really wanted to laugh, but looking at Gardevoir's blushing face, he forced himself to hold it back. She was already pitiful enough. If he laughed outright, she might truly be so embarrassed that she'd refuse to come out at all. That was just the sort of personality she had. Still, Edward hadn't expected Gardevoir and Mytina to be on such good terms. Even though both had now evolved into their final forms, their bond remained just as close as ever, inseparable really. It even surprised Edward a little. After all, Dark-type Pokémon like Mytina usually weren't well liked by Psychic types. It wasn't about discrimination or looking down on them. It was simply that Psychic types tended to dislike the aura of Dark types and normally avoided them. It's good that she at least restrains herself in front of others. By the way, Headmistress Lillian, has anyone expressed interest in adopting Gardevoir yet? Edward asked curiously. Adoption was always a tricky matter. It wasn't as simple as someone walking in and taking a Pokémon home. The League had extremely strict requirements for adoptions. There were procedures, reviews, and background checks. The orphanage also had to carry out follow-up visits with the adopters, though not as frequently as in Edward's past life with cats and dogs, where inspections might occur weekly. Here, it was usually once every 6 months or a year. So yes, adopting was a cumbersome process. But still, there were always people willing to go through it. As far as Edward knew, Gardevoir was an immensely popular Pokémon. Surely there would be no shortage of people wanting to adopt her. After all, this was Gardevoir, one of the most beloved Pokémon of all. Many adored her. Even Edward himself quite liked her. But since most of the Pokémon he currently trained were ghost types, he had given up the thought of adopting her himself. At the moment, no one is willing to adopt Gardevoir, Lillian said with a helpless sigh. Some people have come before, but they all ended up being cursed at until they left. It seems she has no intention of being adopted. Edward nodded again. That was indeed troublesome. For Headmistress Lillian, this must have been quite a headache. After all, if the Pokémon itself refused, it was impossible to force it to recognize a stranger as its trainer. Edward could only imagine how frustrated Lillian must feel. What was worse, Once potential adopters spread word that Gardevoir loves to curse people, the League would gradually lower her profile in the adoption system. Eventually, they might even remove her from the list entirely. At that point, Gardevoir would end up becoming Lillian's Pokémon by default. Edward, about the previous incident, you don't have any problems on your end, do you? Lillian asked, her eyes resting on him. Edward shook his head. What problems could there be? He knew perfectly well what Lillian was referring to, Kendall. That fellow had been unbearably arrogant before. But after Edward had Zoroark and the others make their move, Kendall was finished. His livestream account was banned, all the products he had been promoting demanded compensation, and even his undergarments had been stripped away in lawsuits. Many influencers, once banned, became frantic. The root cause was always the same: liquidated damages. They were massive, often enough to bankrupt someone completely, leaving them not just penniless but in debt. Edward, however, couldn't care less. If Kendall hadn't been so obnoxiously over the top, perhaps he could have continued to live a comfortable life. But he had jumped too high, played with fire, and burned himself. Now he was probably somewhere scrambling to pay off his debts. And if he couldn't? That was his own problem. Edward felt no sympathy for him. After playing with Salamence for a while, Edward took his leave. He still had other matters to attend to. Just then, his phone rang. Boss, Alien is about to premiere. Do you want to come to the company? It was Zoroark calling. Only then did Edward realize that the release date had already arrived. After Alien premiered, he planned to attend the awards ceremony for Barry to see whether he could snag a few trophies. All right. I'll head back now. Oh, and book me a ticket to Unova as well, Edward replied. Not only did he want to submit his films personally for consideration, showing respect for the award, he also intended to take the opportunity to enjoy some of Unova's famous local snacks. He had heard about them long ago, and his appetite had been whetted ever since. While his father was still alive, he wanted to seize the chance to travel around a little. Alien premieres today? That feels a bit soon, muttered a man in the Unova region. His name was George, and he was one of the judges for the upcoming Sci-Fi Film Awards. He was holding a movie ticket, waiting in the VIP hall of a cinema. As a judge, George could have simply waited to receive the original film sent by director Edward Stone. But he knew perfectly well, the experience of watching a movie in the theater was completely different from watching it at home or in the office. The theater's equipment was more advanced, more professional, and the atmosphere far superior. It was like how, even though computers were now common in every household, some people still preferred to go to internet cafes. The energy and shared atmosphere made gaming more exciting, more passionate. The same principle applied to cinemas. So yes, watching a movie in a theater was better. Especially now that different cinemas even had specialized halls. And since Alien was an R-rated film, many were curious. What exactly had Edward filmed that made it warrant such a restriction? After all, his previous works like Buried, Dead Silence, and One Missed Call hadn't been R-rated. Judging by this turnout, it seems the crowd is quite large, George noted, smiling slightly as he observed the packed theater. He was genuinely looking forward to Edward's film, though he also carried a hint of scrutiny. After all, this year's award theme was science fiction, not horror. The issue was that almost every film Edward had directed had horror elements. Even his Sherlock Holmes series, Under His Hand, carried traces of the macabre. Online, there were even polls ranking which episode of each season had been the scariest. Dear, when is director Edward going to release Sherlock Holmes Season 3? I'm a huge fan of Jesse, James, and Meowth. The three of them are amazing, a girl behind George asked her boyfriend excitedly. Her boyfriend looked embarrassed. How could he possibly know? The production of Season 3 depended entirely on Edward's whims. George nearly laughed out loud when he overheard. Fans weren't the only ones impatient for the next season. The Galar League itself was even more anxious. Every time Edward filmed a new Sherlock Holmes season, it doubled as a massive advertisement for Galar. For example, the Luxury Express train featured in Season 2 had now become a popular tourist check-in spot. Tickets for the train were expensive, yet it still became a must-visit attraction. That said everything about the show's influence. Meowth is just the cutest. Wait, are you also a Meowth fan? Another girl jumped into the conversation. Soon, the two were chatting nonstop. George wasn't particularly fond of eavesdropping, but with the crowd so large, even the VIP lounge was full, he couldn't help overhearing. The two girls went from gushing about Meowth's performance to praising James's, then Jesse's. Before long, they were debating ships, one shipping Jesse with James, the other insisting on James x Meowth. Their argument over who was the true main partner left George amused and exasperated. Indeed, the biggest change in Sherlock Holmes Season 2 had been the introduction of the trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth. George had watched that episode and remembered it vividly. The three phantom thieves cooperated to steal a treasure, only to cause endless comedy. In the end, they escaped scot-free. The most outrageous part was that no one died that entire episode. For a Sherlock Holmes story, that was extremely uncharacteristic. Still, George had laughed a lot. Afterward, he worried about the ratings. Yet when he checked the fan reviews, the episode had scored shockingly high. James. Rating: 9.7/10". Not handsome, but such a gentle rich kid. Love him. Sure, James never steals the treasure, but those magic tricks of his are just too fun. No deaths? That means these three actually resisted the Grim Reaper. George agreed. James's character was extremely vivid, a rich air, portrayed so convincingly it felt as if the actor really was one. It left a deep impression. Jesse. Rating: 9.5/10". I'll admit, at first I thought Jessie was just a delinquent girl, maybe just eye candy. But after watching Jessie is my goddess. Jesse x James, if they don't marry, it'll be such a waste. Please get married right now. Thank you. Meowth. Rating: 9.9/10". Just the fact that he can talk makes him unbeatable. Who could possibly refuse a talking Meowth? Not me. Funny, agile, and vital to the team. That scene where he rolled and dodged the infrared beams? Too cool. The only flaw is that he isn't shiny. Otherwise, perfect. Just then, the broadcast announced the start of Alien. Relieved to be freed from his involuntary rewatch of Sherlock Holmes Season 2 through fan chatter, George stood up and entered the theater. He found his seat and settled in. After a few trailers, the screen lit up with Ghost Film's unique opening sequence. Ghost Film Productions. Director Edward really has pushed every other studio right to the edge of a cliff, George murmured with a touch of awe. In recent months, the film industry had been dominated by a single question: when would Ghost Film's new technology finally be released to the broader market? Every director and screenwriter who had seen Buried had been unable to let go of that thought. As a critic and judge, George clearly understood how groundbreaking this technology was. It wasn't just innovation, it was a technological revolution that shook the entire film world. No one would be able to remain unaffected. George personally didn't mind, he wasn't a filmmaker. But he had heard plenty of rumors. Many companies resented Edward deeply, desperately wanting his technology. But since he refused to share it, there was nothing they could do. As his thoughts wandered, the movie began in earnest. George immediately focused, eyes glued to the screen. And soon, he felt something strange. It was as if he were being pulled into the film itself, becoming one of the crew members aboard that eerie spaceship. The ship was in flight. The crew was celebrating, relieved to have finally completed the mission assigned by their company. Now, they could return home. But to make the journey back, they would need to enter cryogenic sleep pods. Cryogenic sleep pods? What were those? George frowned in confusion. After all, if you want to carry out interstellar voyages that last for decades, it's impossible without using cryogenic sleep chambers. Just when George was feeling a bit puzzled, the characters on screen spoke, answering his doubts almost perfectly. A strange thought flickered through George's mind. He was about to say something, but before he could, he was drawn back into the story again. A weird signal tone suddenly sounded. George froze for a moment, turned his head to look, and found that everyone else was also staring in the same direction. The sound had come from a console full of buttons and strange devices. It's a signal. Seems like a distress call, but not quite. The one speaking was Ash, the Nostromo's science officer, a reliable man. On this ship, all the technical problems usually ended up in Ash's hands. Well, isn't this interesting? We were just woken up, and already we've received a signal. The captain of the Nostromo, Dallas, looked amused as he walked up to the console and checked the source of the transmission. Kane followed along, still holding a drowsy Pikachu in his arms. Sorry about this. Pikachu's sleep pod had some kind of malfunction, Kane said apologetically, his expression awkward. Kane, it's not your fault. Still, I didn't expect the company's equipment to be this unreliable. Dallas shrugged and tapped at the console, trying to respond to the strange signal. But the more he looked at the readout, the more his expression grew uncertain. Ash also leaned over to inspect the instrument panel. There's no reply at all. It seems the other side is simply transmitting on loop. Ash's tone was calm, but Dallas was tempted to shut the whole thing off. They had already completed the company's assigned mission on the Nostromo. All that remained was to return home. But just then, another message arrived. Looks like we've got work to do. The company sent an order, go investigate the source of that signal. Dallas sighed helplessly. He had never wanted to interfere. As a captain, he understood all too well the most important rule in this cold and endless void. Mind your own business. But orders were orders. The company had spoken, and Dallas couldn't disobey. After all, he still had a 30-year mortgage and car loan to pay off. Without the company's generous salary, how else was he supposed to support his family? Oh, Arceus, fine, let's take a look. Dallas rubbed his temples, then pulled up the coordinates of the signal and steered the Nostromo toward the designated location. Soon, the source of the transmission came into view. The signal seems to be coming from that asteroid. Ash pointed it out. George stared curiously at the lonely rock. Against the backdrop of the vast, silent cosmos, it exuded an eerie sense of desolation. What exactly was it? Why would a signal come from here? What secret was hidden inside this barren place? George couldn't stop wondering. But someone had to go down and investigate, and someone else had to remain on the ship for backup. Decisions like these were left to Dallas. The captain quickly chose his away team, himself, Kane, and Lambert, along with Pikachu, to explore the signal's source. The rest would stay aboard, while the third officer worked to decode the signal fully. Kane followed along, descending to the asteroid's surface. Soon they discovered the wreckage of a massive alien spacecraft. Despite his unease, Kane trailed the others inside. You know, I don't really understand why the company insisted we bring Pikachu on this mission. A Pokémon doesn't seem very suited for a job like this, Lambert muttered as they moved deeper. Maybe they thought we'd get lonely otherwise. Besides, if the ship has a power failure, Pikachu could restore energy. Kane explained naturally while examining the alien corridors lined with bizarre symbols, utterly indecipherable. Strange equipment was scattered throughout. The designs were alien, but in some ways resembled their own ship. Actually, Kane, you forgot one point, Dallas added with a chuckle, stroking the spacesuit-clad Pikachu in his arms. The company also wanted to test how Pokémon adapt to different planetary environments. Pikachu squeaked in protest, glaring at Dallas before curiously glancing around. These symbols, what could they mean? Dallas eyed the wall, tempted to reach out and touch the markings. Before he could, Lambert's startled voice rang out. Look over here, I found something. Kane followed her into a large chamber. His eyes widened. The place was filled with rows upon rows of strange, leathery eggs. What are these? Eggs? Or maybe just decorations? Kane muttered, bewildered. Pikachu padded closer, ears twitching. At that moment, Dallas received a transmission from the Nostromo. The signal had been fully decoded. And it wasn't a distress call. It was a warning. A warning to keep away from this place. Kane! Dallas burst into the chamber, but he was too late. The eggs were already opening. Kane had stepped closer to peer inside, only to be pounced on by a grotesque, spider-like creature that leapt from within and clamped onto his face. He struggled violently, but the alien's speed was inhuman. He opened his mouth to scream, only for a long, fleshy tube to shoot down his throat. The sensation was horrifying. Kane thought of undergoing a gastroscopy before, except this was far worse, agonizing, invasive, and unbearable. He felt something being pumped into his stomach. His body stiffened before collapsing unconscious. The last thing he saw before blacking out was Pikachu similarly attacked, its face also sealed by one of the creatures. When Kane awoke, he was lying in the ship's med bay, surrounded by crewmates. Pikachu was alive and staring at him curiously. He sat up in confusion. What had happened? Dallas didn't dwell on it. Since Kane seemed fine, he decided to head back. But shortly after lunch, Kane felt a stabbing pain in his chest. He collapsed, writhing, clutching at his body in terror, until something tore its way out through his ribs. A small, hideous creature burst from his chest. Kane's scream was cut off as life drained away. He lay limp, dead. The next moment, George's perspective shifted. Now he was Ellen Ripley, the Nostromo's true protagonist. He looked down upon Kane's broken body and Pikachu's torn-open corpse. Both had fallen victim to the alien monstrosity. The creatures themselves had vanished into the ship, their whereabouts unknown. Ugh, George stumbled into the restroom, clutching his chest. He tried to suppress the nausea, but when a foul stench wafted in from the next stall, he doubled over and vomited violently. This movie, ugh. I've never seen anything this disgusting in my life. Voices outside the restroom only made things worse. They were already discussing Edward's newest film, Alien. Just hearing the title triggered fresh images in Kane's mind, and he gagged again, retching helplessly. From a professional critic's standpoint, however, George had to admit, this was a masterpiece. Edward's patented filming technology was more refined than ever. His camera work, his use of language, and visual storytelling all had improved drastically compared to Dead Silence, One Missed Call, or even the highly popular Sherlock Holmes. Every element, sound design, acting, effects, was flawlessly executed. Nothing felt jarring or fake. But the visceral experience was unlike anything Kane had endured. To watch himself die in such grotesque fashion, to see the creature slaughter the crew in every horrific way imaginable, to live through jump scare after jump scare as though he were part of the story, it was almost too much. From that perspective, the film deserved nothing less than a perfect score. But the side effects were brutal. He couldn't eat. He couldn't stop replaying the images. The alien impaling someone with its tail, ripping out entrails, then slicing the body in half in a spray of gore. Erg, George vomited again. He didn't want to, but he couldn't stop. The film was so nauseating it could make anyone lose their appetite. Combined with the new immersive technology, Edward had, unintentionally, invented the most effective weight loss program for moviegoers. Still, from a science fiction perspective, it checks every box. Alien spacecraft, extraterrestrial life forms, parasitism, cryopods, speculations about the cosmos. George thought aloud. As long as he avoided remembering the gore, it was easier to evaluate. By the standards of Unova's latest film competition, Edward's Alien was more than qualified. The director's imagination was, as always, boundless. Just then, George's phone buzzed. His eyes lit up as he read the news, then hurried out. Edward's film had officially premiered. Edward's new film Alien premieres. On opening day, theater restrooms are filled with furious janitors. Alien, a bold, shocking vision of the cosmos. Daring predictions and unforgettable horror. First day box office exceeds 400 million before evening. Edward's patented tech captivates audiences. By 2 in the afternoon, the numbers were already climbing past 500 million. Edward was raking in profits, especially since the most expensive part, the spaceship sets, had been paid for by the Indigo League. For him, it was nearly pure profit. Of course, this also means those people will be causing trouble again. I just hope I can win more awards this time. Edward rubbed his temples. Moments earlier, he had been delighted. But the reality sank in quickly. Such massive success would stir resentment across the industry. He couldn't solve it easily. Unless he somehow managed to produce more of his revolutionary cameras, sooner or later, the entire film world would turn against him. It's not going to be easy. Edward sighed. He still hadn't figured out a solution. Director Edward, welcome to the Unova region. I am George Pickett, a judge on the committee for this year's science fiction film competition. George smiled warmly as he extended his hand. Edward looked at the middle-aged man before him, returned the smile politely, and shook his hand. Edward studied him carefully. George's complexion was pale, almost unnaturally so, like someone recovering from an illness. For some reason, Edward couldn't shake the feeling that this judge looked strangely familiar. He was certain he had seen him somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where. It was a vague yet nagging sense of familiarity. Still, this was their first meeting. Edward could hardly blurt out something rude like, "Why do you look so pale? Did you eat or drink something bad?" That would have been far too abrupt. So instead, he kept his thoughts to himself, smiled, and followed George inside the committee's offices. Though called a committee office, in Edward's eyes it wasn't much different from an ordinary company office building. The only real difference was that there were fewer people around, and at the front stood an enormous screen. Edward even suspected that these people spent most of their free time just sitting there watching films. Director Edward, to be honest with you, before you arrived I went to see your latest film, Alien, George said cheerfully as he poured him a cup of tea. His secretary also prepared a cup for Zoroark. Oh? And what did Judge George think of it? Edward asked, genuinely curious. Alien had just premiered today, and he had come to Unova specifically to present it to the judges for evaluation, hoping it might win the grand prize of the competition. If it did, Edward already planned to donate all of the prize money to charity foundations to help more people. The image of those poor souls kneeling outside the charity offices weighed heavily on his heart. But what surprised him was that George had already watched it. Edward had assumed the judging panel would gather together to screen the movie formally, pausing in between to discuss details. It was excellent. The use of new technology made the film all the more striking, and your command of visual language has become increasingly mature. George's praise was high. Edward smiled and thanked him. Of course, one person's opinion couldn't decide the fate of the grand prize, but at least it showed his work had left a strong impression on one of the judges. It was, at the very least, a good start. However, Director Edward, I am curious. The way you depicted space in Alien, what did you base that on? George asked, his eyes filled with interest. Beyond the alien monster itself, what impressed him most was the way Edward portrayed the environment of outer space, weightlessness, the silence of sound unable to travel, and other subtle details. None of these were emphasized through exposition, yet they were woven in so naturally that they left a lasting impression. As a member of the science fiction judging panel, George had a decent grasp of the field. But in this world, exploration of the cosmos was still at a purely theoretical stage. Many competing theories circulated, some even still swore by flat Earth notions, which was ridiculous but oddly persistent. This? Edward paused a moment before answering. He knew perfectly well what space was truly like. In his previous life, humans had already landed on the moon and even begun exploring Mars, so he had no shortage of real knowledge. But in the Pokémon world, research had progressed slowly, largely due to Rayquaza's dominion of the skies. Much remained speculative guesswork with little verified fact. So, Edward simply smiled and explained, I actually invited professors from Hoenn University, specialists in astronomy and rocket science, to serve as consultants. That's how I came to understand these things. When he first conceived of Alien, Edward had anticipated questions like this, so he had prepared his answers long in advance. No wonder. In my view, your film holds very strong science fiction value. By wrapping it in a horror film shell, you also draw more general audiences into theaters, while quietly spreading scientific concepts, George said with genuine enthusiasm. Edward nodded along with a pleasant smile, occasionally adding a word or two. By now, he was used to this kind of exchange. After months of covering for his father's position, Edward had grown accustomed to meeting all sorts of people every day and conversing smoothly with them. Now he could make anyone feel like a spring breeze in his company. And truthfully, he enjoyed these discussions. The earlier he established such scientific settings in the public mind, the more he could capitalize on them later. When the leak finally broke through to the stars and began truly exploring the universe, his film could enjoy renewed attention. Even if it was long out of theaters by then, he could still profit from DVD sales or streaming views. He had never been overly concerned about money before, nor was he obsessed with it now. But these earnings provided a means to help struggling families, so he welcomed the chance to earn more. After all, the more he made, the more people he could help. All the while, the revenue from Devon Corporation he never touched, only the profits from his films. Still, Director Edward, with the kind of wildfire success Alien is about to see, you will inevitably face many challenges ahead, George said meaningfully. Edward nodded in acknowledgement. He understood what George was hinting at. George didn't press the issue. After all, he barely knew Edward. He spoke only from the perspective of a critic and someone half within the film industry. He admired Edward's work and didn't want to see him dragged into unnecessary trouble. Though given Edward's background, few would dare move against him, it was better to stay cautious. Edward himself already had thoughts on the matter. But solving it was far from simple. Perhaps the system would grant him another reward that could help. As for monopolizing his camera technology, Edward wasn't too concerned. After all, even in his past life, companies that produced lithography machines or semiconductors never kept them solely for themselves. They patented their inventions and sold them to other companies, raking in profits. If they had restricted them for internal use only, they would have made themselves targets of universal hostility. George's reminder showed that he was a decent person. As Edward looked at him again, the realization struck. Suddenly, he remembered why George had seemed so familiar. This judge was the very image of Takeo Seki. The hairstyle, the face, it was all the same. Only the neatly trimmed beard had thrown Edward off. But if George let his facial hair grow into stubble, he would be the spitting image of Takeo Seki himself. And who was Takeo Seki? The cause of the malignant spirit from Ju-on, a violent, abusive man, the very source of the tragedies that followed. Edward had been wondering who could play that role. Now, staring at George, the answer was clear, none other than him. Judge George, may I ask, would you have any interest in acting in a film? Edward rubbed his hands together, barely containing his excitement. Diantha had declined the role of Kayako because of her status, but finding an actress for Kayako was still manageable. What mattered was expressive performance, strong acting skills, and a willingness to contort oneself for the part. After all, Kayako often appeared crawling with limbs grotesquely twisted. If an actress had some rhythmic gymnastics training, all the better. Some scenes even required hanging upside down from the ceiling, easy enough for a short time, but dangerous if prolonged. But if he could secure George for Takeo's role, that problem would be solved. George was stunned. Just a moment ago, they had been talking about something completely different. How had the topic jumped to film acting? It's like this, Edward explained with a grin. I'm preparing to shoot a horror film, and I believe one of the roles matches your appearance perfectly. Zoroark tilted its head curiously at George. To it, the man looked utterly ordinary, a typical middle-aged man. In this era, just keeping one's hair was enough to stand out among peers, and George had managed that. But to Zoroark, he still seemed average. What exactly was its boss planning to shoot? What kind of role? George asked. He found Edward amusing, one moment discussing lofty matters, the next suddenly leaping to filmmaking. No wonder his movies were always so creative. George couldn't help but wonder what he would produce this time. And truthfully, George was interested in acting. Watching countless films over the years had stirred his own desire to try performing. And of course, acting came with paychecks. He had been eyeing some new fishing equipment, but with most household finances under his wife's control, he needed extra income to convince her. Of course, there was another way to persuade her, one that was hard on his waist. The role is of a man, violent, twisted, with a cruel glare. He brutally murders his wife, then others as well, Edward said, summarizing Siki Takeo's character. George went quiet. He wasn't offended by the twisted description. Instead, he considered seriously whether he could portray such a role convincingly. As a critic, he knew better than most the importance of acting. There had been a dark period when the league's entertainment industry valued looks over skill, and as a child he had suffered watching actors whose performances were so wooden they made him want to die of secondhand embarrassment. Actors who tried to express every emotion with wide eyes. Actors who conveyed everything with one creepy smirk. Actors who treated filming a drama like taking personal photo shoots, staring into the camera constantly. A true actor must avoid the camera's gaze, not seek it. Unlike trained idols, whose instinct was to find the lens, actors had to act as though the camera didn't exist, even when it was inches from their faces. For idols transitioning to acting, simply retraining themselves not to look at the camera consumed vast time and effort. And then there were those with frozen faces, whose smiles looked painfully fake. Such things had left a deep scar on young George's mind. From then on, he had become a sharp critic. Unexpectedly, it turned into a career that now provided him a comfortable life. The next moment, George lifted his head. His eyes locked on Edward and Zoroark. Edward froze for an instant, then clapped his hands with delight. That glare, that expression, it was as though Takeo Siki himself were about to twist Kayako's neck right there. Excellent, excellent. Judge George, your gaze is perfect. Exactly what I needed. Edward beamed. George was truly born to embody Takeo Siki. His acting instinct was there, his eyes could radiate menace, and his appearance matched perfectly. It was ideal. They soon reached an agreement. Edward signed a contract with George, securing him as one of the actors in his upcoming film. A weight lifted from Edward's shoulders. Ju-on had a fairly large cast. While each installment had a relative protagonist, the true central figures were always Kayako and Takeo. Having solved the problem of casting Takeo, all that remained was finding the right actress for Kayako. Then production could begin. Just as Edward was about to say more, his phone buzzed. He instinctively pulled it out to check. The message was from Mutwo. Edward, members of Team Rocket are planning to come to my home. Do you have another place I can stay? Edward blinked in surprise. Team Rocket is really that persistent? Still, he had plenty of houses available. The matter between Team Rocket and Mutwo was something Edward had not paid attention to for quite some time now. After all, ever since Team Rocket went looking for Mutwo and failed to find it, Mutwo had been continuously playing a game of hide-and-seek with them. Edward himself could not figure out why Mutwo was doing this. It wasn't as though Team Rocket was easy to deal with, they were undeniably powerful, but Mutwo was a legendary Pokémon. The power of a legendary required no explanation. Otherwise, there never would have been a Rainbow Rocket in the first place. If Mutwo truly wished it, it could easily flee to some remote place where no one recognized it, settle down, and live as a complete shut-in. But Mutwo seemed to actually enjoy this cat-and-mouse game with Team Rocket. Only in Edward's eyes, although it was called a cat-and-mouse game, the roles of the cat and the mouse were completely reversed. Given Mutwo's current strength, Edward felt that aside from Giovanni, who might still pose a little trouble, no one else could give Mutwo any difficulty at all. That was precisely why Edward could not understand why Mutwo insisted on toying with them this way. Thinking of this, Edward decided to send Mutwo a message to ask directly. His relationship with Mutwo was, at this point, something like being shut-in friends. Aside from directing movies, Edward was also very interested in gaming. This world, too, had a number of famous games, and when he wasn't working, Edward often played them with Mutwo, sometimes titles where monsters tormented humans, or other ways to pass the time. So, the bond between Edward and Mutwo was rather good. Asking such a question was perfectly natural. Because I want to live a peaceful life. Mutwo's reply came quickly. Edward stared at the line of text with a deadpan expression. He truly hadn't expected Mutwo to answer in such a way. Clearly, this fellow must have been watching too much anime. Then please be my shut-in roommate for life. Edward sent back a joke of his own. Even so, while Edward liked joking around, he was still efficient in handling matters. He sent Zoroark a message, instructing it to casually select a house somewhere, leave the keys at a designated location, and Mutwo would go pick them up. Of course, Zoroark itself didn't need to return to the Hoenn in person. It only needed to handle everything through its phone, which was very simple. After giving these instructions to Zoroark, Edward returned to chatting with George in front of him before taking his leave. Director Edward, since you've come all the way to the Unova this time, would you like to visit our Unova Film Academy? George suggested with a smile. Edward was momentarily taken aback, then his interest was piqued. Unova Film Academy, though its name might sound like some sort of second-rate diploma mill, in truth it was one of the most renowned film universities in the region. It was even praised as the cradle of great directors and award-winning actors. And indeed, the school fully lived up to its reputation. Many famous directors had graduated from there. Even more impressive, one of the masters of silent film comedy had once studied there. Edward had seen that man's works before, truly entertaining, with a touch that reminded him faintly of Charlie Chaplin. But whether it was because comedy's core was always tragedy, or because it was the shared fate of all comedians, that master ultimately ended his own life prematurely. According to the doctor's diagnosis, he had suffered from depression. This immediately made Edward think of some comedians from his previous life as well, many of whom were prone to depression. It almost seemed like a curse. But after becoming a director himself, Edward had come to feel that perhaps it was simply the immense pressure. These actors were always thinking about how to make the audience laugh, and, under such weight, they inevitably collapsed into depression. "May I really go?" Edward asked with genuine interest. In fact, deep down, he had another thought related to universities: donating a building. After all, universities housed countless students. Donating a building not only earned one a good reputation, but also served as a kind of protective talisman. Although Edward didn't particularly need such protection, he didn't mind contributing to the institution that had nurtured so many film masters, while also bolstering his name within the film industry. Of course you can. Director Edward, you're already famous throughout the film circle. Everyone calls you a great director, George said with a smile. Edward felt a little embarrassed and waved his hand. He was, after all, only a porter of films. Though he had made changes to adapt the films to the worldview of Pokémon, he could not claim originality. Otherwise, what would make him any different from those who downloaded videos from the comment section, slapped them onto their own accounts, and pretended it was theirs? In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. Edward chuckled. He truly was interested in the Academy, most of all because of the legendary silent comedy master who had once walked its halls. Led by George, Edward soon arrived at the Film Academy. Inside the campus, there weren't too many people, though a few could still be seen walking about. After all, university schedules were irregular. Sometimes there might not even be a single class all day. "George, what kind of majors does this academy offer?" Edward asked. By now, he was familiar enough with George to address him directly by name, and George did not mind. "There are many, but every year the most popular are directing and acting," George answered with a hint of pride. Edward nodded. That was only natural. Directing allowed one to realize their creative dreams, while acting, though uncertain, could lead to fame and fortune. Naturally, many people flocked to these fields. But because of this, the admission requirements have been rising higher each year, George sighed. Everyone wanted to make big money. But the money in this world was limited. Economic value wasn't conjured out of nothing. Most of the wealth was taken by a small minority, while the rest of the working masses could only scrape by. To carve out a place in the brutal film industry was almost like gambling. It was akin to buying a lottery ticket and hitting the jackpot in one go. Every year, countless fresh graduates, brimming with youthful dreams, became extras, handsome young men and beautiful women all around. Without resources or connections, even landing a role with a single line of dialogue was hard. As for suddenly skyrocketing to fame, becoming a household name in the film world, that was almost impossible. Because the money flows so fast after all. I heard that in Paldea they even have universities offering live streaming as a major now, and enrollment is surprisingly high, Edward said evenly. This world was full of clever people chasing after lucrative industries. Once inside, they quickly discovered that the industry was already overcrowded with other clever people. Internet celebrity work is still a way to make money, but standing out is very hard, George said, without any disdain in his tone. After being hammered by society's cruelty, most people came to understand one simple truth: as long as it made money, it was a good job. Other concerns weren't nearly as important. Of course, the film industry still had its chains of discrimination. Some people clung to their rung on the chain, furiously looking down on others for reasons no one quite understood. Zoroark followed behind Edward, curiously examining the surroundings while also searching on its phone for information about the academy. After all, if Edward happened to ask a question later, it needed to be prepared to answer. That was the basic professionalism of a secretary. This was one of the little tricks Kennedy had once taught Zoroark. And Zoroark agreed, it made sense. In every trade, there were champions, and without a doubt, Blackfield was the champion of the secretary's craft. As Edward chatted idly with George, he also observed the students around them. When the students noticed him, disbelief flickered in their eyes, quickly replaced by excitement as they ran up to ask for autographs. Edward obliged them kindly. "Looks like we'd better hurry," George said with a laugh. As a film critic, though once a student of this very academy, his popularity could not compare to Edward's. But he knew perfectly well that now the students were aware of Edward's visit. If they didn't move quickly, they would soon be swarmed. Edward agreed and followed him to the teaching building. But seeing the building before them, Edward couldn't help but suspect George was doing this on purpose, since there would surely be even more students here. Sure enough, he was quickly surrounded again. Edward, however, didn't put on any airs. He patiently signed autographs and posed for photos. What disappointed him was that among the students, he didn't spot anyone with the natural Kayako physique he had been hoping to find. Of course, the academy was overflowing with handsome young men and beautiful women. That much was inevitable. Appearance was the entry ticket to the industry. The higher the beauty, the better. Still, Edward also noticed some more ordinary faces, walking around with great confidence. He simply smiled without saying more. While the film industry demanded beauty, it also needed ordinary faces. After all, if every character in a drama were gorgeous, how would it be filmed? Villainous roles also required special-type actors. "Judge George, I feel like you set me up," Edward said with mock annoyance, giving him a look. George only smiled, handing him a cup of tea and a key. "I really didn't. I only wanted to show you around the school," George explained lightly. He truly hadn't intended to trick Edward. His popularity was simply too high. Coupled with his reputation for being able to elevate others, it was no wonder eager students pursued him so fervently. "This key is?" Edward asked, puzzled as he examined it. "This key belonged to the silent comedy master who once studied here," George said with pride. Edward paused. The academy had preserved that master's dormitory? It was his own wish. He even donated some of his belongings. "It's now more like a cultural memorial," George added. Edward nodded. That made sense. He followed George to visit it. Afterward, Edward didn't have too many thoughts. It was simply that the master had passed early. Still, many of his possessions were displayed. One item in particular caught Edward's eye. "What's that?" Edward asked curiously, pointing to a notebook with the words "Inspiration Notes" written on the cover. "That's where the master recorded sudden flashes of inspiration while performing," George explained casually. Edward asked if he could take a look. George agreed, adding that most of the items here were replicas. One-to-one reproductions, with the originals kept safely stored for preservation. Edward felt a bit amused but still opened the notebook. To his surprise, he discovered that the master had once considered making a horror film, specifically, a comedy horror. A comedy horror? Edward's interest was piqued. Comedy and horror, two genres that seemed utterly at odds. Combining them was no easy feat. Edward knew that much himself. The master had written 3 pages of notes before abandoning the idea. He had realized that blending comedy and horror was a monumental challenge. Too much comedy, and it wasn't scary. Too much horror, and it wasn't funny. Add in other filming commitments, and the project was shelved. But this reminded Edward of one classic film, Out of the Dark. It was a Stephen Chow movie. The whole film mixed comedy with occasional frightening scenes. It was very entertaining, and the fusion of horror and humor worked surprisingly well. Though in Edward's eyes, it leaned more toward comedy, he couldn't deny it had genuine scary moments too. Especially the final battle between Stephen Chow and the ghost couple, some shots could really make one jump. All in all, a very unique horror film. Still, I have Ju-on my plate first. Once that's finished, perhaps I'll shoot Out of the Dark next, Edward mused. Ju-on would be overwhelmingly terrifying. Edward felt he would need a lighter horror comedy afterward to help audiences summon the courage to step into theaters again. After all, just with Alien, some viewers were already saying it made their scalps tingle and that they didn't dare watch it a second time. Edward could only laugh bitterly at that. If Ju-on were completed and released, those audiences might very well wet themselves in the theater. Ju-on was horror in its purest, most extreme form. The reputation of Ju-on, the Grudge, has always been rather strange. Some people believe that Ju-on captured the most essential element of a horror movie, to be frightening. But others argue it was nothing more than horror for the sake of horror, completely devoid of deeper meaning. The debates online were heated and endless. Even so, one thing was undeniable. As a horror film, Ju-on was a success. After all, since the IP first appeared, countless sequels, spin-offs, and TV series had been released one after another. The commercial value? Absolutely maxed out. Even back in the era Edward originally came from, Ju-on was still spawning TV dramas. Proof that the IP still had plenty of juice left to squeeze. As long as Ju-on remained scary, as long as it left audiences with unforgettable images, new entries in the franchise would never stop. The only real difference was whether Kayako could be bothered to update her murder methods. After parting ways with George, Edward casually checked into a hotel, and then began working on adapting the plot of his own Ju-on, The Grudge. Since this is the Pokémon world, I may as well replace the black cat with a Pokémon. That way it naturally blends into the setting. Sitting in the luxurious Champion Suite, Edward tapped thoughtfully at his laptop, plotting out the adjustments. And Kayako should be immune to Ghost-type Pokémon attacks, he muttered as he typed. Because if Kayako wasn't immune, things would get downright hilarious. Like her becoming the dream capture target of every ghost specialist trainer in the entire league. She'd be camped and farmed around the clock, day after day. Just imagining Kayako being beaten up, stuffed into a pokeball, and then a trainer shouting during a battle, "I choose you, Kayako," made Edward's eyes twitch and his vision darken. So, in his adaptation, ghosts had special privileges. They were immune to all Pokémon attacks. Would there be critics who jumped out to say that was unreasonable? Of course. In fact, back when Edward shot One Missed Call, similar objections came up. But with just one line, "The movie's world building doesn't have to match reality," he shut them down. After that, no one dared bring it up again. Edward furrowed his brow in thought. The Ju-on VHS version had laid out Kayako's transformation into a vengeful spirit, but the timeline was chaotic, fragmented into several storylines. The iconic scares? 2 main ones. 1. The female ghost with the jaw ripped open turning her head back. 2. The ultimate classic. Kayako crawling down the stairs, her twisted face glaring with malice. That was one of the few times she appeared in full view. Most of the time, her presence was fleeting. A flash, a glimpse, a shadow. For Edward, adapting this wasn't difficult. The story already lived in his head. The only hassle was reworking the black cat into a Pokémon, which meant adjusting the meowing sounds too. But which Pokémon would fit? Litten. That thought popped into Edward's mind. When Litten was first introduced, it was ridiculously cute, quickly becoming a popular choice as a starter. But its final evolution, Incineroar, earned it the infamous nickname, the Meme Tiger. Why? Because every time Incineroar used Flamethrower, the attack looked like it was blasting straight out of its crotch. Still, Litten itself was perfectly suitable. Adorable, cat-like, and similar enough to the original black cat in Ju-on. Even so, casting decisions still left Edward a little conflicted. Story-wise, the adaptation was straightforward. Most of the plot needed little to no change. Just swap in Pokémon elements. And it worked. After finishing his revisions, Edward felt satisfied with the script. Now came the casting. Takeo Seki? Already covered. Judge George's appearance was practically Takeo brought to life. Toshio's role? Easy. There were plenty of child actors in the Pokémon world. Even if it was a ghost role, many child stars would line up for the chance. But Kayako herself? That was the real headache. Her makeup wasn't complicated. What mattered was her movements. Blood makeup could be handled by Ghost Film's makeup artists with ease. What Edward wanted was an actress with real yoga skills. Someone who could contort, crawl, and twist her body into the eerie forms he envisioned. Forget it, let Zoroark handle the recruiting. There's no shortage of aspiring actors these days. He sighed. Originally, he had dreamed of finding someone who naturally embodied Kayako's essence. But that was asking too much. Finding a perfect Takeo lookalike was already a miracle. Expecting the same for Kayako? Impossible. But the original VHS version of Ju-on might be hard for first-time viewers. Should I go with the American version instead? Edward flipped through his notes. Yes, there was an American Grudge. 3 films, in fact. The first one? A patchwork of classic Japanese scares, only transplanted onto American victims. The second? Similar formula, adding in a new localized evil spirit. The third? Some fresh settings. Even a Kayako Sisters double act. Creative, yes, but not particularly scary. Edward suspected the problem was his own overexposure. After watching Ju-on so many times, Kayako no longer terrified him. If anything, she seemed almost cute. The key difference between the Japanese and American versions? Scare density. The US films packed in more jump scares, more small scenes, more frequent shocks, whereas the original leaned heavily on atmosphere and storytelling. In the end, Edward decided to stick with the VHS version. Otherwise, the sequels would be harder to plan. Satisfied, he checked the Seki family scenes again, along with the unlucky victims. Everything looked fine. He sent the casting requirements to Zoroark, tasking it with sending invitations to suitable actors. Then he glanced at his fear points. Alien, 63,369. Not bad for the first day. But still no lottery trigger? Guess the bar keeps getting higher. Fear point accumulation had sped up dramatically, probably thanks to his master-level cinematography. The stronger the immersion, the more the audience feared. But Edward wasn't fully satisfied. As expected, monster movies are harder to make truly terrifying. Ghost stories just have a natural edge. Stretching lazily, he lay down on his bed. The thing he was most curious about now was the lottery system. What kind of rewards would it eventually hand out? Would his film someday actually drag audiences into the movie worlds themselves? That would be fascinating. Still, there's one detail. Edward frowned. In the American Grudge 2, Shimizu Takashi had added a new backstory, explaining why Kayako was so overwhelmingly strong. Viewers always wondered, why was she invincible? Why couldn't her victims' ghosts rise up to take revenge? The US sequel explained it. Kayako was born into a shamanic family. Her mother was a powerful medium. When people possessed by evil spirits sought help, her mother would extract the spirits, then drip them into young Kayako's mouth. Kayako bore their torment in their place. Over the years, she became a vessel, a walking collection of grudges. While alive, she managed. But after being brutally murdered by Takeo, dying unjustly, all that hatred fused with her own, turning her into an unstoppable curse. Her terrifying power came from childhood, from swallowing those countless spirits. The VHS version never explained this. Edward decided to hint at it in the form of a diary entry. A subtle setup for Ju-on, the Grudge too. With that settled, his mood brightened. In the Pokémon world, there wasn't yet a standardized evil spirit archetype. If he introduced Kayako now, she could very well become the nightmare figure of this world. Once Ju-on is filmed, Kayako might become this world's nightmare goddess. Edward rubbed his hands in excitement. If Ghost Films could establish such an IP, they'd have another lucrative franchise. Of course, given Kayako's brand image, he doubted many companies would line up for collaborations. Yawning, he drifted into sleep. But as Edward slumbered, a dark ray quietly descended. It had smelled a thick, intoxicating aura of fear and nightmares. Darkray's favorite flavor. Hovering over the city, it scanned below. Indeed, many people and Pokémon were dreaming. But what puzzled it was this. Far too many of them were having nightmares. Normally, a handful of nightmares was expected. But an entire city? That was only possible if Darkrai itself had unleashed its power. Yet this time, it hadn't. Curious, Darkray's eyes fell upon the top floor of a luxury hotel. The dream there was strange. It radiated a nightmare's essence, but looked like a sweet dream. Intrigued, Darkrai glided closer and stretched out its hand to touch. The moment it did, it was pulled inside. Within the dreamscape, Darkrai found itself in a peculiar house. 2 floors, quiet and ominous. It tried to fly, but couldn't. That was a first. Never before had it been bound inside a dream. Just as it considered leaving, a sound drifted down from upstairs. Curious, Darkrai climbed. At the top, it found a door. Opening it revealed a cabinet and a diary on the desk. Darkrai ignored the diary. The sounds above were more compelling. It slipped into the cabinet, listening. Strange clattering noises. The sound of crawling. But Darkrai realized something unsettling. It couldn't fully sense the dream. Very unusual. Climbing higher, it reached a trapdoor. The attic was pitch black, impenetrable even to Darkray's eyes. It groped around and found a lighter. Human technology. With a flick, the flame ignited, illuminating the attic. Darkrai turned and saw her, Kayako. Her face pale as death, streaked with blood, her body crawling unnaturally close. For the first time in ages, a surge of raw fear gripped Darkrai. It screamed, and Kayako dragged it away. Why is it that nowadays, no matter what dream I have, it always ends up being about filming Ju-on? The next morning, Edward let out a huge yawn, then dragged himself out of bed. While rubbing at his drowsy eyes, he puzzled over this question with a faint trace of bewilderment. Last night, Edward had a dream. Dreaming, of course, was nothing unusual. After all, most people do dream. The real difference lies in whether one can clearly remember the scenes from the dream afterward, and, even more so, whether one can attempt to control the dream. That latter kind of dream is usually called a lucid dream, something relatively rare, a little mysterious, and, to many, strangely fascinating. A lucid dream refers to the state where, while dreaming, a person suddenly becomes aware that they are dreaming and then consciously shapes and directs the dream's development, making it unfold according to their own wishes. That is what's meant by a lucid dream. But Edward had never experienced such a thing before, and he often doubted whether this kind of dream even truly existed. After all, it sounded almost too outrageous to be real. Think about it. If a person could freely control their own dream, then wouldn't that mean they could truly become an all-powerful tyrant within their own dream world? In such a dream, becoming Superman to save the world, or directing and starring in some surreal horror piece like Mirrors, would be no problem at all. On the internet, there were indeed plenty of people claiming they had experienced lucid dreams. But whether these accounts were true or merely boastful exaggerations remained a matter of debate. But the dream Edward had last night was definitely not a lucid dream. Perhaps because during the day he had been focused on working out the script for Ju-on, when he fell asleep, His dream naturally revolved around filming that very project. What puzzled Edward, though, was that in the dream, a very strange fellow had barged onto the set. This oddball stumbled into the filming location unexpectedly, then brazenly went upstairs to provoke Miss Kayako. And then things took a bizarre turn. Somehow, the actress playing Kayako suddenly transformed into the real Kayako, and she dragged that poor intruder away, ripping his lower jaw clean off. The bloodiness of it all was shocking. Yet, in his dream, Edward actually praised the scene as a brilliant addition. He even grabbed Kayako, the real Kayako, and started discussing how they could film the follow-up plot. Even more bizarre, Kayako gave her own suggestions. Truly surreal. Almost as surreal as that one dream I had before, where I actually slept with Kayako. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. This dream was utterly absurd. But when compared with some of his past dreams, it was almost tame. After all, he had once dreamed of having an intimate encounter with Kayako. Of course, Edward always believed that one particular dream had only happened because, back then, he kept hearing people repeat that ridiculous online catchphrase, "If you're bold enough, even female ghosts will take maternity leave." That constant repetition had burrowed into his subconscious and produced that dream. It definitely had nothing to do with some strange kink. Yawning again, Edward shuffled into the bathroom to wash up. But while brushing his teeth, a curious thought struck him. The Kayako from his dream last night, it actually gave him some inspiration and even helped him shape a clearer definition of the kind of actress he wanted to play Kayako in reality. Once he finished freshening up, he went out for breakfast. There, Zoroark was already waiting, arms full of thick documents, munching on its own food. "Boss, here's the preliminary list of actors we've filtered out according to your requirements." Zoroark pushed a thick stack of files over. Edward twitched the corner of his mouth. He knew there would be a lot of applicants, but he hadn't expected this many. "You've already eliminated the ones without any yoga or dance foundation, right?" Edward asked immediately as he took the documents. "Already removed, boss. But because you needed these materials urgently, some of the actors here haven't gone through full screening for acting skills yet." After all, applicants came pouring in from all over different regions. Zoroark sighed helplessly. Indeed, yesterday, after Edward mentioned that for his next horror film he needed a female lead to play a ghost, Zoroark had passed the word along to the company's departments. The result was overwhelming. Applications came flooding in by the handful. Even with the added conditions, the number of qualified candidates was still massive and growing daily. If Zoroark hadn't insisted on giving Edward this smaller pile first, the stack would probably have doubled in thickness. Strange as playing a female ghost might seem, it was still a chance to rise to stardom. All right then. Edward flipped through the materials. He didn't bother reading them in detail. Instead, he focused directly on the ID photos. Yes, ID photos. Not casual selfies or lifestyle shots. Why? Because ID photos, taken under strict conditions and unflattering lighting, tend to reveal a person's true appearance. In the entertainment industry, people joked that an ID photo was the ultimate demon-revealing mirror. If someone still looked beautiful or handsome in their ID photo, then in real life they definitely wouldn't be far off. Zoroark peeked curiously at its boss. It was the first time it had seen Edward select actors purely by face value, ignoring everything else. What kind of horror film was he planning this time? Edward's productivity was absurd. Most directors took half a year to a year between projects, and even that was considered prolific. But Edward? He churned out film after film, each one of remarkable quality. Few in the industry could compare. The only precedent in the Pokémon League's film history was an older director, once infamous for financial ruin. In order to pay off his enormous debts, that man had frantically accepted every film job he could get, and in just 5 years, he had shot 12 films. But the cost of that insane productivity was clear. 10 out of those 12 films were outright trash. The man was ridiculed as a trash film director. It was only by sheer luck, one later masterpiece that won him Best Director, that he finally managed to redeem his reputation. Now, Edward calmly continued flipping through photos, searching for his Kayako. Kayako, the core ghostly figure that defined nearly the entire The Grudge series, was undeniably the soul of the film. Casting her was critical. Too beautiful was no good, such a Kayako would lack menace and eeriness. Too gentle or too soft-looking wouldn't do either. Ultimately, it came down to instinct and first impressions. That was why Edward only cared about ID photos. This one won't do. A Kayako with baby fat? I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face. This one either. Her eyes are way too seductive. She should be playing a temptress, not Kayako. Her temperament just doesn't fit. This one looks like a man. A tomboyish character could work in another role, but not here. Edward rolled his eyes. Despite the mountain of applicants, very few suited his taste. He did, however, set aside a few that seemed passable for later consideration. Then, suddenly, he froze. His eyes landed on a particular dossier. Takako Fuji, member of the Johto Hyacinth Theater Troupe, has extensive stage acting experience. Edward blinked. That name was interesting. On top of that, her photo matched perfectly with the image of Kayako in his mind. She was practically a natural-born Kayako vessel. The only question was whether she met the other requirements. He quickly read through her file. 24 years old. Still technically a student. But because her mother was also a stage actress, she had joined theater productions early, accumulating rich performance experience. Currently enrolled in Johto Film University's acting department. A small-time actress, known only among local theater enthusiasts. Trained in dance and yoga with excellent flexibility. In fact, she could even contort her joints into unusual positions, a skill considered an advanced yoga technique. Now that's interesting. And her name, too, it even resembles the actress who originally played Kayako in Ju-on. Edward looked at her photo, feeling very satisfied. 24 years old, still young. Kayako required heavy makeup anyway. Though there would be a few scenes where she appeared human, most of the time she would be in ghost makeup, crawling about to terrify the audience. A younger, more flexible actress would mean fewer stunt doubles were necessary. She's the one. Check her availability. Edward pulled Takako's file from the pile and set it aside on the table. Then he casually slurped up some noodles. The hotel breakfast buffet had noodles that morning. Not being a picky eater, Edward had gone with that, and they tasted just fine. Understood, boss. I'll arrange for her to come audition. Zoroark reached for its phone. No audition necessary. She has stage experience. Just ask if she'll sign the contract. Edward waved him off, calm and decisive. Theater actors rarely had poor acting skills. Their greatest strength was always their mastery of lines. True, Kayako didn't need much dialogue, mostly just chilling, gurgling throat sounds, but that didn't matter. Eh? All right. Zoroark was stunned, but after rereading Takako's file, it didn't object further. It dialed the company to have them handle the official contact and contracts. Zoroark knew this young woman was lucky. Being chosen by Edward meant she was guaranteed to star in a movie. And judging by his current pace, there might even be sequels. So far, the only series with a sequel under Edward was Sherlock Holmes. But Zoroark had already noticed him drafting notes for Ju-on 2. At that very moment, Edward himself was already brainstorming Ju-on 2, even chatting idly with Shizuka over the phone while doing so. Recently, Edward and Shizuka had been in regular contact, their relationship warming subtly. But with Edward busy shooting films and Shizuka tied up with league government work, they hadn't yet met in person. That thin layer of window paper between them remained unpierced for now. Meanwhile, at Johto Film University, Takako. A woman burst into the cafeteria, calling out anxiously. Her loud voice made many students turn their heads. Mom? Why are you here? Takako leapt to her feet, hurrying to steady her mother, her face full of confusion. Her mother's expression softened with relief when she saw her daughter safe. But after glancing around at all the onlookers, she tugged Takako outside into a quiet corner where no one else was around. Takako, you're about to become a big star, her mother whispered excitedly, almost trembling. Takako blinked, dazed. She had no idea what her mother meant. Was it some award for their theater troupe? A sudden opportunity? Aya, never mind the details. Hurry, come with me. We're buying plane tickets today. We're flying straight to Hoenn, her mother exclaimed. Hoenn? Takako's brain whirred. Then she remembered. Yesterday her mother had mentioned that director Edward was recruiting an actress to play the female ghost in his next film. The requirements included having dance or yoga training. Her mother had quietly submitted her profile on her behalf. Wait, it's Director Edward. Takako gasped in surprise and delight. Yes, Edward himself chose you without hesitation. He wants you to sign the contract. Her mother was almost crying from excitement. This was Edward Stone, the hottest new director in the entire film world, a man armed with cutting-edge technology, hailed as the most powerful director alive. Everyone in the industry begged to work with him, and he was known for catapulting people to stardom. Anyone who had appeared in his films had at least doubled their pay since. Now, her daughter wasn't just joining, she was playing the female lead. Even if it was a ghost, it was still a starring role. Takako was ecstatic. She wanted to scream in joy, but mindful of eavesdroppers, she restrained herself. Quietly, she sent her class advisor a leave request on her phone, then hurried after her mother. Though she was still a student, she knew well enough how treacherous people could be. The film academy was filled with examples of jealousy, rumors, even malicious sabotage. Yes, Edward had chosen her. But what if someone tried to intercept halfway? So, she held her excitement inside until she finally got into her mother's car. There, she let her smile burst out. A ghost role, huh? Takako gazed at her reflection in the mirror, touching her face. She didn't think she looked like a ghost. Why would director Edward pick her? It was a mystery. But no matter. Whether a ghost or something else, as long as Edward had chosen her, she would give it everything she had. She absolutely would not let him down. You are Takako Fuji? Edward looked at the girl before him and immediately recognized her identity. After all, that face of hers carried an extremely strong sense of familiarity to him. The reason was simple, because in his previous life, the actress who played the terrifying Kayako in Ju-on was none other than Takako Fuji. That most iconic image of Kayako was forever tied to her. The only drawback was that, even after makeup, Takako Fuji still looked a little too pretty. So when she appeared in a horror film, the sense of terror always seemed to be diluted just a bit. Yes, I am Takako Fuji. Director Edward, I'm very honored to be able to work with you on this film. Takako extended her hand openly and confidently to shake his. Edward nodded slightly. Her personality seemed good. Her voice wasn't bad either, though for Kayako, speaking much wasn't necessary. Suppose you were a ghost, a woman whose neck had been twisted and broken, dying a painful death. What kind of sound do you think you should make? Edward asked with great interest. Beside them, Takako's mother looked at her daughter with unease. Director Edward's sudden question was indeed one that left people unsure of how to respond. Although they had already signed the contract, it was now evident that Director Edward had his own ideas he wanted to test. Hearing the question, Takako subconsciously touched her neck. A broken neck? In such a situation, it would be impossible to make normal sounds. Speaking properly would no longer be an option. The voice would be restricted. Once the vocal cords were destroyed, a person wouldn't be able to produce proper words anymore. What would come out instead would be, Takako tried to imitate the sound. Edward listened without commenting. The sound wasn't bad, but it still lacked something. Still, Edward wasn't dissatisfied. After all, this was not a question anyone could truly test. Generally speaking, no audience would bother to research what exact sound a person made when their neck was broken. No. I want you to make a gurgling, bubbling noise, Edward explained his request. This sound will become a deathly proclamation, Kayako's signature cue. I want the audience to develop a conditioned reflex. Whenever they hear that sound, it means Kayako has arrived. Gurgle. Takako tentatively copied the noise. Edward nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this was exactly the sound he wanted. Seeing his approval, Takako and her mother both let out a sigh of relief. Clearly, the director was very pleased. Edward, meanwhile, studied her more carefully. Takako's appearance was identical to the actress who had played Kayako in his past life. Even the name was the same. Edward couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Could this be fate? Did Arceus itself want him to bring forth the most extreme kind of horror into this world? For now, Kayako was settled, and he had already chosen an actor for Takeo Seki. But he still needed other cast members to complete Ju-on. Still, filming Ju-on would take some time, as Edward had to first attend the awards ceremony for Buried and hopefully add a few more trophies to his shelf. Takako, let me tell you about your character's background. Think about it yourself, then tell me your own interpretation of this role. Edward smiled warmly. He had already discussed the male lead Takeo Seki's characterization with George before, but since Takeo's traits were fairly fixed, there wasn't much need for deeper exploration. Kayako, however, was different. She was the soul of Ju-on. Edward wanted to hear how Takako herself would perceive her. Surprised, Takako nonetheless obediently sat down across from Edward. Zoroark politely led her mother out for tea, leaving the director and actress to talk alone in the office. After all, this involved crucial plot details. Even Takako's mother couldn't know them. If something leaked later, she could end up blamed. Kayako Seki. That's the character you'll be playing. She's the absolute female lead of my new project Ju-on, though she is a ghost. Edward chuckled lightly, easing her tension. This character. My current setup is this. She was born into an exorcist family. Kayako's mother was a famous shrine maiden in her youth, known locally for her powers. Every time someone came suffering from possession by evil spirits. Slowly and clearly, Edward narrated Kayako's backstory. Takako listened intently. This was her role after all. And judging from the director's words, she had the sharp impression that he was planning for sequels as well. After all, Kayako's mother's story, or her younger sister's story, both could easily become spin-offs. But as she absorbed Kayako's tragic background, Takako began to form strange thoughts. She didn't think Kayako was a simple villain or evil spirit. Kayako seemed more complicated than that. Edward noticed her pensive look, but said nothing. He recalled how Ju-on also had a novel adaptation, which contained details not shown in the film. One particularly vivid scene stuck in his memory, Kayako's reunion with her beloved, Shunsuke Kobayashi. In the novel, Kayako appeared before Kobayashi, hoping for his comfort and compassion. But instead, Kobayashi screamed in terror and fled. That moment shattered her remaining humanity. Betrayed and devastated, her yearning twisted into hatred, and she killed him mercilessly. Moreover, Kayako was capable of a certain degree of communication. For instance, when some victims failed to understand why she acted with such cruelty, questioning her motives, Kayako would make them endure her pain firsthand. She let Takeo Seki torture them in the exact same way he had tortured her. Eventually, those victims would break, wishing only for death, and in doing so, they too became fuel for the curse. The film, of course, could only show a simplified version, Kayako being beaten and having her neck broken, a process shown in mere minutes. But in the novel, she had been tortured for a long time before her gruesome death, and her resentment had built to unimaginable levels. Such details couldn't pass censorship on screen. Director Takashi Shimizu had also deliberately omitted the Kayako hoping for Kobayashi's salvation moment, likely to make her appear more monstrous and less sympathetic. Director Edward, I think Kayako's character. Takako finally shared her thoughts. Edward listened patiently. What surprised him was that she felt Kayako longed for love and attention. While that interpretation deviated somewhat from her image as an evil spirit, it still aligned with the original novel and Kayako's tragic circumstances. Your insight is good. But I want that tenderness, that longing, to appear only in the human Kayako, the living Kayako. Once she is a ghost, there must be none of it. Edward smiled, then handed her a notebook. Takako looked at it in puzzlement. Filming Ju-on, the Grudge won't start right away. I have to attend the awards ceremony first. During this time, I want you to use your own handwriting to write a diary. Record Kayako's first meeting with Shunsuke Kobayashi, her feelings for him, her unrequited love, and finally, their tragic reunion. Write it as love twisted into obsession, love that grows distorted and abnormal. Kayako's diary would be an important narrative device, helping reveal her background and driving the story. And Edward wanted Takako to write it herself. In film production, things like newspapers, articles, or books often had to be fabricated by the crew. But a diary was different. It needed to feel authentic. Many directors would provide a sample. Edward, however, preferred his actress to write it in her own words. Understood. I'll do it, Takako agreed eagerly, clutching the notebook. The director had described everything so vividly, from Kayako's first meeting with Kobayashi to her silent, obsessive crush to their final reunion. She felt confident she could capture it. Seeing this, Edward nodded, then let her leave. He told her that for now, she should practice her dance and yoga to increase her flexibility. That way she could better embody Kayako's eerie, contorted movements. After Takako left, Edward casually checked his alien fear points. Alien, 89,874, 1 draw available. Almost 90,000 already? The growth really is fast, Edward muttered, tapping to draw. You have obtained Nightmare Possession. Huh? Nightmare Possession. Edward blinked, puzzled. Does this mean making people have nightmares? That's all the word nightmare usually implies. Nightmare Possession, limited to once per film. You may designate one actor to receive possession by a story's character spirit. They will perform as if truly embodying that role. The higher the compatibility, the greater the effect. If compatibility falls below 50%, the skill cannot be used. Possession ends when filming ends. You may pause the possession state at will. Edward widened his eyes, lost in thought. This ability sounded absurdly powerful. Possession by the actual story character? Could it be that the actor would literally be possessed by the spirit of the character they were playing? To act as a ghost by becoming one? Zoroark, call Takako Fuji back. Edward shouted excitedly. Zoroark, who had just brought him tea, rushed out and quickly returned with her. Edward glanced at her, and a system prompt appeared. Designate this actor. Yes, Edward answered silently. Designation successful. Current compatibility, 65%. Suggest improving makeup to increase likeness. Possession may also be triggered immediately. His eyes lit up. It really worked. This was fascinating. Edward rubbed his hands together eagerly but first sent Takako to the makeup artist. Although his film crew wasn't with him in the Unova region, the nearby film academy had plenty of makeup artists. Soon, under his instructions, Takako was prepared. The makeup was simple, all exposed skin painted pale white and dark shadowing around the eyes. But with that alone, compatibility soared to 85%. This time, no further improvement suggestions appeared. Edward didn't hesitate, he activated the possession. At that very instant, in another world, in Tokyo's Narama district, inside a long-abandoned haunted house, Kayako herself was staring silently at 3 foreign students trespassing in her yard. They were noisy, chattering about the local legends. Kayako simply watched. Had they stayed outside, she wouldn't have touched them, they bore no grudge yet. But the 3 unlucky souls had stepped into her home. Gurgle. Kayako's bloodshot eyes glared. Her curse had already begun to cling to them. But just as she prepared to act, a tremendous force pulled her away. In an instant, Kayako vanished from that house. At the same moment, Takako's expression changed completely. Her gaze became unbearable to meet. Anyone locking eyes with her would feel cursed. When she opened her mouth, the bubbling death rattle sounded far more terrifying and real. If before her imitation had felt forced, now it was horrifyingly genuine. Up close, one could even smell faint blood, as if her throat had truly been broken. Pause, Edward whispered mentally. Immediately, the aura of death around her disappeared. Edward exhaled in satisfaction. This ability was indeed incredibly powerful. If earlier Takako had been acting as Kayako, then now she was Kayako. Just looking at her a moment ago had made Edward feel the impulse to run. Her eyes, filled with resentment and hatred, were unbearably terrifying, widened to an impossible degree, almost as if they were about to pop out. "Takako, your presence is absolutely perfect," Edward applauded. Takako herself seemed unaffected, which pleased him even more. Clearly, the possession wouldn't rob the actor of self-control. That saved him a great deal of trouble. Watching her smile with joy, Edward also revealed a grin. With such power at hand, if Ju-on didn't terrify audiences to death, then it would be his fault as a director. But Edward had confidence. He believed in his own skill. "Boss, the Pokémon League Film Festival is about to start. When are we going over?" Zoroark asked as it glanced at Edward. Edward, however, was focused on his phone. On the screen was a headline. "Aliens box office surpasses 2 billion. 3 billion within reach. Ghost Films Productions' new patent sparks movie-going frenzy." Edward scrolled further down and saw more news articles, but nearly all of them revolved around Alien. That left him somewhat speechless. Alien slaughters the competition, film industry in turmoil. Renowned director Brandon Pitt states, "Ghost Films Productions' new patent is a game-changer for the entire industry." Just seeing those headlines gave Edward a headache. "You go ahead and book the tickets first," Edward muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The constant barrage of sensational headlines was wearing him out. No, on second thought, it wasn't just the headlines. It was that certain people in the industry had finally lost their patience. Even though Edward had been busy with the Unova Sci-Fi Film Contest these past weeks, Alien had been dominating the theaters, smashing records with an impressively high screening rate and raking in box office revenue. The film was undeniably eye-catching. But with success came trouble. The more money Edward made, the more envious others became. If this went unresolved, the situation would turn dangerous. Sooner or later, rival forces would want nothing more than to destroy Ghost Films and snatch away his precious new patent for themselves. Alien's fear points. Edward glanced at his system panel. The number had already soared past 150,000, nearing 160,000. Considering it took around 80,000 to trigger one lottery draw previously, hitting 160,000 meant he could roll again. If he could pull something useful this time, maybe he'd have a way to counter this looming crisis. "Zoroark, how's the internal research going? Is the company's R&D department making progress with popularizing the patent?" Edward asked. He hadn't just sat around waiting for the lottery. After obtaining the patent, he'd immediately had Zoroark send it to Devon Corporation's research division to see if they could replicate the technology, design new cameras, and mass-produce them. That way, the problem might resolve itself. He wasn't against letting his patent revolutionize the industry. After all, unless he could monopolize the entire film world, which was impossible, this outcome was inevitable. "Boss, word from R&D is, they've hit a wall," Zoroark admitted helplessly. It wanted badly to help, but the patent was just too bizarre. The head researcher even joked that stumbling upon this patent was like having a lottery ticket smack you in the face while walking down the street, 5 identical bets, all hitting the jackpot. It was absurd. Or like a meteorite falling from the sky, cracking open to reveal a pile of gold. Pure dumb luck. "I see," Edward exhaled. He hadn't understood much of the technical jargon himself, but even his layman's perspective could tell it was fiendishly complex. Expecting the team to replicate it so soon was unrealistic. "Looks like I'll have to rely on the lottery again," Edward murmured. If the draw didn't help, his only other option would be to divide and pacify rival companies one by one. Just then, Zoroark brought over the flight details. The ticket was for tomorrow morning. The awards ceremony was scheduled for the day after, so the timing was perfect. Edward wasn't particularly concerned about most awards. Best screenplay, best actor, and so on weren't his priority. What he truly had his eye on were best picture and best director. If he secured those, his reputation would skyrocket. "Boss, you seem really invested in these awards?" Zoroark poured him tea. Edward had been about to message in the group chat, but paused at the question, setting his phone aside. "Not that invested. But to prevent certain people from constantly using this against me, I need some official recognition," Edward said, sipping the tea before setting it down. Left to his own devices, he wouldn't care about trophies or honors. Audience approval mattered far more. But the endless noise from detractors accusing him of chasing fame without accolades was grating. Better to silence them with hard proof. Zoroark recalled the online backlash earlier and nodded. True, without some titles to his name, the haters would never shut up. The next morning, Edward boarded the plane and headed straight for the festival's venue. Alien. 168,241 fear points. Without hesitation, he triggered the lottery. You obtained Extraordinary Lens, Youth Edition. Extraordinary Lens, Youth Edition, a cheaper, simplified version of the Extraordinary Lens. Provides immersive effects, though not as strong as master-level cinematography. Edward let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, the system had provided exactly what he needed. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to quiet the industry's complaints. Unless rival directors could capture legendary Pokémon to power their own films, they wouldn't surpass this anytime soon. With the issue handled, he felt much lighter. He leaned back, closed his eyes briefly, and gazed out the window at the passing clouds, lost in thought. This year's festival was held in a critique city in Johto, a seemingly ordinary city, though not without its peculiarities. A critique, huh? Hopefully nothing strange happens there, Edward muttered. The city's bell tower, home to the legendary Ho-Oh, made him uneasy. His luck with legendary Pokémon had been consistently troublesome. He quickly shook his head. Impossible. Ho-Oh was far too busy playing cameraman across the skies to linger at the bell tower. Even if it was there now, it would surely be gone by the time of the ceremony. Ho-Oh. Edward yawned. When the award day finally arrived, nothing unusual happened. Edward exhaled in relief. Boss, there are so many people today, Zoroark said excitedly. Edward glanced around, then straightened his suit. For once, he was dressed formally, an obligation for such events, lest gossip spread. Not too bad. Daniel, I imagine your schedule's packed lately, Edward asked his actor. This time, he hadn't brought a large entourage, only Daniel and Zoroark. The rest of the crew were comfortably watching from a 5-star hotel courtesy of Edward. Yes, boss, the schedule's been busy. But if you're filming, I'll always make time, Daniel replied respectfully. Edward chuckled. No matter how many times he told him to relax, Daniel always treated him this way. I'm not shooting anything right now, Edward waved him off. He had plans for Juon, but given Daniel's rising star image, Edward didn't want him associated with horror films just yet. It might hinder his momentum. Although Edward looked forward to the festival, once inside, he quickly found it dull. Endless flattery, self-congratulations, industry schmoozing, it was tedious. Still, thanks to releasing the Youth Edition lens yesterday, plenty of people approached him warmly. Director Edward, your new patent is truly remarkable, an old man said, smiling as he sat beside him. Edward turned, startled, then hurriedly greeted him. It was none other than director Kirk Kelpie, a legendary filmmaker who had directed countless masterpieces and introduced theories that shaped modern cinema. In short, a giant of the industry. Director Kirk, you flatter me. I'm unworthy of such praise, Edward said modestly. Facing such a senior, he didn't dare posture. In truth, he deeply admired this man. Kirk was, in many ways, a composite figure of several legendary directors from Edward's past life, most prominently Alfred Hitchcock. Haha, don't be so modest. Your patent is fascinating. Even I, an old relic, feel tempted to return and shoot another film, Kirk said with a hearty laugh. Edward's eyes lit up instantly. Kirk was a world-renowned master of suspense, his work celebrated everywhere. Sadly, he had retired at 60, claiming he'd earned enough and deserved to enjoy life. But now, he wanted to come back. Director Kirk, would you consider joining my company? I'll finance everything. You pick the script, the cast, and direct however you like, Edward said eagerly. If Kirk agreed, it would be an unbelievable coup. Kirk fell into brief thought. He hadn't lied, the patent truly intrigued him. As a director, he could see its revolutionary potential. The chance to test it in his own films stirred his long-dormant passion. Really, only financing? No strings attached? Kirk asked. Edward nodded firmly. Kirk hesitated. He'd grown weary of meddling financiers who dictated casting or forced product placements. Their interference had been part of why he retired. But if Edward genuinely meant hands-off funding, then he might finally create the film he truly wanted. Haha, in that case, I'll trouble you. I'll be sure to deliver a worthy piece of work, Kirk said with a smile. Since the patent came from Edward, it felt right to collaborate. And Edward, as Devon's heir, clearly had the resources to back his word. The two exchanged contacts and even added each other as friends. Edward was about to continue chatting when the awards ceremony officially began, forcing him to pause. Meanwhile, Kirk glanced at his phone. A while back, a friend had sent him an intriguing script. He hadn't touched it, given his retirement, but now. Rear Window, he whispered with a faint grin. He'd read the script before, it was clever. But now, with the new technology, he envisioned an entirely different way to bring it to life. On stage, the announcer declared, "This year's nominees for Best Screenplay are Unit 743, Crisis, Buried, and As the Gods Will. Please welcome guest presenter, Director Kirk Kelpie." Edward perked up. He'd only watched Crisis and As the Gods Will. Unit 743 had abysmal ratings, so he hadn't bothered. Haha, good evening everyone. I'm Kirk Kelpie, and today, it is my honor once again to stand here and present an award to the rising waves of the film industry. Director Kirk stood smiling broadly on stage. Down below, Edward looked at this once legendary director who had long since retired from the industry. The man was clearly still deeply respected. No sooner had he stepped onto the stage than countless camera flashes exploded like fireworks. Edward smacked his lips. This is what status looks like. No wonder so many people fight tooth and nail for it. When your status is high, life really can feel much sweeter. The screen behind Kirk began playing highlight clips from the 4 films nominated in the current category. Out of courtesy, Edward lifted his head to watch. The first was Unit 743. Edward studied the montage carefully. The editing was quite clever. They had picked some of the film's more polished moments. I just don't know if these are the only highlights the entire film has to offer, Edward thought with a wry smile as he leaned back in his seat. The League Film Festival, after all, was considered the most prestigious and fair festival in the entire Pokémon world. But as long as people were involved, true impartiality was nearly impossible. Backroom deals, exchanged favors, and hidden networks inevitably played a role. That was why some films entered without any real hope of winning. Their goal wasn't victory, but a nomination. Just being able to brag, we were nominated for Best Science Fiction Film alongside classics like Wandering Planet and Star Voyage. We were just unlucky to lose to masterpieces was already a form of capital. In Edward's eyes, Unit 743 carried exactly that kind of hollow meaning. He hadn't seen it yet, but from the reviews alone, it couldn't be anything stellar. Wow, boss, I didn't think Unit 743 could even get a nomination. That's insane. The plot was stiff, and the character work was all over the place, Zoroark muttered beside him. Daniel, seated on the other side, nodded emphatically in agreement. Edward's mouth twitched. You two already watched it, he asked, incredulous. What the hell? Why am I the only one here who hasn't seen it? I saw it too, boss. The story really wasn't good, and the special effects were terrible. Probably to save money they hired a third-rate effects team, Daniel said quietly. Edward remembered that strange bird monster he'd glimpsed in a trailer and could only nod grimly. The thing had looked ridiculous. Just then, Director Kirk's voice boomed again. And now, the winner for Best Screenplay, he also happens to be the investor in my comeback film. It's director Edward Stone. For a moment, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. Even the air itself seemed to pause for several long seconds before erupting into thunderous applause and a wave of hushed discussions. Edward gave a helpless smile. With the cameras already zooming in, he could only adjust his jacket, stand, and head toward the stage. Even so, most eyes remained on Kirk. He was a veteran, a master of suspense films with a rich legacy of works behind him. Many production companies had tried to lure him back for years, but he had politely refused every offer. And now, not only was he returning, but under Edward's investment? Senior Kirk, those words of yours will be tomorrow's headlines, Edward said as he accepted the crystal trophy, half laughing, half helpless. The award itself was nothing more than cut crystal. Its honor outweighed its material worth. Not that Edward cared for its physical value anyway. Ha ha, Edward, just don't blame me for stealing your front page coverage. Kirk chuckled heartily. Edward shook his head with a rueful smile, then gave a brief but earnest acceptance speech before stepping down amid waves of murmurs. The festival moved on, award after award being presented. Edward paid little attention to most of them. His eyes were fixed on Best Director, Best Picture, and especially Best Actor. After all, although Daniel had become a top star thanks to Sherlock Holmes, if he wanted the rightful title of Film Emperor, he would need that Best Actor trophy. And now, for Best Actor, please welcome Chairman Joel Theismann to present the award. The moment the host announced it, Daniel, who had been sitting casually until now, immediately straightened up, his expression taut with nerves. Edward almost laughed at the sight. The nominees for Best Actor are Daniel Clovis in Buried, Donald Gramp in Unit 743, Rocco Smith in I Am Legend, and Ben 11 in the main feature. Chairman Joel rattled off the names swiftly. Edward liked that. Better than those drawn-out hosts who tried to milk every word for suspense. Unit 743 is clearly just here to make up the numbers. If that actually wins, this festival's credibility will be a joke, Edward muttered. I know Rocco, he was my college classmate. His acting's always been solid, Daniel whispered, hands clenched as the screen began playing highlight reels of each nominee. Edward had seen I Am Legend. Though busy with his own projects, he still found time to watch films in his downtime. It was a classic rags to riches tale of a rookie trainer rising step by step to become champion, though this time, the champion was literally the league champion, which was admittedly a bit over the top. But the film was billed as a biopic, supposedly based on Leon himself. Given that, it wasn't too far-fetched. The main feature was pretty interesting too, even if the title was weird, Zoroark added, its exposure to films growing ever broader since becoming Edward's assistant. Edward mused silently. Though one of the nominees was clearly a filler, the others were stiff competition. Then the final clip rolled, Daniel in Buried, screaming in despair, then sighing in resignation, accepting death with calm dignity. And the Best Actor award goes to Daniel Clovis for his role in Buried. A film with only one actor, yet one that buried the entire audience in raw emotion. Daniel rose to his feet, ecstatic, and made his way to the stage. Edward clapped warmly behind him. This man, once nearly crushed by life, once deliberately suppressed, had fought through it all and finally triumphed. Though many said it was Edward who gave him the chance, Edward knew the truth. The root of it all was Daniel's perseverance, his refusal to give up, his constant honing of his craft. Of course, choosing him as the lead had also been a crucial factor. Daniel really had it rough, Edward murmured as he watched his actor, eyes wet and voice trembling, thank him over and over on stage. Zoroark clapped happily beside him. The following awards, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, barely registered for Edward. None of his films had nominations there. Then came Best Director. At once, Edward sat straighter. If he could win this, it would finally silence all those internet trolls who mocked him for lacking official recognition. But when the presenter was announced, Edward blinked in surprise. Me? I'm presenting, he said aloud, confused. Others in the hall were equally baffled, until it was revealed the idea had come from Jim Carrey, the scheduled presenter. Jim was famous for his pranks and also one of the greatest comedy actors alive. Yet as Edward walked onto the stage and saw the bearded man smiling beside him, a pang of emotion stirred in his chest. It was well known, comedy actors were often plagued by depression. The silent film master before had been so. Jim, too, was rumored the same. Though he smiled, Edward could see the weariness hidden in his eyes. Thank you for letting me present tonight. Honestly, I thought I'd just be sitting below, heart pounding, waiting, Edward quipped as he held up the envelope. He wasn't nervous. The result was already sealed inside the paper. Worrying wouldn't change it. So, he chose to relax. As the screen replayed highlight reels of the nominated films, Edward tore open the envelope and glanced at the name. And the award for Best Director goes to. Edward deliberately stretched the words, and the hall grew silent in anticipation. The director of Buried, Edward Stone, he announced with a grin. Laughter and applause erupted below. Carrie clapped along enthusiastically. As Edward shook his hand before leaving, he leaned in and whispered something softly. Jim blinked in surprise, then smiled faintly and nodded. Winning Best Director, Edward no longer minded Best Picture. It was an unspoken rule of the festival. The director's prize and the top film award rarely went to the same person. And indeed, when the winner was announced, it was not him. Of course, it had to be this one, Edward thought knowingly when Earthquake was named. He'd guessed it the moment he saw it among the nominees. It was based on a real historical disaster from Pokémon League records. As long as it wasn't horribly executed, its victory was guaranteed. Zoroark agreed. It was a main theme film, but honestly very well made. Starting from a small person's perspective, using the little to show the great, it really brought tears to my eyes. Edward nodded silently. He too had seen it. It was touching, well-paced, with no forced logic. Worthy of the prize. And besides, he hadn't come to hoard awards. He had already filled his cart. When the festival finally ended, Edward yawned. The event had been enjoyable, though far too long. If he hadn't slipped away quickly, they would have dragged him to the after-party. Director Edward. Outside, he unexpectedly encountered Jim Carrey again. But now the man's smile was gone. He looked tired, weary, almost hollow. "I'm glad you came," Edward said warmly. But Jim shook his head, pressing his fingers to his brow. His voice was tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Director Edward. I really don't have the heart for movies right now." Edward said nothing. Instead, he pulled out his tablet and handed it over. Jim frowned. He had just declined, yet Edward was still pushing. But out of courtesy, he glanced down. And froze. The Truman Show. The title alone piqued his interest. He decided to skim a page. Just 1 minute. Then another. And another. Soon he was fully absorbed. As a seasoned actor, he could instantly recognize the power of a script, and this one resonated with him more deeply than he expected. He had refused because he thought he wasn't suited for Edward's horror works. But this was something different entirely. Looking at the protagonist Truman, Jim suddenly felt a sharp sense of kinship, as though the role had been written for him. "Boss, are you planning to invite Mr. Carrey to star in your new film?" Zoroark asked curiously. Edward nodded. That was exactly his intention. "Director Edward, can I play him?" Jim asked, eyes shining with uncharacteristic fervor. Edward met his gaze seriously and nodded again. He had written The Truman Show with this man in mind. And it seemed he had chosen well. Although Edward and Jim had successfully struck a private deal to shoot The Truman Show, Edward still had Ju-on, the grudge weighing on his hands. Because of that, he explained the situation to Jim, asking him to wait a little longer. Unexpectedly, after reading the script for The Truman Show, Jim developed an interest in Ju-on, the Grudge. He even asked Edward if he could have a role in that movie as well. The Grudge. Edward looked at Jim in front of him and fell into thought. It wasn't Jim's acting that concerned him. His acting skills were undeniably excellent. The real issue was his persona. After all, Jim had starred in countless successful comedies, which made his screen presence feel somewhat like that of Mr. Bean in Edward's past life. The moment he appeared on screen, audiences instinctively felt the film was a comedy, or at least had comedic elements. At present, the lead roles are already set. Only supporting roles remain. Edward considered carefully, then decided to let Jim give it a try. His acting ability was top-notch, and besides, Edward genuinely admired him. "Of course, I don't mind at all," Jim replied with a cheerful grin. Seeing this, Edward reached a verbal agreement with him. Jim only needed to visit Ghost Films the next day to sign an official contract with the legal department. Securing an outstanding awards while also bringing in such an actor, Edward was quite satisfied. This year's film festival was shaping up to be immensely profitable for him. As for another festival later in the year, Edward wasn't overly concerned. After all, he already held the title of Best Director from the League Film Awards. The only thing left was Best Picture. Still, out of courtesy, Edward planned to attend. That festival was scheduled for the year's end, which left him with ample time to film Ju-on, The Grudge. While the movie was frightening, horror productions usually didn't take too long to shoot. That night, Edward stood in his hotel room, gazing out the window. His room faced directly toward the bell tower, the most famous landmark of a critique, and indeed one of Giotto's most famous landmarks overall. The reason was simple: someone had once captured Ho's appearance there. The bell tower. I seem to remember it has a special storyline, Edward muttered to himself as he looked into the distance. In his memory, Ho had indeed appeared there, and Reiku, Nti, and Suakun had also manifested. Still, Edward doubted he'd encounter them. These legendary beasts were elusive by nature, glimpsed only on rare occasions. Even though he carried Groudon at his waist, its situation was unusual. Most of the time, Groudon slumbered deeply without stirring, so much so that Edward often forgot he even had it with him. QQ climbed onto Edward's shoulder, happily rubbing against him. Edward chuckled, stroking its head before pulling it into his arms. Beside him, Dusclops floated silently, staring out of the window as if lost in thought. Q, you've been sticking to me more and more lately, haven't you? Edward teased, ruffling its head before lifting it up and playing its favorite game, tossing it gently into the air and catching it again. Q squealed joyfully, laughing as Edward played with it for a while. When it grew drowsy, Edward set it down to rest, while Dusclops continued to hover silently, still staring outside. Curious, Edward glanced out as well. The hotel was one of the tallest buildings in a critique, and thanks to its location, no nearby high-rises obstructed the view. The sightlines were vast and open. Yet Edward couldn't tell what exactly Dusclops was watching. Void, what are you looking at? He finally asked. The moment Dusclops heard him, it floated suddenly upward, then drifted down behind him. Without warning, it slipped straight into Edward's body. He froze for a moment. No, that wasn't quite right. It didn't enter his body. Rather, it had overlapped with him. Edward didn't feel any discomfort, but now, through Dusclops' eyes, he could see the ghostly fire flickering. And then he froze again. Because standing outside his window was a woman in white. She stood there quietly, watching him. Edward's heart jolted. He was certain she hadn't been there before. Yet now she was, meaning this was what Dusclops had been watching. He took a step forward, breaking free from Dusclops' vision, and instantly the woman disappeared. When he stepped back, she reappeared, still gazing at him silently. Then, noticing he could see her, she gave him a faint smile and waved gently, before vanishing entirely. Edward was left stunned. What on earth was that? He frowned in confusion. It had to have been a ghost. But in this world, encountering ghosts wasn't unusual at all. Ghosts existed here as naturally as Pokémon did. Dusclops, for example, could sense people nearing death, guiding their souls into the spirit world. But why would a ghost be watching me? Edward pondered. Countless horror tropes flashed through his mind, ghosts asking the living to avenge them, or tragic tales of lingering love between humans and spirits. But in most stories, ghosts simply killed relentlessly. Still, that was fiction. In the Pokémon world, such things had never been documented. The only reports were of Pokémon attacking humans, not true ghosts. Whenever rumors of ghost attacks spread, investigations inevitably revealed that Ghost-type Pokémon were responsible, not actual spirits. So, Edward wasn't worried about a horror movie-style curse unfolding. After thinking it over with no clear answer, and since Dusclops soon drifted off to sleep, Edward gave up dwelling on it. He lay down and quickly fell asleep himself. The next morning, he didn't bother revisiting the strange encounter with the woman in white. Instead, he packed up with Zoroark and returned to Hoenn. With 2 months before the next film festival, his plan was simple: finish shooting Ju-on. "Boss, aren't we making movies a little too fast?" Zoroark asked while delivering documents. "Perhaps," Edward admitted calmly. "But by the time Ju-on is filmed, edited, and approved, Alien will already be off theaters." Indeed, Alien had already been showing for some time. When Ju-on, the Grudge, released, it would ride the lingering heat. Besides, their genres were different. Edward's adaptation of Alien had kept the original horror but added more gruesome death scenes, pushing it firmly into splatter film territory. Ju-on, the Grudge, by contrast, leaned into psychological terror and creeping dread. The styles were distinct enough that audiences wouldn't tire of them. And even if filming wrapped quickly, Edward could delay its release. After all, many films weren't screened immediately upon completion. Some waited years before release, while others strategically avoided competing blockbusters. And in rare cases, finished films simply vanished into obscurity, unable to secure distribution slots. "Is the new film really called Ju-on, the Grudge?" Zoroark asked curiously. Edward had a knack for naming films dead silence, One Missed Call, Sherlock Holmes. But this title sounded a bit strange. "Yes, Ju-on, the Grudge." Edward's smile carried a deeper meaning. This horror classic, brought to life through masterful cinematography, what kind of reaction would it stir in audiences? Edward was eager to find out. At minimum, it would surely be rated for adults only. Zoroark glanced at him uneasily. That smile of his was unsettling, almost eerie. What exactly was their boss thinking? Edward then turned to the document Zoroark had delivered. It contained a list of companies applying to rent the new Youth Edition cameras, along with their offered prices. Practically every major studio with money had rented one. A handful of wealthy companies had even outright purchased them. After deducting costs, profits already exceed $1 billion? Edward's eyes widened slightly. That was astonishing. Even after subtracting R&D expenses, the net income was astronomical. A single revolutionary invention truly was a goldmine. In a monopoly, he held complete control over pricing. And this was only the beginning. As films using the new cameras entered the market, traditional filmmaking would face an icy winter. Studios either adapted or perished. "Keep $500 million. Donate the other $500 to the charity fund," Edward instructed, setting the file aside. Ghost films would soon be earning enormous sums regardless. Unless competitors developed similar technology, revenue would remain steady for years. And even if some companies purchased cameras outright, that would still mean a massive one-time profit. Not every studio could afford to buy one immediately anyway. Most would continue renting, giving Edward time to build wealth. With the remaining $500 million, he planned to reinvest into expanding his company. At present, Ghost films lacked talent. Aside from himself, only Ada and Monica had a bit of fame. That wasn't sustainable. He didn't want Ghost films to be seen merely as his film factory. Director Kirk's emergence had made him realize expansion was essential. And he already had a plan: consult professionals. While Edward wasn't well-versed in corporate growth, others were. Thus, he sought out Kennedy, who readily accepted the responsibility of drafting a professional development plan. Meanwhile, Edward tasked Zoroark with assisting Kennedy, while he personally led the studio's film crew to begin shooting Ju-on. The chosen location was already secured: Lily Grove City in Hoenn. The area suited his vision perfectly. He had even purchased a house there specifically for the production. It wasn't as though he lacked money. "Are the actors in place?" Edward asked, looking at the house before him. Its design and slightly decrepit state matched the eerie aesthetic of Ju-on, the Grudge, flawlessly. "Director, I'm here." Takako raised her hand, having already accompanied the team. Beside her, George smiled as well. He had come along too, since the judging for the competition was finished. "George, may I ask who won this time's grand prize?" Edward inquired curiously. The sci-fi film competition's prize money wasn't enormous, but it was still substantial. If he won, he could donate the funds as well. George chuckled and pointed at him. Edward understood immediately it was him. Though Alien was a horror film, it wore the skin of science fiction. Its depiction of space travel, cryo chambers, and interstellar settings carried heavy sci-fi elements. So, Edward wasn't surprised he had one. For your roles, do you have any questions? Edward asked as he looked at the group of actors in front of him. This time, the cast was huge, larger than in any of the films he had directed before. That was only natural. After all, Ju-on was a story told in fragments, with many different perspectives. It needed many characters, or rather, many victims. Supporting roles were plentiful, and since this version was based on the VHS edition, there wasn't really a single living protagonist. If one had to name the leads, then the true protagonists were Kayako and Toshio. Director, I'd like to ask, the role I'm playing, what happens to her in the end? One middle-aged woman asked, clutching her script nervously. Edward glanced at her. She was playing the mother who later moved into Kayako's house, the same woman in one of the VHS's most iconic scenes, the mother on the stairs who turns her head without a jaw. She gets her internal organs hollowed out and dies, Edward answered calmly. Still, he didn't actually plan to shoot that scene. The death was far too gruesome. Sure, filming it would be terrifying, but he felt that not showing it might leave a subtler, more chilling impression, one that gnawed at the audience's imagination. The woman swallowed hard in relief. At least she wouldn't have to perform that scene. Director, I play Kobayashi Shunsuke. Did he truly never notice Kayako's feelings for him? Jim asked curiously. Edward didn't mind the interruption. Today was script discussion day, after all. Sometimes an actor's questions could spark inspiration, so he was willing to listen. No, he doesn't notice in the story, Edward explained with a smile. Kayako never confessed. She only stalked him, followed him, and even hid under his bed to eavesdrop. Casting Jim Carrey as Kobayashi Shunsuke had been a deliberate choice. There weren't many suitable male roles in the theatrical version. Takeo Seki was already cast, and of the remaining characters, Kobayashi fit Jim the best. She even hid under his bed to listen in? Takako, another actress, couldn't help blurting out in disbelief. Edward chuckled and nodded. Yes, she hid there. To eavesdrop. The setting was undeniably disturbing, especially since what she overheard were Kobayashi's private moments with his partner. Jim, however, didn't seem fazed. He had dealt with obsessive fans in real life before. That experience had made him extremely cautious about home security, ensuring no crazed fan could ever sneak into his house. Most of the cast found Kayako's behavior unsettling, but since it was Edward's script, they had no objections. They busied themselves preparing. Still, compared to the actors, the props department was the busiest, creating endless items for the set. Meanwhile, Edward guided the young actor playing Toshio to draw on the walls. In the VHS version of Ju-on, the cursed house contained Toshio's drawings. Some were handled by the props team, but others, placed in prominent spots, had to be drawn by Toshio's actor personally. Edward had once watched all the behind-the-scenes footage of Ju-on. Seeing how it was made dulled much of his fear. That was the danger of horror films. Bloopers could shatter the audience's terror. But for him, as the director, it was necessary. He even believed that including some bloopers later might be essential. Otherwise, the terror of Ju-on might be so overwhelming that audiences wouldn't dare rewatch it. After all, the VHS edition carried an old rumor that it had once literally scared someone to death. By the end of the day, the set was finally ready. Edward prepared to begin shooting. Now we'll shoot the scene where Takeo Seki murders Kayako, he announced. The house looked ordinary now, bathed in morning light, no longer abandoned or decayed. It seemed like just another suburban home. But Edward knew that after the film was released, countless viewers would shudder at houses of this exact design. Ju-on 1 had two storylines: Kobayashi's home visit, where Kayako's story was revealed, and the tragedy of the Seki family massacre followed by another family moving in. The VHS ended with a real estate agent's perspective. Edward, however, found that unsatisfying and revised it. Moreover, some deaths had been left vague. For example, the girl whose jaw was torn off, why that happened was never explained. And Tsuneshi's death was unclear as well. These scenes had been shot originally, but cut. Edward planned to reinstate them, using those deleted segments in his version. With the actors in position, filming began. The first scene was Takeo Seki's madness as he killed Kayako, intended to be intercut later as flashbacks. To strengthen the performance, Edward activated the nightmare possession. Immediately, Takako's acting soared. Her expressions and movements became so raw and harrowing that even the seasoned actor George struggled to keep up. "Cut," Edward called, rubbing his temples. He hadn't expected such difficulty with just one scene. "Mr. George, you don't need to be so nervous. Right now, you look like you're the victim," Edward teased. George pressed his lips together, glancing warily at Takako as she touched up her makeup nearby. "Director, it's not nerves. It's that look in her eyes right from the start. I could feel it." He rubbed his arms as goosebumps spread across them. Edward scratched his head silently. It was true. Once possessed, Takako's performance had terrifying intensity. And how could it not? Kayako herself was channeling her own death. The actors only pretended to be tortured and killed. Kayako had truly died that way. The way she moved, twisted, and stared, it was a reenactment of her own murder. Her gaze alone carried venom, a malevolence so sharp it made others instinctively look away. Yet George had to stare straight into it for the scene. No wonder he cracked. Though he recovered quickly, the first day ended with little progress. "Miss Fuji, your acting is astonishing," George admitted, rubbing his temples. He had worried Edward's casting choice might be weak, but clearly, Edward remained a director who prioritized acting skill above all else. Fuji's performance was so strong it overwhelmed him. Takako said nothing. She only turned her head slowly, smiling in a way so chilling that George bolted for his boxed dinner. Edward quickly deactivated nightmare possession, and Fuji returned to normal. "This ability is effective, but its side effects are intense," Edward muttered. She wasn't just acting Kayako, she was Kayako. And this was still Kayako alive. What would happen once she acted as a ghost? Would she become truly possessed? He could only hope not. The next day, they filmed Kobayashi's storyline. Surprisingly, it went smoothly. Though Jim was a comedian, his acting was excellent. Even when facing the possessed Takako, he held his ground. "Cut," Edward called. He stood by the staircase, watching Takako's unsettling stare. Though he knew it was Kayako herself, not Takako, he didn't feel much fear. "Makeup," he shouted. Having the real Kayako crawl down the stairs worked perfectly. Her contorted body was more terrifying than any human actor could replicate. In most films, limitations of the human body made those shots difficult. But possessed, she was grotesquely authentic. They filmed that sequence for 2 whole days, not because of weak acting, but because crew members kept screaming and ruining takes. Jim, however, remained unfazed. Afterward, he even complimented Takako's acting, though she kept glaring at him with that poisonous look. When the Seki storyline was finished, Edward redressed the set. The house would now become the Tokunaga residence, destined for tragedy as well. He restored deleted scenes of Hitomi Tokunaga and Katsuya Tokunaga's deaths, one involving the brutal tearing off of Hitomi's jaw. Finally, he rewrote the ending. Instead of the realtor, it would close with police officers who had entered the cursed house, only to die horribly. The realtor's perspective he reserved for Ju-on too. Though directing a horror film, Edward himself felt no fear. He saw it all through the lens of production, not as an audience member. And between takes, seeing the cast cheerfully eating meals in ghost makeup dispelled any lingering dread. Meanwhile, his ghost-type Pokémon, Q and Void, floated happily around the set, feeding on the abundance of fear. Their presence even attracted wild ghost Pokémon, and Edward had to hire extra staff to keep them from disrupting filming. Sometimes, though, he forgot to deactivate Takako's nightmare possession, leading to accidents. One night, after filming, he was about to rest when a piercing scream split the air. He rushed to the set. What happened? He flung open the door. A young woman from the props team sat trembling on the floor, legs shaking, with a faint smell that betrayed her terror. Others hurried in. They found her pointing at the ceiling, pale with fright. Edward followed her gaze, nothing was there. But the nearby closet door stood ajar, and he immediately guessed. Checking the system, He realized he had forgotten to pause nightmare possession. The moment he deactivated it, a thud came from the closet. Takako sheepishly crawled out, still wearing Kayako's blood-streaked makeup. "Sorry. I was just trying to get into character. Didn't notice anyone coming in," she said apologetically. Edward could only laugh bitterly. Yes, that would have been terrifying indeed. Edward glanced at Takako standing before him, then turned his eyes toward the staff member who had been frightened to the point of tears. For a moment, he felt that this whole scene could actually be woven into the later parts of the Ju-on storyline, or, if nothing else, edited into a behind-the-scenes reel. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought a camera along tonight. Even if he wanted to film this bizarre incident, it was too late, so for now, he could only shelve the idea. Or rather, this reminded Edward of what he had done back when he was shooting Dead Silence. He had set up a haunted house attraction, invited people inside, and then staged elaborate pranks to scare them. Of course, such things required participants to sign agreements beforehand, and they always had to be compensated handsomely afterward. Compared to those prop-based scares, though, Edward thought that if Takako herself took on the role of frightening people, the results would be on another level entirely. She could probably reduce countless people to tears. Just look at the poor staff member in front of them as proof. According to her story, she had come back because she'd left some belongings behind during the day's shoot. After the day's filming wrapped up, she had thought to retrieve them. But when she entered the house, the door suddenly shut behind her and then refused to open again, no matter how hard she tried. And then I heard someone speaking upstairs, the young woman stammered, sitting trembling on the floor, her eyes still wide with leftover terror. "I thought maybe one of the actors hadn't left yet, or maybe it was a thief." She cast another frightened glance toward Takako, unable to suppress the fear in her gaze. Edward scratched his head. What she said wasn't unreasonable. After all, filming had ended for the day. Though Edward had already purchased this house, he didn't allow random people to enter in order to protect the set from damage. So her coming back to retrieve her things wasn't strange. What puzzled him was why the door had refused to open. Could it have been nightmare possession? The thought flashed through his mind. That skill allowed Takako to become possessed by Kayako. From everything Edward had observed so far, its effects were disturbingly powerful. Whenever Takako acted under possession, her performance exerted crushing pressure on the people around her. Edward himself never felt it, since Kayako could never harm him, but for the others, it was another story. Plenty of people had already been frightened by Kayako's aura. Then, the moment I noticed the door was closed and the voices stopped, I was just about to head back downstairs, but suddenly, the door behind me opened by itself. I didn't think much of it at the time. So, I just walked in. Inside, there was no one, only the props lying around. But right then, I heard creaking noises coming from above, in the attic. I called out, but no one answered. I got worried that maybe someone had fainted up there, so I climbed up. Listening to the girl's account, Edward felt his lips twitch. He rubbed his face, caught between amusement and exasperation. Should he say she had good luck? Or terribly bad luck? Because what she had just described was straight out of the Tokunaga family arc, a segment they hadn't even started filming yet. Although Jim and George had already wrapped their roles, the Tokunaga family scenes hadn't been shot at all. The reason was simple. The set needed renovation, and until the fresh paint fully dried, filming couldn't begin, or the walls would peel and break continuity. And then, I had just climbed into the attic when I heard something crawling toward me. In the dim light, I saw a blurry figure. Instinctively, I shone my phone's flashlight at it. Her voice quavered more and more as she spoke. By now, Edward had guessed the truth. Takako, still under Kayako's possession, had been upstairs in the attic, finding her sense of character. The moment she heard footsteps, this unlucky girl had climbed up. Even though Takako had already removed her makeup, with Kayako's possession active, creating terrifying illusions was child's play. No wonder the poor girl had been scared to the point of wetting herself. Terrified, she had scrambled down the stairs in a panic, only to witness the chilling sight of Kayako dropping from the attic and crawling toward her through the shadows. It was a bit much. Honestly, Edward thought this young woman had remarkable courage. An ordinary person might have fainted dead away on the spot. All right, Takako. Next time you're looking to get into character, give me a heads up first, Edward said helplessly, waving a hand. Still, he wasn't about to admit it was partly his fault. He couldn't exactly explain to others about nightmare possession. If he did, they would probably start wondering if he was losing his mind. Yes, Director. I know I was wrong, Takako said earnestly, nodding. She truly hadn't expected to frighten a staff member so badly this time. The other crew members, especially those in charge of stagehands and props, exchanged wary glances. Clearly, next time they needed to enter the house to arrange the set, they would first make absolutely sure Takako wasn't lurking inside. Otherwise, the next ones reduced to tears might be them. Everyone knew by now just how terrifyingly realistic Takako's acting became. The mere thought of what that poor girl had gone through tonight made their stomachs churn. To encounter such a scene in the dead of night and not faint on the spot, that was already a stroke of luck. After resolving the matter of Takako unintentionally terrifying a staff member, Juon's filming continued to progress steadily. Around this time, Edward finally met with Zoroark again. All handled? Edward asked. Zoroark nodded. It had been following Secretary Kennedy at Ghost Films, helping handle company affairs. Thinking of this, it handed Edward a stack of documents. Edward took them and gave them a quick glance. They contained Ghost Films' current development reports, staff expansion, the formation of dedicated talent scouts and agent teams to sign and cultivate future stars, and the hiring of several renowned directors from within the industry. At the same time, Ghost Films had begun nurturing its own in-house directors and screenwriters. In short, everything was moving at high speed. Good. That's exactly what I want to see, Edward said with satisfaction. A company couldn't rely forever on his films alone. And since he would eventually take over Devon Corporation, his responsibilities would only multiply. Ghost Films had to learn to run smoothly even without his direct involvement. How much did Alien gross in total? Edward asked. By now, the movie's theatrical run had ended. Final box office, $3.5 billion. Zoroark reported with a smile. Edward was pleased, though not overly so. When he checked his fear points, his mood dipped again. Despite the $3.5 billion gross, it only gave him enough to draw once more in the system lottery. The requirements for draws were rising higher and higher. But the online reviews aren't especially good, Zoroark added. Quite a few people complained that the xenomorphs were too disgusting. They said they couldn't eat properly for days after watching. Edward wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this reaction from the very beginning. Back during filming, he already knew that with monsters like the xenomorphs, creating genuine fear relied heavily on jump scares and sound design. Competing directly with traditional horror films was difficult. To heighten the terror, he had modified the murder scenes, adding unique twists with the xenomorph Pikachu. Combined with his master-level cinematography, these choices had amplified the audience's immersion. That people felt physically ill afterward only proved how effective it had been. Don't worry about it. Alien was meant for award competitions anyway, Edward said as he set the documents aside. He had no plans to continue the Alien series himself. At best, he might hand it off to up-and-coming directors under Ghost Films. Perhaps some of them could grow into talented monster movie specialists. Zoroark didn't argue. The film had already earned staggering profits, even after theaters took their cut, usually around 50% of ticket sales, plus taxes and other expenses. Even so, Ghost Films' share still came to well over $1 billion, giving the company a massive development fund. Edward quickly allocated the income. Half would go to further company development, and the other half would once again be donated to his charity. The foundation had become one of his most well-known initiatives. It had brought Edward, Ghost Films Productions, and even Devon Corporation immense public goodwill. To many families in need, the Stone family name was practically synonymous with salvation. This goodwill also cemented the Stone family's position in society. Edward had no intention of abandoning it. In fact, he planned to gradually increase his donations. Still, he had zero interest in becoming Pokémon League chairman. That job was exhausting. His older brother, Stephen, already worked himself half to death in the champion position. Edward couldn't even imagine shouldering that burden. He preferred simply being a wealthy man who complained about having too much money. As for the donations managed by Code, assign a dedicated person to oversee them. Make absolutely sure the money goes through properly. I've heard about some scam groups targeting charity funds, trying to trick money out of people, Edward reminded Zoroark. What? There are actually people that despicable. Zoroark was shocked. Edward nodded grimly. In this world, there were plenty of vile individuals. To them, money meant for life-saving treatment was just another opportunity to line their own pockets. That said, large-scale online fraud was rare in the Pokémon world. The presence of Porygon made such schemes extremely costly. Fraudsters needed powerful Porygon of their own just to resist League surveillance. Even then, laundering money across regions was a nightmare, since the world's banking systems were unified. All in all, scams were difficult and expensive, but not impossible. Just warn Code to stay alert. I won't be contacting him about money transfers anytime soon, nor will you or the company accountants. That way, if anyone does try to impersonate us, he won't be fooled, Edward said firmly. It was better to be safe. Zoroark jotted this down, then leaned closer with curiosity. Boss, what are you filming right now? Now? We're shooting the Tokunaga family segment, Edward replied calmly. On set, 2 schoolgirls in uniform were feeding rabbits. As the camera pulled back, the shot turned into a voyeur's perspective from the trees in the distance, giving the impression someone was watching them. Takako was already in position. This was the infamous sequence where Tokunaga Kazumi and her friend fed the rabbits, ending with her friend's death and Kanai's disappearance. In the original cut, director Takashi Shimizu had minimized it, only mentioning Kazumi's disappearance through police dialogue and showing a brief shot of her chin. But Edward knew the full story. Kazumi fed the rabbits alone after her friend stepped away. Kayako attacked and killed her. When the friend returned, she found only Kazumi's shoe and the corpses of the rabbits. Then Kayako's death rattle sounded behind her. Turning, she saw Kayako crawling from the shadows. Terrified, she sat on the ground, clutching a small shovel to defend herself, only for the corpse of Kazumi, now puppeteered by the curse, to join in the assault. The screen would cut to black. Though never explicitly shown, the ending was clear. Kazumi disappeared, and her chin was later discovered embedded in her friend's shattered corpse. Zoroark's face turned pale. Watching Kayako's grotesque movements, it bolted off in a hurry. To Zoroark, Edward's scripts seemed to grow more twisted by the day. As for the poor audience, could they even handle it? No, Edward thought grimly. The real question was whether the censors could. Corey, an auditor for the Hoenn Regional Film Bureau, was responsible for reviewing movies. For him, this was quite a good job. After all, what he had to do every day was simply watch films, something that was both a duty and a kind of leisure. And with the wide variety of films submitted, many were genuinely interesting. What made it even better was that Corey himself was a passionate movie lover. He adored films, had been obsessed with them back in college, and had watched countless classics. Never would he have thought that after graduation, his career would still revolve around watching movies. So, Corey had always liked his job very much. Of course, sometimes he would come across strange or overly niche films, tedious productions that made him want to fast forward. But Corey still took his work seriously, carefully completing his reviews even when enduring dullness. He knew well that the movie market was huge, and only a fraction of films ever made it to theater screens. The majority would disappear into obscurity, unseen by most. Yet, every single one of them needed to pass through the Bureau's approval process. As such, Corey had watched an enormous number of films of vastly varying quality, some so poor they gave him a headache. Even so, Corey persisted. Because beyond the bad ones, there were still plenty of outstanding films. And then came the greatest challenge of his career. Director Edward Stone. A rising star, a new generation filmmaker who both loved and excelled at directing horror films. His technical skills were remarkable, and his unique style had brought a breath of fresh air into the Pokémon film industry. Ever since his breakout film Dead Silence, the horror genre within the Pokémon world had undergone a drastic transformation. Before his arrival, horror films had always followed the same tired formula: Ghost-type Pokémon playing tricks, only for some unlucky ghost to be caught by a trainer or subdued by League investigators. It was repetitive, predictable, and boring. Corey had seen so many that he could guess every ending before the halfway point. But once Edward Stone emerged, everything changed. Horror films became genuinely frightening. Others began imitating Edward's style, producing horror films with similar aesthetics. But none could fully escape his influence. Traces of his vision lingered everywhere. His mastery of sound and jump scares had startled Corey countless times. Even so, Corey could accept it. After all, he loved his job. Watching films, earning a salary, what more could a movie enthusiast ask for? That was until Edward unveiled his new patented technology. A technology that created an overwhelming sense of immersion. The day Corey watched Alien, he couldn't eat meat for 2 full days afterward. He went vegetarian. Because every bite of meat made him recall scenes of aliens ripping humans apart in grotesque ways. The facehuggers lunging directly at his face, the horror of feeling their tendrils forcing into his mouth to implant embryos, those images stayed with him vividly. Corey was devastated. Even closing his eyes brought back visions of being impregnated by those creatures. For the first time, he truly considered resigning. But then he remembered Edward Stone was heir to the Devon Corporation. He probably wouldn't have time to make films frequently. And even if he did, Corey might not always be the one assigned to review them, since the Bureau worked in shifts. Not every film landed on his desk. Should I resign? Corey muttered at his desk, staring at the reel in his hand with deep reluctance. Come on, Corey, let's go. What can we do? It's our turn today. 9 colleagues walked up, looking grim. Corey rubbed his cheeks, unwilling. The movie in his hands was Edward's newest work, titled simply Ju-on. Just 2 characters. No frills, no embellishments. But Corey knew Edward well enough to understand. The simpler the title, the heavier the weight it carried. Curse, grudge, Ju-on, words that already carried dreadful connotations. Curses. Resentment. Hatred. None of it sounded good. Is it too late to quit now? Corey sighed, wishing he could crush the reel in his hands so he'd never have to watch it. Have you paid off your mortgage? Did you buy your child a house yet? Do your parents have enough for retirement? Enough money for healthcare, a middle-aged colleague asked heavily, patting his shoulder. Corey's mouth twitched. At that moment, all thoughts of resignation vanished. You know the rules. If you want to quit, you need to file a resignation request a month in advance. A female colleague sighed. Corey suddenly stood up straight. Compared to director Edward's horror films, unemployment in middle age is far scarier, he said seriously. Motivation surged within him. Because in the end, Edward's horrors were still just movies. Ghosts on screen were played by actors. They couldn't actually crawl out of the screen. But middle-aged unemployment, mortgages, car loans, saving for the future, that was true horror. The 10 auditors exchanged looks, then carried the reel to the screening room. Other colleagues outside glanced at them sympathetically. Everyone in the Hoenn Film Bureau knew by now, watch anyone's movies, just not Edward's. His films were far too terrifying. With the new immersion technology, watching them felt like you yourself were trapped inside, hunted by ghosts. And just as Alien had finally finished its run, here came that man again, bringing another new nightmare. Corey inserted the reel into the projector. The 10 sat down in the darkened screening room. Professionalism, or maybe just sheer survival pressure, forced them to straighten up and take the reviews seriously. Alien was just gore and blood, so maybe this won't be too bad. Probably just another film full of killings, the middle-aged colleague next to Corey tried to reassure him. Corey forced a weak smile. And then Ju-on began. The opening explained the curse. A grudge born from those who die with deep hatred. The place where they perished becomes stained with their rage. Whoever enters will themselves die, and a new curse is born. Strange text flashed on screen, eerie flickers setting Corey's breath uneven. Then a name appeared. Kobayashi Shunsuke. A man came into view. An ordinary middle-aged man. But Corey instantly sat upright. He recognized the actor, Jim Carrey, a once famous comedian. His acting skills were superb, but he had never won the award he longed for. He had disappeared from the screen for years, and now he was suddenly starring in Edward's film. Corey. Shunsuke? That's his name. Corey winced. His own name coincided with the characters. His colleagues noticed too, but none of them laughed. They were all too focused on the screen. Drawn in, Corey lost himself in the story. On screen, Shunsuke spoke to his pregnant wife during dinner, mentioning a missing student. The boy's name, Toshio Seki. His parents, Takeo Seki and Kayako Seki, once known as Kawamata Kayako, a name Shunsuke remembered from college days. Kayako, now a mother. Shunsuke decided to make a home visit to check on Toshio. After work the next day, he arrived at the Seki residence. No one answered the bell, so he stepped inside. The house was cluttered with strange drawings. Toshio appeared, silent. Shunsuke tried talking, but the boy barely responded. He pulled out his phone to call Toshio's parents, but at that moment, his wife phoned him instead. He moved to the window for better reception. Behind him, Toshio suddenly opened his mouth and let out a bizarre, cat-like cry. The camera pulled back to reveal a white-dressed woman watching silently from the second-floor window. Toshio's segment ended abruptly. A new name appeared. Mimiyuki. This time, Corey found himself watching from a third-person perspective beside Mimiyuki, a young tutor. She taught a girl, who then left hurriedly to feed the school rabbits, leaving Mimiyuki alone. The once happy household grew eerily silent. Strange sounds echoed again. Mimiyuki put on her headphones, listening to music. But soon the music warped, glitching into grotesque noises. The sound cut out. For an instant, the world became vacuum quiet. Then came the bubbling, rattling noise again. Corey swallowed hard. The sound felt as though it was directly above him, vibrating from the ceiling. His unease grew unbearable. Miyuki, too, sensed it and moved toward the door. But as she opened it, the world outside had plunged into black night, though it had been bright daylight only moments ago. A sudden meow split the silence. A litten darted inside. Miyuki screamed, scrambling into a closet. The perspective shifted into Miyuki's eyes. From inside the closet, Corey stared down at the litten, fear pressing on his chest. Then the rattling, bubbling sound again, this time from directly overhead. Corey slowly raised his head. Above was a dark opening leading into the attic. Curiosity pulled at him. He climbed up, striking a lighter to see. In the dim glow, a ghastly face materialized, then lunged at him, icy hands clamping onto his head. He screamed in despair as he was dragged upward into darkness. The closet just moved. "I'm not watching anymore," Corey shrieked. The lights snapped on in the screening room. He clutched his head, still feeling phantom hands gripping his skull. "Ha ha," Corey panted heavily, shaken. "I vote for an adults-only rating," a female colleague whimpered, voice trembling with tears. Corey looked at her sympathetically. He understood her home had the exact same layout as the movie house. It was unbearable. "Do we keep watching?" a quiet colleague finally asked. Silence. Then the room darkened once more. They had no choice. This was their job. If they didn't finish, their livelihoods were at stake. Corey inhaled deeply. For the first time, he found himself wishing desperately that a movie would just end. Every second felt like years. On screen, a new name appeared. Takashi. Corey remembered this name, the son from the Tokunaga family, with a girlfriend named Mizuho. Sweet, ordinary kids. But now his name on screen could only mean one thing: death. Which meant Toshio, the first child, must already be dead. So that kid was already gone? Corey shuddered. The film had shifted again, from horror into mystery. And against his will, Corey found himself drawn deeper in. But as another storyline began, Corey's heart was once again on edge. He watched a man riding his bicycle, then answering a phone call. Suddenly, a string of 4S appeared on the screen. Finally, when the guy turned his head and noticed a small boy sitting right beside him, opening his mouth and letting out a cry, Corey still shuddered from head to toe in fright. However, that particular sequence ended there. Corey clutched at his chest, adjusting his breathing for a while. Although the ringtone was somewhat eerie, having already survived the baptism of one missed call, Corey felt that this wasn't too unbearable in comparison. That segment, in fact, was one of the deleted scenes from the VHS version of Ju-on. In that tape version, the guy's death was never shown or explained, though it could still be found on the internet. Edward had simply modified it slightly, adding back the original deleted scenes, thereby completing the shooting of Ju-on 1. Yet while filming, Edward also realized a problem. Those two deleted sequences did indeed affect the level of horror to some extent. In the VHS cut, Kayako and Toshio did not appear in their full forms until later on, which created an even stronger sense of despair. If Kayako and Toshio showed up earlier, it would cause certain issues. The problem was that they would no longer be as mysterious. In the VHS version, the film built its horror through the sudden deaths of characters, brief glimpses of body parts, and fleeting apparitions, making viewers both fearful and curious about the true identity of the ghosts. All of this served as foreshadowing, setting up the terrifying impact of their full appearance later. That was why the later reveal felt so chilling. But in this storyline, Kayako and Toshio appeared with their full makeup and faces exposed. This ruined all the careful build-up that had come before. Edward figured that director Takashi Shimizu must have deleted those two storylines for exactly this reason, instead replacing them with Mizuwa's plot. In Mizuwa's storyline, Toshio did appear, but mostly in the form of his feet, never with a full reveal. Tien, guys, the names here are wrong. I ain't watching the movie at midnight to correct. Not gonna happen. To avoid having his own movie fall into the same pitfall, Edward shot Hirohashi and Kazumi's scenes, but also made certain revisions, ensuring the story wouldn't suffer too greatly. In Hirohashi's scene, Toshio's appearance was kept extremely short, only a blurry glimpse of him clutching Hirohashi's face, before the shot immediately cut to Toshio's wide-open, pitch-black mouth. As for Kazumi's storyline, Edward arranged things so that Kayako only appeared vaguely within the shadows, without ever clearly showing her face. This way, her mystery could be preserved, paving the way for her infamous crawl down from the attic later on. But Corey had no idea about any of this. He only noticed that the next name to appear was Kazumi. Kazumi? That girl who went to feed the rabbits? Why does it feel like everyone who lives in this house is doomed to die? Corey thought to himself. He felt that he was starting to grasp the origin of the story. Yet, he was still unclear about the nature of these evil spirits, where they came from, or how exactly the curse of the Grudge was born. He could only keep watching to find out. Kazumi's experience, along with that of her classmate, quickly made Corey's face turn pale. Ghosts appearing even in broad daylight inside a school, this deeply unsettled him. After all, in traditional horror movies of the Pokémon world, spirits and malicious entities almost always struck at night. Yet Edward, completely disregarding convention, had ghosts coming out to kill in the middle of the day. Mizuwa. A new name flashed on the screen, leaving Corey even more confused. By now, Corey could basically confirm that, as the narration had suggested, this house itself was the very core where the curse had accumulated. Yet he still couldn't understand why the man named Shunsuke had entered before without anything happening. And what about the Siki family? He noticed that the Tokunaga family's house was exactly the same as the Siki household, that very same house Shunsuke had entered at the beginning. But what baffled him was why Shunsuke's storyline had been so abruptly cut off. This mystery tugged at Corey's curiosity. The more he watched, the more absorbed he became, the deeper he was drawn into the film. This time, he experienced everything directly from Mizuwa's perspective, Mizuwa arriving to find her boyfriend Hirohashi, encountering a teacher, but still unable to locate Hirohashi. At this point Corey, as the viewer already knew the truth: Hirohashi was dead. Soon after, the teacher left to search for Hirohashi, while Mizuwa stayed behind in the faculty office at dusk, calling Hirohashi's home. His mother picked up. On the phone, after exchanging a few words with Hirohashi's mother, Mizuwa suddenly heard faint, fragmented noises as if something was walking around. The sound was subtle, but immediately afterward, the call was disconnected. A vague sense of dread welled up in Corey's chest. Just then, an image flashed in his mind. When Mizuwa had been on the phone, a pair of deathly pale feet had been standing right behind her. Corey whipped his head around in panic, but of course, nothing was there. Meanwhile, the teacher still hadn't returned. Mizuwa grew restless, wanting to leave, but still worried about her boyfriend. She cautiously peeked out into the hallway. Empty. Darkness had fallen outside, plunging everything into black. Swallowing nervously, Mizuwa retreated back into the office. She sat restlessly on a chair, fidgeting with the lamp. But as she flicked it on and off, the light suddenly went out altogether. Leaning down, Corey, immersed in her perspective, noticed the plug had come loose. He crouched down to push it back in, but just as his hand stretched forward, a pair of ghastly white feet darted past in front of him, followed by utter silence. Corey's hand trembled. Panic flared. Then, amid the suffocating silence, the piercing sound of a ringtone suddenly shattered the air. The jarring ring struck his heart like a heavy hammer. This is Hirohashi's phone. Corey remembered. Reaching out toward the phone, his hand brushed against something ice-cold. It wasn't the phone. It was a pair of feet, lifeless and cold as stone. The table above him suddenly began to shake violently. Corey screamed in terror, scrambling out from beneath it, only to find the table hadn't moved at all. Only the phone was still ringing. When he finally picked it up, the screen showed an incoming call from that same sequence of 444s. His trembling hands answered it, only to hear an ominous cat-like meow on the other end. The next instant, he felt his clothes being tugged. Lowering his gaze, he saw Toshio standing right beside him, glaring up with venomous eyes as the eerie meows echoed from his mouth. The screen went black. A new name appeared. Kazumi. Though Corey's body was still quivering from the fear, his desire to uncover the mystery only grew stronger. Who was that little boy? Why did he resemble Toshio? Why had Shunsuke's storyline been dropped so abruptly, replaced by the Tokunaga families? Did the Tokunagas come before or after the Sekis? And who was that mysterious woman? All these questions swirled in his mind, filling him with both confusion and dread. For a moment, his analytical thoughts pulled him out of the immersive fear. Casting a glance beside him, he noticed the middle-aged colleague seated next to him drenched in sweat, droplets threatening to fall at any moment. Clearly, he too was badly shaken. Corey quietly sipped some water. He suspected Edward had done all this deliberately. After all, the house used in Edward's film was modeled after the most common type of detached home in the league, exactly the sort many people dreamed of owning, often built with second floors and storage closets. And now, thanks to Edward Stone, that dream home had become a nightmare setting. For the first time, Corey felt glad that he had bought an apartment. At least it had no closets and no attic. His thoughts drifted as the film continued. With Kazumi's death, cries of shock rang out across the room. But the scene didn't end there. It transitioned directly into a coroner's office, where two officers from the police were speaking with the pathologist. From their conversation, Corey learned both Kazumi's and her classmates' gruesome fates. The classmate's limbs had been forcibly twisted and broken, leaving her body fragmented. Yet the autopsy results revealed it hadn't been a homicide. Even more disturbingly, the coroner discovered a jawbone inside her body, one that didn't belong to her, but likely to the missing Kazumi. Meanwhile, Hitomi had already returned home. As she was taking off her shoes, she called out for her children, but neither of them were there. Just then, the phone rang. It was Mizuwa. This connects to Mizuwa's storyline, Corey realized. By that logic, the events should flow together. Thump, thump. Footsteps echoed upstairs. From the corner of his eye, Corey caught sight of someone climbing the staircase. He immediately put down the phone and called out, but received no reply. Unease spread through him. He knew Kazumi was dead. Hirohashi was dead. Even the tutor was dead. Whoever was upstairs now could not possibly be human. But he had no choice. There were bloodstains on the floor. His fear mounted as he lifted his gaze. On the stairs ahead stood a figure in blood-soaked clothing, Kazumi, the girl who had once fed the rabbits. Kazumi? Is that you? Kazumi? Hitomi's motherly instinct and desperate worry overcame her, trembling as she followed. Corey felt sorrow. At this point, she probably thought her daughter had suffered bullying at school. She had no idea that nothing could be undone now. As Hitomi reached the top of the stairs, she caught a glimpse of Kazumi's back and called out. Instantly, the entire screening room seemed to plunge into ice. Every breath in the room stopped. Kazumi raised her head. Her pupils rolled upward, then fell down again. Slowly, she turned her face. Corey had already braced himself. He knew Kazumi was dead, her jaw missing. Yet when she truly turned, he couldn't help but gasp sharply as his whole body was seized by a strange sensation, as though he were about to transcend reality itself. Under Edward's masterful cinematography, Kazumi's horrific visage felt as if she were standing directly before him. He could even smell the faint metallic tang of blood, mixed with another odor that churned his stomach. Corey didn't know it, but it was the stench of a corpse. That stench was unbearable, triggering a deep-seated genetic terror within humanity itself. It was instinct warning. Here lies danger that threatens your life. Yet in this moment, none of that mattered. Just staring at Kazumi's ghastly gaze from the staircase, Corey felt as though his heart had stopped beating. He even felt himself drifting into a state beyond existence. The screening room erupted with screams. Outside, other colleagues cast sympathetic looks at them. How unlucky, they just happened to draw the short straw today. It was Friday, the day the review board finalized screenings for the upcoming week. Unfortunately, this coincided with Edward's latest film being submitted for review. The middle-aged colleague sitting beside Corey rubbed his face. His legs were still trembling. Corey patted his shoulder sympathetically. He knew this colleague lived in a similar kind of house. By sheer coincidence, he also had a son and a daughter, both high school age. Corey wondered whether the man would even dare look at his daughter again after going home. Perhaps during the day it would be fine, but if he saw her standing on the staircase. I just remembered, I have something urgent at home. The colleague coughed. But have you paid off the mortgage yet? The car loan? Do you have savings? Retirement funds? What about your kids' future expenses? Corey asked with mock sympathy. The man's face turned even paler. He silently sat back down. Meanwhile, a female colleague nearby was visibly shaken, staring blankly into space as though in a daze. Yet seeing her trembling legs, Corey knew she hadn't gone catatonic, just scared witless. And being scared witless was fine. If things were this intense already, there were surely even more terrifying scenes to come. Almost as if on cue, the next name appeared on screen. Kayako. Kayako? Corey muttered. He remembered Shunsuke's words at the beginning. Toshio's mother was Kayako, once his classmate. At that moment, Corey was speaking with his wife on the phone. But his wife, Manami, said someone was knocking at the door and hurriedly hung up. Meanwhile, he realized Toshio was nowhere to be seen. Entering the bathroom, Corey saw his hands smeared with blood and a dead Litten lying in the bathtub. But in the very next instant, everything was gone as if it had been an illusion. Though shaken, Corey, still acting in the teacher's role, pressed onward to the second floor. This was the same staircase where Kazumi had turned her head. And there, on the staircase, Corey faintly heard the voices of Toshio and his mother Kayako. Toshio's mother, is she Kayako? Corey's heart was filled with doubt. He still remembered that this particular scene was supposed to be about Kayako. According to how things should unfold, this part should have depicted Kayako's death. Corey hurried forward and soon saw Toshio sitting quietly, sketching something. Yet, strangely enough, he did not see Kayako anywhere. This absence made Corey even more uneasy. After stepping out of the room, the door behind him suddenly creaked open. Only then did Corey notice the study room. Driven by curiosity, he stepped inside. The most eye-catching thing in the study was a diary placed neatly on the desk. In this day and age, who even writes a diary anymore? Corey muttered with a trace of sarcasm. Still, he reached out, picked up the diary, and began to read. A few pages in, his entire body stiffened in shock. Written within were Kayako's disturbing thoughts and actions. The bizarre ideas recorded there made Corey shiver uncontrollably. Kayako had even written about her later encounters with him, filled with strange symbols and words. When he flipped another page, he was startled by the grotesque illustration of an eye staring out from under the page, as if gouged out and hidden within. This is... Corey instinctively wanted to leave. But just as he turned to go, a cluster of flies suddenly buzzed out from the nearby closet. The hell, Corey's face went pale. The closet? That closet? Instantly, the chilling image of the woman being dragged inside earlier flashed through his mind. The identical layout of the room told him the truth. This very closet might be hiding the terrifying female ghost, most likely Kayako herself. But the story did not pause for Corey's realization. Just as in the original events, Shunsuke's curiosity drove him to crawl inside the closet. The moment he raised his head, his eyes locked with Kayako's corpse. Kayako, her eyes wide open in death, stared directly at him. Shunsuke's gaze reflected bottomless fear and dread. Here, Edward deliberately buried a hidden thread. In the original Ju-on novel, there was a description of this moment that never made it into the film. Kayako, in that instant, longed for Shunsuke to save her or at least to express affection or compassion. If he had done so, perhaps her resentment might have eased. But Shunsuke did not. He recoiled in terror, desperate to escape. His fear and rejection completely enraged Kayako, cementing her curse into something that could never be appeased. Since that novel version could not be published in the Pokémon world beforehand, Edward left it here as a foreshadowing. Shunsuke's body went rigid. Panicking, he scrambled out of the study, scooped up Toshio, and rushed down the stairs. At that moment, the camera lingered on Kayako. Her eyes, still wide open in death, turned crimson, tears of blood streaming down. Meanwhile, Shunsuke heard the shrill ringing of the telephone. Confused, he answered it, only to hear the voice of Takeo Seki. From him, Shunsuke learned the horrifying truth. Takeo had already gone to his home, murdered his wife Manami, and ripped the unborn baby girl from her womb. Upon hearing this, Shunsuke collapsed to the ground in despair. Just then, he noticed Toshio staring fixedly at the upstairs landing, making strange sounds. Puzzled, Corey raised his head. From where he sat, he could only see the staircase railing. Then came the thud of something heavy dropping to the floor above. This was followed by the sound of something being dragged across the floor, plastic scraping along the ground. The peculiar noise made Corey's blood run cold. Combined with the scene he had just witnessed upstairs, he could only suspect one thing: Kayako. But wasn't she already dead? How could a corpse move? Yet the stairwell echoed with noises of movement. Corey sat upright, dread gnawing at his chest. He knew something terrifying was about to happen. Sure enough, from the top of the stairs, two pale hands smeared with blood gripped the floorboards. Kayako appeared, her throat emitting that sickening croaking, bubbling sound as she crawled down. Her face was twisted with venomous hatred, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Shunsuke. Shunsuke trembled violently. He tried to stand, but his legs had gone weak, refusing to support him. All he could do was watch helplessly as Kayako twisted her body into unnatural, contorted shapes, crawling step by step closer. The steady, inevitable rhythm of her approach made him feel as though his heart had stopped beating entirely. He struggled desperately, glancing back and forth between the meowing Toshio and the crawling Kayako. By now, he had pieced together the sequence of events. In all likelihood, the entire Tokunaga family had been slaughtered by Kayako, their story unfolding after the Seki family's tragedy. But in this moment, none of that mattered. All that filled Shunsuke's heart was despair. How could he possibly escape this house consumed by curses? Pressing against the door, he reached shakily for the knob. The door creaked open, only for another Kayako's head to drop suddenly from above, dangling directly in front of him. Her face slammed into his view. Shinsuke's entire body jolted violently. Terror seized his chest, his breath turned ragged, and then ceased altogether. In his fading vision, the Kayako crawling down from upstairs continued her advance. In the corner of his eye, he could still see her twisted body clamber onto him, her venomous face drawing ever closer. Boss, the rating for Ju-on just came back. The officials have classified it as adults only. Zoroark walked into the office and reported to Edward. Edward merely nodded. As expected, he had already predicted this outcome when he sent Zoroark to submit Ju-on. Still, the name itself, Ju-on, made his expression grow faintly strange. During filming, Edward hadn't thought it was too frightening. But during editing, the post-production staff were so terrified that several ended up hospitalized. The company even had to hire professional psychologists to keep the trend under control. Many crew members had developed insomnia and recurring nightmares. Edward could only laugh helplessly. The skill nightmare possession was indeed powerful, almost too powerful. Once applied, Takako had transformed completely into Kayako. Most of her performances needed no retakes at all. Only occasionally did Edward need to remind her to restrain herself a little, to not act so naturally. Other directors always begged their actors to act more realistically. Edward, however, had to ask Kayako not to act too real, to consciously let the audience see her as acting. The crew found this bizarre, but when they looked at Takako's hauntingly perfect portrayal, no one dared speak against it. She wasn't just playing Kayako, she had become Kayako. For now, let's hold it back. As for the teaser trailer, change it up, make it like the parody campaign we did for Dead Silence. Edward decided not to reveal too much. He wanted Kayako's grand debut to hit with full force, to scare audiences into tears at minimum. If she appeared too early, the staircase crawling scene would lose much of its impact. Thus, for now, the teasers would stick to simple props and jump scares, leaving the ghost hidden. Understood, boss. By the way, Mr. Yannister asked if you plan to submit any new short films. Zoroark quickly noted everything down and asked. Edward hesitated. It had indeed been a long time since he produced any horror shorts. Short films had once been his main method of harvesting fear points. But after obtaining master-level cinematography, his full-length films now generated far more fear points than shorts ever could. Since fear points currently served only to create fear candies, Edward had largely ignored shorts. Still, after some thought, he decided to make a few again. After all, he had 3 Pokémon to care for. Though Fortune was still in university, busy writing papers every day, Edward cared deeply for him. Every time Fortune came home, Edward stuffed him with fear candies. Void too had become a heavy consumer of fear candies. For their sake, Edward resolved to prepare some new shorts. He also had a new curiosity. Could master-level cinematography apply to short films as well? If so, the fear points harvested might multiply dramatically. I'll film them later. Right now, I just finished Ju-on. I need some rest. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. He was, after all, a rich second-generation heir, yet his daily schedule was busier than a dog's. It didn't feel right. And after wrapping Ju-on, he truly needed to recover, to relax body and mind, and wait for the timing to ripen. Alien had only just left theaters. Audiences were still suffering from horror fatigue. Giving them a break would let him later reap fear points more effectively. Got it, boss. Zoroark recorded everything before leaving quickly. Left alone, Edward checked the business reports for Ghost films. The numbers looked excellent. The company's expenses were relatively low, but profits extremely high. Just the Youth Edition Extraordinary Lens alone had already made him a fortune, not to mention the numerous IPs in his hands. No wonder some movie company sits on such massive IPs yet slacks off every day. Earning money while lying down really is this comfortable. Edward stretched, finally experiencing the joy of effortless income. So long as he released works of decent quality, fans would pour money into his pockets. Even if something mediocre came out, he could always push the blame onto an outsourced team while continuing to lie down and profit. Not that Edward planned to slack completely. Looking at his hefty finances, he promptly allocated large sums to expand Ghost films and donated another portion to his charity foundation. Glancing at the foundation's report, he saw that many people had been helped, yet the number of new applicants was equally high. The ratio of resignations to new volunteers was nearly 1-to-1. This made Edward frown. The foundation's growing reputation and the searchable case archives online had brought in more donations and attention. Naturally, many kind-hearted people eager to help had signed on as volunteers. But charity work placed heavy emotional pressure on them. Some couldn't bear it and left, which was understandable. This odd trend would likely continue until enough veteran staff stabilized the system. Code is really working hard, Edward sighed. All he had to do was donate money. Code, however, had to actually run the foundation. As its leader, desperate families constantly sought him out, begging for aid. Concerned, Edward summoned Zoroark again and instructed it to ask Code to form a security team for the foundation. Though he sympathized with the families, he knew desperate people could act rashly and dangerously. He would not allow tragedies to occur inside the foundation, hurting innocent staff. Even if it seemed overly cautious, it was necessary. Zoroark quickly went to Code, who was surrounded by floating documents, his eyes glowing deep purple as he worked tirelessly. Zoroark? Code asked, startled. He had been too focused on paperwork to notice its arrival. Code, the boss wants you to establish a security team to ensure staff safety, Zoroark relayed. Code nodded, lifted a phone telekinetically, tapped a few commands, then set it down. It's done, Code said curtly, then shut his eyes again. Understanding how busy he was, Zoroark left without disturbing him further. Code indeed had already anticipated such a measure. Meanwhile, outside the Charity Foundation building, a woman with red-rimmed eyes and a heavy backpack stood silently. She stared blankly at the office building before her. Baby, don't be afraid. The security team just got hired and they already caught someone? Edward looked at Zoroark with surprise. Zoroark nodded, its expression a little complicated, clearly not having expected that things would happen so quickly. After all, before this, even Zoroark had assumed that once the security team was set up, things would remain peaceful for quite a long time. In this world, serious crimes were actually very rare. Most corporate security teams had rather light work, except for those companies that frequently had to deal with dark organizations, in which case the risks were higher and the teams more professional. But for most companies, security was little more than decoration. In some residential communities, security eventually devolved into elderly retirees manning the gates. That was why when Edward had insisted on forming a professional security team, Zoroark had thought it might be unnecessary. Who would have guessed that they would prove their worth so quickly? Actually, Zoroark explained, when Code was recruiting and discussing the matter with candidates, the leader of one team noticed a middle-aged woman acting suspiciously nearby. When he asked her a question, she suddenly pulled out a knife. Hearing this, Edward pinched his temples. What kind of situation was this supposed to be? Still, this meant Code didn't need to waste time comparing which team was more reliable. Their capability had already been proven. In a sense, this was the best resume they could present. Edward originally wanted to ask why that middle-aged woman had acted like that, but after some thought he chose not to. After all, this matter involved the Prayer Wall Foundation. Even if he didn't ask, he could more or less guess the reasons, and knowing them would only leave him feeling helpless. Most people who sought help from the Prayer Wall Foundation were already at the end of their rope. But fairness and impartiality had to be maintained, otherwise the foundation couldn't operate normally. And illness was an unpredictable thing, it could suddenly worsen. When that happened, it wasn't unheard of for someone to die before help reached them. Edward wasn't going to plead on anyone's behalf. Once someone brandished a knife, there was no excusing it. If she had really harmed one of the Foundation's staff, that would have been the true disaster. He shook his head. He had already donated so much, and the Prayer Wall Foundation had been able to help more and more people. Yet compared with the number of people who still needed help, it all still felt like a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, donations from other philanthropists across the Pokémon League had begun pouring in as well. That meant more people could be reached and helped. "Boss, about the Foundation's security team?" Zoroark asked. Edward didn't hesitate. He told Zoroark to put the new security team under the name of Ghost Films, with their salaries drawn from the studio's budget. As for the Foundation's money, he wouldn't touch it. In fact, all of the Foundation's expenditures were funneled through Ghost Films accounts, never elsewhere. This was Edward's strict requirement to prevent anyone from nitpicking or twisting the truth. Every single donation received by the Prayer Wall Foundation was used directly and transparently for those who needed it. The accounts were recorded in meticulous detail. Each quarter, when financial reports were published, they included a special note clarifying this. That transparency earned the Foundation more trust and more donations, creating a healthy cycle. Zoroark jotted all of this down before leaving to handle official work. Edward, meanwhile, opened his computer and began drafting the script for The Truman Show. That film was already a classic, etched into the history of cinema. It hardly needed much adaptation. Edward's only change was weaving in Pokémon elements so that Pokémon could appear naturally in the story. Beyond that, there was little that needed altering, which made his adaptation process very fast. The story of The Truman Show was simple. The protagonist, Truman, had lived his entire life unknowingly inside a massive reality show. Everyone around him was an actor. Every moment of his daily life was broadcast live to the world. Except for private matters like using the bathroom or intimate discussions with his wife, Truman was filmed 24 hours a day. He was, without knowing it, the world's most popular superstar. His hometown was a complete set, with odd occurrences every day. People constantly tried to slip in advertisements. And whenever accidents happened, the crew swiftly covered them up. Over time, Truman began to notice the oddities and grew increasingly suspicious. Dissatisfied with his life, he eventually discovered the truth, that his entire world was fake. The film told the story of his decision to break free from the illusion and step into reality. The premise wasn't overly complicated, but its theme was profound. That was why The Truman Show had earned such high ratings and sparked endless debate. The most heated discussion was always, if you were Truman, would you choose to stay in the safe, fake world or leave and face uncertain reality? This single question had fueled forum arguments stretching hundreds of pages. When Edward finally finished his work, he picked up Q and, with Void, went home. Dropping onto the sofa, he turned on the TV to catch up on Hoenn's latest news. The Pokémon League has released the latest professional trainer rankings, drawing widespread attention. A famous archaeologist has unearthed a new ruin, offering new insights into ancient regional history. Champion Leon of Galar has proposed hosting a Pokémon Masters tournament. A Masters tournament? And ancient Pokémon regions? Must be teasers for future game versions, Edward muttered absent-mindedly. Yawning, he propped up his chin as he watched. Before he knew it, he had dozed off. The breeze was gentle, the weather mild, and cicadas droned outside. Free of worries, Edward drifted into deep sleep. When he awoke, the first thing he saw was Fortune. "Fortune? You're back from class?" Edward asked in surprise. He hadn't seen much of Fortune lately. Between his own busy filming schedule and Fortune's schooling, their paths rarely crossed. Still, Edward always made sure to send him fear candy. Fortune beamed and held up an item. It was a diploma from Hoenn University. Actually, 2 diplomas, in Human Resources Management and in Economics. Edward blinked in shock. "You graduated?" he asked incredulously. As someone who had been through college himself, Edward knew how hard it was to complete a double major, let alone graduate early. Preparing for exams and writing theses alone must have been enough to grind Fortune to the bone. And early graduation came with tougher thesis defenses. Passing was no small feat. So, Edward was genuinely stunned. Fortune happily nodded, then handed over 2 more documents. Edward glanced at them and nearly choked. They were notices of guaranteed admission to graduate school. Was Fortune about to pursue 2 master's degrees at the same time? Heaven help him. Edward himself had only ever been an undergraduate. He'd never even attended graduate school. And yet here, in the Pokémon world, his Pokémon was going to grad school. With Fortune's work ethic and talent, Edward wouldn't even be surprised if he went on to a PhD someday. Are you planning to go? Edward asked. Though he posed it as a question, he already knew the answer. Fortune was devoted to learning. There was no way he'd pass up the opportunity. Sure enough, Fortune nodded. Edward didn't object. It wasn't as though he needed his Pokémon to battle. If they wanted to have their own lives, he supported that wholeheartedly. In fact, he had long had plans for Fortune. He encouraged his studies precisely because, in the future, Fortune could take on managerial roles in Devon Corporation or Ghost Films. Then Edward would only need to deal with critical decisions while Fortune handled day-to-day operations. After all, just look at his father, Joseph. Even as Devon's president, the man was trapped in the role, never able to live the life he truly wanted. Despite all the power and wealth, he was chained to endless responsibilities. All right, I support you, Edward said warmly, patting Fortune's head, its cold surface carrying a faint chill. But during holidays and free time, you'll need to intern at the company. Human resources and economics, those fields only come alive with real practice. Fortune nodded seriously. He already knew from university that while many studied HR and management, few ever applied it effectively in real work. His advisor had explained that such degrees were often pursued by heirs to family businesses. Ordinary graduates usually wound up as low-level clerks. Seeing Fortune's excitement, Edward smiled, stretched, and got up from the sofa. Just then, the old butler appeared, gently informing him that dinner was ready. So, Edward gathered Fortune, Hugh, and the others for a meal. Only he attended, though his father had a meeting and his brother was busy with work. Guess I really do need to cultivate him. I wonder if there will ever be a Pokémon perfectly suited to taking over someone's office job. Edward mused while eating. After all, there were already Pokémon like Indeedee who excelled as butlers and caretakers. Surely one day there would be a Pokémon that could excel as an office worker too. With such whimsical thoughts, Edward returned to his bedroom, finished writing the script for The Truman Show on his laptop, and went to sleep content. The next morning, he woke with a yawn and glanced out the window, only to shiver at the sight of a pair of blood-red eyes staring in at him. But the hulking silhouette was familiar. Gengar! Edward exclaimed. Wasn't Gengar supposed to be off visiting friends? How had it returned so soon? Edward, the moment I came back, I saw you feeding Fortune fear candy. Gengar's mournful voice sent chills down Edward's spine. The eerie tone didn't even need editing. It was ready-made horror film material. Coughing, Edward opened the window. Gengar seeped inside like a puddle of shadow, its enormous eyes fixed on the jar of fear candy on the table. Edward sighed. The candies were meant for Fortune, who would need them when graduate school forced him to push himself even harder. Though master's programs involved research and projects under advisors, Edward knew Fortune. He was the type to finish early no matter what. Gengar, these are for you. Edward relented, pulling out the candy machine and making 10 fear candies on the spot. Gengar eagerly scooped them up. Watching, Edward could only shake his head. But then an idea struck him. He was preparing to shoot a short horror film, and while he already had a concept, he still needed actors. Since the film was meant to be aimed at wild Pokémon audiences, the cast would be Pokémon rather than humans. And who better to play a malevolent spirit than Gengar? For setting, Edward wanted something natural to wild Pokémon. Most needed water, so what if hauntings happened by the water's edge? That would surely feel immersive. Gengar, are you interested in acting in a movie? Edward asked with a smile. Gengar trembled, falling into silence. Edward frowned. By all logic, Gengar should have been excited. He had acted before and been paid in fear candy. Why the sudden hesitation now? Edward stared at Gengar with a puzzled look. Gengar didn't say anything, but its expression was a little odd. In the end, it refused Edward's request, unwilling to play a role in the short film. It even stopped playing its previously beloved game of rock, paper, scissors, and simply turned away, leaving. The sight left Edward stunned. Why do I always get the feeling that Jengar is hiding something from me? Edward scratched his head in confusion as he watched Jengar's retreating figure. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. Since Jengar wasn't willing to act, Edward could only find another actor. In his view, Jengar would have been perfect for the role, but there was nothing to be done. Jengar simply didn't want to perform this time. For this horror short, Edward was adopting a brand new template, one not drawn from the horror shorts of his previous life. He had done so to better align with the tastes of his current target audience. Let's see, most wild Pokémon need to drink water, so setting the story at a watering hole would be perfect. Edward pondered for a moment, and then quickly sketched out a script. The biggest difference between a horror short and a feature-length horror film lay in the duration. Horror shorts were extremely brief, and in order to achieve maximum scare effectiveness, most relied on sudden jump scares. Think of films like Lights Out and other classics of the genre. Once you had watched enough of them, you realized they nearly all ended with a sudden ghastly face lunging out at the viewer in the final seconds. Paired with jarring sound effects, the method was undoubtedly cliché. Yet one could not deny its effectiveness. Jump scares were extremely reliable. At least for shorts, there were few alternatives. With such limited time, it was impossible to set up an entire story with atmosphere, pacing, and explanation. The only viable solution was the in-your-face scare. For Edward, creating a short was not much of a problem. But once he finished writing the script, he slapped his forehead in realization. He had been working so independently that he nearly forgot. He had a whole company behind him. So, he sent the short film idea to Zoroark, asking it to post the task in the company's workgroup. The scriptwriting department could polish the screenplay, and he would review it afterward. Without realizing it, I've become the kind of boss who assigns work to others after hours. Edward chuckled as he saw Zoroark's message of acknowledgement on his phone. He remembered a joke from his previous life. Ducks go quack quack, chickens go cluck cluck, but what sound do cattle and horses make? They go received, received. Edward let out a self-mocking laugh. Still, he wasn't the type to constantly assign late-night tasks. Most of the time, he refrained. After all, he didn't want to end up hung on a street lamp by disgruntled employees. Once the short film task was off his plate, his mood eased significantly. Bored, he opened the Hoenn Horror Movie Lovers Exchange group chat to see what his friends were up to. Not the Lich King. Have you guys watched any new movies lately? So many of them are using that hyper-virtual filming tech these days. Edward raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The first thing he saw was people discussing his new technology. Thinking of it, his expression became a bit complicated. The patent had earned him a fortune, and many major companies were now rushing to rent or purchase his specialized cameras. Renting and selling the cameras had quickly become a major source of income for Ghost Films productions. Yet Edward didn't care that much about the direct profits. What mattered more to him was the broader impact. This technology had pulled his company out of the awkward situation of nearly becoming the industry's public enemy. The introduction of the Youth Edition Extraordinary Lens camera had solved much of that tension. Though not perfect, it had at least eased hostilities. These days, he no longer received endless harassment calls. The occasional one he did get was just someone politely asking if they could use the original camera model. The original was far more powerful and convenient, but because of its massive energy requirements, Edward refused them all. Though disappointed, none of the companies pressed the issue. The Youth Edition might not be as advanced, but it was usable, and no one wanted to make an enemy of Edward. I'm depressed, yeah, I saw one. Still pretty fun. I even heard some, adult film crews are interested in renting the camera. Dog head emoji. I declare lewdness rules. What? Adult films? If they really shot those with that camera, I'd support the official release instantly. Seeing the chat devolve in an instant, Edward silently closed his phone. These guys had guts, no doubt about it. And as ridiculous as their jokes were, He knew there was a grain of truth. Such groups had indeed tried to rent his equipment before, only to give up when they couldn't afford the sky-high fees. Still, with the surge of new films and massive box office returns, it was only a matter of time before someone caved. Just then, Edward's phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Director Kirk. "Kirk, Director Edward, this old man's coming to your company tomorrow to sign the agreement." "I won't be intruding, will I?" As straightforward as ever, the old master. Edward quickly replied that it would be no trouble. They had already discussed a collaboration, but Kirk wanted to fetch a script he cherished before coming. Later, family matters had delayed him further. Edward hadn't pressed him. With Kirk's status and character, a verbal promise was as good as gold. There was no risk of betrayal. Now that Director Kirk was truly coming, Edward was delighted. This would be the director's first film after his return, sure to make waves in the market. In other words, a guaranteed win. The next day at the company, Edward welcomed Kirk. At the director's side was another elderly man, dressed plainly but carrying a scholarly air. "This is my old friend," Kirk explained warmly. "He's provided me with many excellent scripts over the years." Hearing this, Edward instantly realized who the man was, a famous screenwriter of considerable reputation. He had faded from the limelight after Kirk retired, but his past works were legendary. "An honor indeed, sir. I've long admired your name." Edward greeted politely, shaking hands. The man smiled modestly before producing a script. Edward glanced at the title, Rear Window. His eyes lit up. Could it be that Rear Window? Though this was the Pokémon world, many cultural echoes of his previous life existed. Given Kirk's persona, Edward felt sure this was indeed the classic Rear Window. A quick skim confirmed it. It was the very same. Contracts were signed swiftly. Kirk and his friend would film the project, and what happened afterward could be discussed later. Edward had no objections. Kirk was wealthy, respected, and beyond temptation. The only way to keep him on board long-term was to let him personally experience the new technology's strengths. Perhaps then he'd want to continue. Though aging, Kirk's skills were undeniable. If Edward could secure him for Ghost films, it would be a great asset. But there was no need to rush. For now, he simply asked about the budget, ordered Zoroark to disperse the funds, and promised to cover any shortfall. Kirk's smile widened. A client who paid generously and made few demands, what more could a director ask for? After Kirk and his companion left, Zoroark approached. "Boss, Hoenn is hosting a charity auction gala and has invited you. Do you want to attend?" Edward paused. A charity auction gala? It made sense. He had established a foundation and made donations, earning a reputation as a philanthropist. It was a good name to have, but it also meant constant requests from various organizations seeking aid. After all, in this world, most problems could be solved with money. His PR team's account was flooded daily with such pleas. If he handled them personally, he'd have no time for anything else. "Let me see." He accepted the flyer from Zoroark. The event would be held in Lily Cove City. Items would be auctioned, with proceeds donated to charities. Standard fare. But one particular item caught his eye. The bell of the bell tower. The bell tower in a Critique city was famous across the regions. Every 6 months, its bells were replaced and the old ones sold, with profits funding the tower's upkeep. But this bell was different. It bore scorch marks, as though pulled from charred ruins. It was cracked in places, and most intriguingly, it was stained with what appeared to be blood that, according to the description, could not be washed away. The flyer explained, this bell once hung at the tower's highest point during the Great Fire. When it was recovered, strange bloodstains clung to it and could not be removed. Donated by a private collector. Clearly, the organizers had chosen this as their star auction item, worthy of the invitation cover. Edward's curiosity was piqued. Normally, he would have skipped such a dull event. These galas were boring, packed with sycophants and tedious social maneuvering. Why bother when he could just stay home and play games? But this bell intrigued him. Even if it turned out to be ordinary, buying it would still cement his image as a charitable man. Not a bad investment. "All right, I'll go." Edward nodded. Then another thought struck him. By the way, Zoroark, how's the amusement park project going for Miss Smagius and the others? That had been underway for a while. If it was complete, he wanted to try it out. Zoroark considered briefly before answering. Boss, the park's main structures are finished. The rides are still being installed. Edward nodded. A park itself was simple, but attractions were tricky. In this fiercely competitive world, only originality could make a park stand out. The rides would be the heart of it. In his previous life, most theme parks had long since died out. A few survived in large cities, and the only truly global success was the one backed by a massive media IP, the one with the fearsome legal team. Without that IP, even it would have perished. An IP, huh? Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ghost Films Productions already had a number of IPs under its banner, the most famous being Tom and Jerry and Sherlock Holmes. Edward flipped open a report and scanned through it. Although he hadn't been paying close attention to Tom and Jerry's performance recently, he knew that the series had been running steadily without any major issues. This was largely thanks to the standards he had set for the project. Edward had extremely high expectations for Tom and Jerry. Even though it was styled like an ordinary cartoon series, he insisted that the music must be performed by professional orchestras. He even demanded that specific technical details be handled with realistic precision. Because of these requirements, new nicknames had emerged for Tom, such as Piano Master Tom or Billiards Pro Tom. With professional orchestral accompaniment backing the antics of cat and mouse, the series had thrived. Even after Edward stopped personally overseeing it, Tom and Jerry flourished brilliantly. Tom and Jerry has done well. Edward nodded in satisfaction as he read the report. It seems the people in the company do have potential. And they've even discovered a few talented screenwriters, haven't they? The numbers proved it. The show's total fan base across the entire web had surpassed 30 million. There were plenty of spin-off products too. In fact, the series had become something of a benchmark for children's programming in many regions. And every time it aired, it wasn't only children glued to the screen, adults were also caught watching with relish. The sight was amusing, but it only showed how powerful a truly outstanding work could be. Its influence cut across age groups. Still, it's been quite a while since Tom and Jerry released anything new, hasn't it? Edward rubbed his hands together. He had planned to take a short break anyway, partly to give the audience time to rest and recover from visual fatigue. That way, when he released something new, it would also help him harvest more fear points. He still had an awards contender film lined up, but he wasn't in a rush to shoot it. After giving it some thought, he decided instead to work on a new Tom and Jerry episode. As for the type, his mind immediately recalled one of the series' classic episodes, Tom playing the piano while Jerry slept inside it. That one was particularly memorable, and combined with its use of classical music, it carried a strong artistic flavor. It counted as one of Tom and Jerry's timeless classics. With this in mind, Edward began drafting the script in his office. The script wasn't very complex, after all. An episode of Tom and Jerry wasn't long. A rough storyline would suffice. Once he was mostly done, he called for Ada. Now, Ada was considered a success story within the company, having become one of its high earners. Yet, in Edward's eyes, Ada was still the same as ever, wearing clothes plastered with Pokémon prints, topped with a Pikachu hat, utterly a die-hard Pokémon fanatic. Boss. Ada looked at him with excitement. The sight made Edward want to laugh. Ada had become a well-known director of Tom and Jerry, yet he still behaved like this. But perhaps that was exactly why he had succeeded. He had never abandoned his original passion. Thanks to him, Tom and Jerry had continued innovating instead of falling into cliché once Edward loosened his grip. Ada, have a seat. I called you here to discuss the new script for Tom and Jerry, Edward said, pointing at the chair opposite him. Ada quickly sat down, fingers nervously twisting together in an odd way. Edward paid it little mind. He knew Ada had some psychological quirks. When Edward explained the script idea, Ada's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed Edward and launched into an excited monologue that lasted over 10 minutes, not repeating a single sentence. Edward's head began to ache from the torrent of words. Eventually, Deck came in and dragged Ada away, finally silencing him. Watching Ada's overly excited figure, Edward rubbed his temples. Ada might be talented, but his personality was problematic. Fortunately, Tom and Jerry didn't require him to appear on screen, otherwise no one would watch it. Later, with nothing else to do, Edward casually searched for the upcoming charity auction gala online. He discovered that the event had been held several times before, though it hadn't received much attention, just a few sparse news articles, nothing special. Bored, he closed the computer. By evening, he boarded a plane and arrived in Lily Cove City to attend the auction. Though labeled as a charity auction, it felt more like a banquet. The tables were lined with exquisite pastries and tall glasses of red wine, giving off the air of a networking event. Sitting to the side, Edward ate snacks with little interest in mingling. Social interactions didn't appeal to him, though plenty of others were eager to greet him. Several people came over one after another, but after exchanging polite pleasantries, they quickly caught on to his indifference and excused themselves. "Director Edward? Could I trouble you for an autograph?" A woman's voice. Edward looked up. The speaker was a young woman in an evening gown. Her skin was a little dark, but she was strikingly beautiful. Her bright, starry eyes fixed on him with admiration. He paused. She looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Still, he was always indulgent with fans. So he signed, though not with his real name, only his stage signature. Celebrities had learned to protect themselves that way. Once, a fan had tricked a star into signing what later turned out to be an IOU, sparking huge controversy. Since then, artistic signatures had become the norm. "Director Edward, my name is Shelley. I'm so happy to meet you," the girl cooed softly after receiving the autograph. She even slipped into the seat beside him. Edward raised an eyebrow. "Shelley? Shelley, from Team Aqua?" All at once, it clicked. Shelley, an admin of Team Aqua. She had appeared in both the anime and the games. But in this world, the identities of Team Aqua's top brass were a closely guarded secret. The League had never made their names public, so few knew. Now Edward was intrigued. Well, a senior admin of Team Aqua suddenly cozying up to him, there was no way this was innocent. "Hello, I'm Edward Stone." He smiled pleasantly, curious to see what she was planning. He had no fear for his safety. He had a professional security detail nearby, and more importantly, Groudon's Pokeball hung from his belt. Though Groudon spent most of its time asleep, if danger arose, he could still call on it to lend a hand. Shelley kept up her act beside him, and Edward watched with amusement without breaking her facade. He could tell her persona was that of a Cinderella-like fangirl, eyes glittering as she gazed at him. He nearly laughed aloud. Had he not known her true identity, he might actually have been deceived. But knowing what he knew, her performance was pointless. While Shelley prattled on about his films, Edward considered the bigger picture. After Team Aqua and Team Magma's joint attempt to seize the red and blue orbs, the League had cracked down hard, forcing both teams into hiding. He only carried one red orb with him, the very one that could trigger Groudon's primal reversion. But that orb was also something Team Aqua coveted. With it, they could awaken Kyogre. So troublesome, Edward sighed inwardly. He was just a rich young master, yet time and again he was dragged into the affairs of legendary Pokémon. And when had any of them ever been simple? Mutwo was still playing its cat and mouse, catch me if you can game with Team Rocket. And now Team Aqua still hadn't given up, sending someone straight to him. And not just anyone, they had sent Shelley herself to play the beauty trap. Edward gave her a sidelong glance. Truly, these people had nerve. Did they really think such tricks would work? He had thought that after the incidents in Sinnoh, these dark organizations would have learned their lesson. Legendary Pokémon were uncontrollable, and meddling with them only brought disaster. Back in the early days, their goals had been simplistic to the point of absurdity. Take Team Magma, for example. Their reasoning was that land was scarce and housing prices were too high. If Groudon expanded the landmass, prices would drop, and everyone could afford a house. As for Team Aqua, They believed the sea was the source of life, and that expanding it with Kyogre would benefit the world. Naive thinking, but they acted on it. And in the games, they even succeeded. One had to admit, every one of these villains was a talent in their own way. Of course, once they succeeded, they immediately learned what natural disasters truly meant. Groudon and Kyogre's rampage had been beyond anyone's control. Only after the player resolved the crisis did both teams disband, their leaders were formed, and the rest no match for the league. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. A man with a microphone took the stage. Several hostesses followed behind, each carrying a tray covered with red cloth. Clearly, these were the night's auction items. With the auction beginning, Edward's attention shifted. Shelley's acting was so poor it made his stomach churn. Better to focus on the lots instead. His family, the Stone family, were fabulously wealthy, but his father Joseph and brother Stephen only cared for stones. The house was filled with rocks of every shape and color, enough to turn anyone else into stone themselves from sheer boredom. Shelley noticed his lack of interest in her and secretly pouted. She thought the boss was overcomplicating things. Against a spoiled rich kid like Edward, why not just strike directly? She could easily knock him out before he even had a chance to call for help. But since this mission was the boss's orders, she swallowed her irritation. The first item tonight, the host announced, is donated by Petalburg gym leader Norman, a stamina training device designed to build a Pokémon's endurance. The auction was underway. Edward watched with genuine curiosity. The items were interesting, though not of great value. He wasn't surprised, valuable pieces always appeared in the middle or toward the end. Sure enough, by the fifth lot, his interest sharpened. Next, a contribution sponsored by Mr. Odile, a relic from the Dark Empire era, a royal pocket watch. As expected, the expensive treasures appeared midway. Edward leaned forward. The pocket watch glittered with jewels, its dial carved from a single gemstone. The gems didn't interest him, but its origin did. The Dark Empire. This was the ancient empire that had ruled the world long before the Pokémon League existed. Its reign had been cruel and bloody, until one day a resistance rose and overthrew it, forming the Pokémon League. It was a fascinating era, invaluable to archaeology. Edward bid for it, and in the end, secured the watch for 30 million. The next few lots failed to capture his interest. But when the final item appeared, a bell, he sat up straight. The last piece, the host declared with excitement, is provided by a private collector. It once hung atop the bell tower in a critique city. It survived the great fire that consumed the tower, though it was stained with strange blood. Tests confirm the blood is neither human nor from any known Pokémon in our databases. Edward's curiosity flared. If the blood didn't match any known Pokémon, then it had to come from a creature never before captured or catalogued. Reiku Nti Suikun? Or perhaps Ho-Oh? Though Ho-Oh was famously elusive, it was still a legendary. Humph. At that moment, Edward heard a cold snort. He turned his head. A blonde girl was glaring at him with sharp, sideways eyes. When she noticed his gaze, she snorted again, as if dismissing him entirely. Edward blinked. He didn't remember ever meeting her. Edward scratched his head, feeling genuinely confused as to why this girl was suddenly showing hostility toward him for no reason. Out of sheer puzzlement, and perhaps a hint of impoliteness, he glanced at the girl a few more times, but aside from confirming that she was indeed quite beautiful, nothing else stood out. He could be absolutely certain of one thing: he had never seen her before. Truly, not even once. After firmly establishing that fact in his mind, Edward stopped paying her any attention. Instead, he shifted his gaze forward, studying the large bell of the bell tower with curiosity. Beside him, Shelley was feeling a little helpless. She desperately wanted to leave. This kind of crowded, high-profile place didn't suit her personality at all. But she couldn't just run away. She had her mission from the organization to complete. So, she could only force herself to stay put, even putting on the act of a shy young girl in hopes of drawing Edward's attention. Unfortunately for her, Edward had absolutely no intention of looking at her. He had already sent a message through his phone to Zoroark, telling it to bring the League investigators over. Since Shelley had chosen to approach him directly, then she had no chance of escaping anyway. After all, as a high-ranking Aqua Team executive, it was impossible for her not to have left behind some traceable evidence. Once the League investigators examined her thoroughly, they would almost certainly uncover the truth. Now then, the starting price for the bell is 5 million, the auctioneer announced. Edward hadn't even lifted his paddle yet before someone immediately called out 20 million. The bidding escalated rapidly, with prices climbing higher and higher until they soon surpassed 80 million. Edward watched this unfold with a detached expression. He had to admit, that was an astronomical figure. Still, he figured that many of these bidders were likely buying it not as a collectible, but as something to study. Because, what if? What if the bloodstains on the bell really were Ho-Oh's? Legends spoke of Ho-Oh possessing the miraculous power to revive the dead. If one could study its blood, perhaps even immortality could be achieved. In truth, even in the Pokémon world, humanity's pursuit of eternal life remained as fervent as ever. For the wealthy in particular, there was nothing more desirable than living forever, healthy and unaging. That was why, even though the League officially prohibited such research, there were always people willing to take risks and test the law, all for the lure of profit. 100 million. With this wild shout, the other bidders fell silent. The voice belonged to an elderly man, accompanied by a beautiful young woman standing beside him. Edward cast a brief glance in their direction. He recognized the old man as the founder of a technology company in Hoenn, a billionaire worth tens of billions, a man with both status and wealth. "Brother Edward, don't you want it?" Shelley asked sweetly in a coquettish tone. Edward shivered violently, goosebumps breaking out all over his skin. That brother, she called him, it was just too forced, too cloying. "No need. It's just a bell." Edward waved her off casually. 100 million? Of course he could afford it. 200 million, even 300 million, if it came down to money, Edward was never afraid of losing. But in his eyes, spending such a fortune on a bell was pointless. It would be far better to donate 100 million to a charity fund, helping more people survive and continue living their lives. That, Edward felt, was truly worthwhile. A man sitting in front overheard Edward's words and thought for a moment that he was just bragging. He turned around to see who had spoken, but when he recognized Edward Stone, he quickly sat back down without another word. As the heir of Devon Corporation, Edward naturally had the qualifications to say such things. When Edward said he didn't want it, nobody could accuse him of being unable to afford it. Fool. The scornful remark rang out loud and clear. But just as it was spoken, the auctioneer was enthusiastically declaring the bell's final sale, so most people didn't notice. Edward, however, heard it distinctly. The one who had spoken was that blonde girl. She even noticed his gaze on her, gave him a sidelong glance, then let out another cold snort before crossing her arms and stomping off angrily. Edward blinked in bewilderment. Could it be, does Edward like that type of girl? Shelley wondered in confusion. She sized up the blonde. Pretty, yes. Cute too. But... Shelley puffed out her chest slightly in confidence. She still believed she had the advantage. The blonde girl suddenly turned and glared at Shelley. The look startled Shelley for a moment, but the blonde immediately stormed off without another word. Shelley shrugged. This wasn't the time to ponder such things anyway. Her mission from the organization was what mattered most. With that in mind, she prepared to throw herself into clinging onto Edward. But before she could act, Edward suddenly slipped an arm around her waist. Shelley froze for a split second, then quickly put on a bashful, delicate expression. Yet almost immediately, she realized something was wrong. When Edward's hand touched her waist, he also deftly tugged away her belt of pokeballs. It was in the way, Edward said with a sunny smile. Shelley bit her lip lightly, adopting a pitiful, vulnerable look. She was just about to say something when she suddenly felt a chilling aura. As a high-ranking Team Aqua admin, Shelley trusted her instincts. She twisted her head and was immediately met with a heavy punch. She tried to dodge, but Edward held her down firmly. You set me up. Shelley roared in fury, glaring at him. Edward casually wiped his hand and ignored her outburst. He felt no sympathy at all. Anyone who had risen to executive rank in an organization like Team Aqua was guaranteed to have blood on their hands. Thanks for your help, Edward said as he tossed the belt of Pokeballs toward the League investigators. One officer caught it, produced a device, and within moments, all the Pokeballs went inert. Stone. You bastard. Team Aqua will never forgive you. Shelley screamed in a frenzy. Edward paid her no mind. To him, this charity auction had been a complete success. He had bought something interesting, been entertained, and even captured a high-ranking criminal along the way. Perfect. Leaving the gala, Edward climbed into a car. Zoroark drove him toward the airport. But as they pulled away, Edward suddenly felt a strange presence. He turned and saw the blonde girl sitting right beside him, staring at him from the corner of her eye. You, Zoroark, what's going on here? Edward stammered in shock. He hadn't felt the car stop at all. How had she gotten in? Boss, I don't know how this lady appeared, Zoroark admitted nervously. It hadn't sensed a thing. Worse, the girl radiated a terrifying pressure, just like the one it had once felt when facing Groudon. You and your whole family are photographers, the girl spat suddenly, before vanishing into thin air. Edward sat there dumbfounded. Photographer? Ho-Oh? Holy crap. So, the blonde girl was Ho-Oh? Not only that, she could even read minds. Edward was at a loss for words. Were all the legendary Pokémon this bored and petty? He had never even considered that she might be Ho-Oh. No wonder she had looked at the bell with such disdain, calling the billionaire a fool. Clearly, those bloodstains weren't Ho-Oh's at all. Shaking his head, Edward couldn't help but chuckle. These legendary Pokémon sure were amusing. But it seemed he'd need to be extra cautious around them from now on, especially if he ever ran into another one that could read minds. That would be a real headache. Phew, whatever. Zoroark, did the company release the trailer yet? Edward decided to change the subject quickly. After all, Ho-Oh might still be nearby. Better not say too much. Yes, boss. As you instructed, the trailer was only released today, Zoroark replied at once. Today, huh? Edward nodded. He pulled out his phone while the car continued smoothly toward the airport. Opening the Pokédex, he navigated to his company's account. Even before clicking, he noticed the account had already amassed over 30 million followers. On that platform, such a number was an extraordinary achievement. Looks like the operations team is doing a good job, Edward murmured with satisfaction. Having once been just an ordinary netizen in his past life, he fully understood what that kind of popularity meant. At 7 o'clock that evening, their account had uploaded a new trailer titled Haunted House for Sale. Its thumbnail was of a grinning meme cat inside a lavish-looking mansion. Edward tapped play and watched silently. Here we go again, the kind of video you can't escape from at night. Damn it. I thought it was a new Tom and Jerry episode. Watching this alone is terrifying. JPG. The scrolling comments made Edward smile. Yes, this was the familiar atmosphere he loved. Though he already knew the prank setups behind the scenes, watching others panic was still a whole different kind of fun. Seeing the poor janitors scared out of their wits, he couldn't help but wear a pitying grin. The trailer itself revealed almost nothing about the actual film's plot. Instead, it featured harmless but terrifying gags. For example, an older cleaning lady climbed into the space above a cupboard to dust. The tension built as though something monstrous might suddenly crawl out. But in reality, she found nothing. Everything was perfectly safe. Only after she finished and climbed down did she discover the cupboard door shut tight. From outside came an eerie rustling, like something crawling. She tried to push the door open, just enough to see a pair of glowing red eyes staring back. The woman fainted on the spot. The comment feed erupted in laughter, mixed with questions like, wait, is this even safe? Almost immediately, the company account replied reassuringly, emergency medical treatment was provided, along with generous compensation. The mood instantly shifted, with people joking that they wanted to volunteer to be scared too. The entire video was lighthearted fun, until the very end. When the house finally fell silent and empty, the camera lingered on a corridor door. Slowly, it creaked open into utter darkness. Nothing could be seen. Then, without warning, the door slammed shut with a thunderous bang. Blood-red letters appeared across it. The Grudge. Edward had originally considered keeping the original name, Juan, but in the end he decided against it. For his intended audience, the Grudge was easier to understand, carried the same sense of dread, and would stick more firmly in people's minds. And with that, the trailer ended, the comments exploding with warnings of high-intensity scare. Edward felt very satisfied. Sure, a jump scare only worked the first time, but it was enough. Curious, he opened the comments section. The top-liked comment read, "Damn it. My keyboard broke when I smashed it from fright. Pay up." Others wrote, "No ghost films built its brand on horror, but mixing humor with sudden real terror like this is genius." The Grudge, such an ominous word. It means resentment so strong it becomes a curse. So, is the new movie about curses? Wait, are these exact scare scenes going to appear in the film? That would ruin it, since we'd know everything already. Not bad. For a horror film, the best compliment is that it's scary. Edward nodded to himself. He chuckled, though, at how some people had actually guessed the film's central theme just from the title. Sharp ones indeed. But so, what if they knew? Everyone already knew how Kayako appeared, yet the Grudge sequels still drew screams by the theaterful. Sure enough, buzz about the Grudge quickly spread. Most agreed it was Ghost Film's next project, though debate raged about what direction the movie would take. Critics and haters seized the chance to accuse Edward of being washed up, claiming he now relied on gore and shock value. Edward couldn't care less. He already had plenty of accolades under his belt, only one thing still eluded him, the Best Picture award. By now, the car had reached the airport. Zoroark arranged for staff to return the car while it accompanied Edward onto the plane bound for Rustboro. Settling by the window, Edward gazed at the night sky and yawned. That was when he noticed it outside, soaring in the dark, was Ho-Oh. The legendary bird stared directly at him, eyes filled with disdain, before vanishing into the distance as if it had never been there. Edward's lips twitched. This Ho-Oh, really? Forget it. Next time I shouldn't let my mind wander like that. But wait, does that mean Groudon can also sense my thoughts? He quickly glanced at the Pokeball resting quietly beside him. Thankfully, Groudon showed no reaction. If it really had sensed his many jabs about its inability to fly, it would have caused a scene long ago. Breathing a sigh of relief, Edward leaned back in his seat. In recent days, many new movies had been released in the Pokémon League's film industry, but among them, the one that audiences anticipated the most was none other than director Edward's latest work, The Grudge. Honestly, it's strange. Why do so many people like watching horror films? At this very moment, the streamer known as Kainat was sitting in a cinema, broadcasting live. He glanced at a barrage of scrolling comments on his phone and wore a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, the chat messages in his live stream kept rolling by in rapid succession. The Grudge is premiering at midnight tonight. Honestly, anyone daring enough to watch it at this hour can only be described as warriors. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare go. Director Edward's horror films are absolutely terrifying. Aside from Tom and Jerry, almost all of his works carry a heavy dose of horror elements. What I'm really curious about is how quickly The Grudge will hit the trending charts. Looking at the bullet comments flying across the screen, Kai also glanced around. It was nearly midnight already. He had purchased tickets well in advance, even for the very first screening of the film. Actually, the audience in the live stream are right. The reason why so many people enjoy horror movies is probably because of the strange pleasure that follows after being frightened. Kai said with a sly smile. Here we go again. Kai's twisted rambling. I've heard about that theory. Apparently, when humans experience fright and fear, once they realize they're actually safe, their brains release dopamine, which brings pleasure. So, it's kind of like eating chili peppers. Bah, it's just a cheap thrill at the end of the day. Kai didn't find their remarks odd. Instead, he laughed along cheerfully, chatting with fans in the livestream, discussing Edward's new movie and everyone's expectations for it. Personally, I really like director Edward's works. After all, he completely reshaped the horror genre, making it far more appealing to mainstream audiences, while also cranking the scare factor up to the maximum. He waved his movie ticket proudly. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately noticed something peculiar about the ticket. Ordinary tickets usually just listed the film name, theater, and seat number. Unless carefully preserved, they would fade into blank scraps over time. But the ticket in his hand was strikingly different. It was saturated with color, blue skies, white clouds, grassy meadows, and flowers. In the center of the ticket was a beautiful-looking house, with two faint silhouettes playing in the courtyard. Whoa. Kai, you managed to grab a collector's edition ticket stub. Wait a sec, is this really for a horror film? It looks so warm and cozy. The audience quickly recognized what he was holding. Kai smugly flaunted it, showing off the ID number printed on the bottom corner, ticket number 01324. This one took me ages to snatch. Only 10,000 were printed across the entire league. He gazed at it with pride. Just being a limited edition already made it valuable, and the fact that his was within the first 2,000 made it even more special. I just checked, someone's selling their stub. Ticket number 10. They've listed it for 88,000 poke dollars. Damn scalpers, too greedy. Wait, wasn't the original ticket price only around 400 poke dollars? Are the scalpers insane, or am I the crazy one? The chat erupted in heated debate. Many couldn't understand why anyone would pay so much for a ticket stub. Could it really sell at that price? After chatting for a while, Kai finally grabbed his drink and popcorn, carrying them excitedly as he joined the line. The theater itself was massive, but what caught his eye most was the warning sign posted outside the door. Attention, guests with heart conditions, high blood pressure, or other health concerns should not watch this film. Adults only. Beside the doors stood several nurse joys on standby. This feels a lot like the setup back when Alien premiered. Kai muttered as he entered, finding his seat. Soon the room was filled, people whispering nervously, some voices already trembling. Kai lifted his chin smugly. His fear threshold was quite high. He prided himself on being braver than most. Ordinary horror films rarely fazed him. When he watched Alien, he had felt more disgusted than scared. By the end, he was even imagining himself beating the alien to a pulp. After all, monsters with physical forms at least had health bars. So, this time, he was full of confidence. He planned to write a review afterward, but of course, without spoilers. Spoiling the film might please some, but many others would never forgive it. I just wonder how bloody it's going to get. Kai mused as he popped some popcorn into his mouth. Right then, the movie began. As the Grudge flickered onto the screen, the entire cinema was swallowed into silence. When the first real scare appeared, everyone who had seen the trailer felt deceived. The preview hinted that the ghost was outside, but instead, it appeared lurking in the overhead cabinet. When the lighter flared and Kayako's ghastly face appeared, the theater exploded with screams. Hearts raced out of control. Kai tried desperately to suppress his fear. This time, director Edward wasn't playing with blood and gore like an Alien. Instead, he was wielding psychological terror. But soon, Kai realized that Edward's methods of frightening the audience were escalating to unprecedented heights. The girl who died feeding rabbits. The girl who died answering the phone. The girl without a jaw. The relentless horror, paired with a bizarre narrative style, filled the hall with sobs, muffled cries, and shrill screams. By the time Kayako herself crawled down the staircase, Kai felt his own heart nearly stop. He even noticed a man beside him faint dead away, collapsing into his seat unconscious. The nurse Joyce rushed in, quickly carrying the man out and taking several more fainted audience members with them. Phew. The film ended, but Kai sat frozen, unable to shake it off. He stared blankly at the darkness outside. Since this was a midnight showing, the mall was closed, leaving only the cinema lit. Outside was pitch black. The worst part was the crowd waiting at the elevators. The only other option was the stairwell, since the escalators were locked behind gates. But just imagining walking down those stairs, Kai pictured Kayako silently waiting at the top, her bubbling croaks echoing as she chased them downward. "Hey bro, heading out? Let's stick together." A man approached him, asking softly. Kai nodded at once. He quickly pulled out his phone, intending to stream again. With his audience watching, maybe the fear wouldn't be as suffocating. "Kai, you done watching? How was it? Do you even need to ask?" Just look at him, of course it was terrifying. Exactly. He never streams right after movies. If he's live now, you know it's intense. Seeing the barrage of messages, Kai felt a little calmer. I can only say this, it was terrifying. Seriously. Several people fainted. He sighed, joining the small group moving together. Apparently, many had the same idea, leave as a group. What is this, some kind of group field trip? LOL, reminds me of when I saw one missed call. I was so scared I refused to walk alone with my best friend. We just clung to random strangers until we got home. Looks like this really was scary. Being in a crowd made it more bearable. Kai felt his anxiety loosen somewhat. But when they reached the elevators, the place was packed wall to wall with people waiting. No one was taking the stairwell, even though the cinema was only on the 5th floor. "So, should we just wait?" Kai asked. "Of course we're waiting for the elevator." The group answered in unison, then paused and laughed together. The nervous laughter brought a sense of camaraderie. But emboldened by the laughter, a few people finally stepped toward the stairwell, and others followed. Kai hesitated. He really didn't want to, but the elevator line was too crowded. In the end, he followed the group into the stairwell. With so many people, surely it would be fine, right? The dim stairwell lights flickered on, easing the tension a little. Kai exhaled, shoulders loosening. But then, as they reached the 3rd floor, a strange noise echoed from the darkened floors above. A bubbling sound. The crowd fell silent for a beat, then everyone bolted, running down the stairs as fast as they could. Within moments, the stairwell was empty, the sound gone. A girl clutching her drink let out a hiccup. She glanced at the shadowed stairwell, then wisely turned back to wait for the elevator instead. Really? Was it that scary? You all bolted just because of one weird noise. LOL, watching them scatter was hilarious. Easy for you to say. If you've got guts, go check your own stairwell right now. Damn it, I don't even dare go home anymore. You're the coward. It's just a movie. Imagine being this scared. Pathetic. The chat erupted into arguments. Sitting in the taxi, Kai tried calming everyone down before finally going quiet. Honestly, this time, the Grudge is on another level. Even for me, I have to say, movies like One Missed Call, A Wicked Ghost, or Dead Silence aren't even fit to hold a candle to it. Kai declared with certainty. Of course, part of it comes down to the tech. The Grudge used immersive new equipment that really pulls you in. He added quickly, giving himself some cover. Still, there was no denying it. Watching a horror film is one thing, but feeling like you're actually inside one is completely different. Even now, if Kai closed his eyes, he swore he could feel Kayako's icy hand on his shoulder, her terrifying face hovering right in front of him. The chat was in chaos again, but countless people swore they'd see it the next day, just to test how terrifying it truly was if Kai, who prided himself on bravery, was this shaken. Kai merely warned them that those with health issues should avoid it. Then he ended the stream. He had arrived home. But then, you've got to be kidding me. Kai swallowed hard as he looked at his house. As a moderately well-known content creator, he had earned quite a bit, and with his parents' help, he had managed to buy his own home, a standard detached house with 2 floors and a yard. For most people in the Pokémon League, this was the dream residence. He had felt the same when he moved in, even making a video called "Finally Moving into My Dream Home." But now, staring at the warm-looking house, all he felt was overwhelming dread. His home looked nearly identical to the house in the Grudge. Only a few small details differed, and the interior layout was almost exactly the same. His parents didn't live with him, they preferred their rural home. So, he lived alone. And before leaving earlier, he had turned off all the lights. The house was pitch black inside. Movies are movies, real life is real life. He repeated to himself, breathing deeply, then unlocked the door. He flicked the lights on as quickly as possible. The bright living room eased his nerves until the upstairs lights flickered, sputtered, and went out. The second floor was plunged into darkness. Kai froze. His bedroom was upstairs. Worse, his bedroom just so happened to have a closet. Nope. Lights are out. I'm done. He panicked, bolted out of his house, and booked a hotel for the night instead. That very night, hotel staff across the Pokémon League noticed something strange, an unusual surge of guests checking in after midnight. Many left their room lights on all night, too afraid to sleep. The next morning, the lobbies were filled with people sporting dark circles under their eyes. The hotel workers couldn't help but gossip, wondering what on earth had kept all these people awake. Meanwhile, online games reported record-breaking numbers of late-night players, leading some to believe that overnight gaming might be on the verge of a new golden era. Director Edward's new work The Grudge goes online. Over 3,000 people hospitalized in just one day from fright. Sudden surge in second-hand housing sales. Why are all of them single-family houses? The truth behind the trend. Do horror films require a new rating system? Director Edward throws an enormous challenge at the industry. Nowadays, these media outlets are getting better and better at spouting nonsense. Even I didn't know I was this powerful. While eating his breakfast, Edward scrolled through the headlines on his phone and shook his head helplessly. He truly hadn't expected that he apparently had such terrifying influence. One single movie had supposedly pushed forward the sale of second-hand houses. Of course, Edward admitted that when shooting The Grudge, he had deliberately chosen a type of house common in the Pokémon world, your average detached single-family home. But that was only to better reflect everyday life. After all, he understood a crucial truth: the closer horror came to daily, ordinary settings, the deeper and more penetrating the fear it invoked would be. It was the same principle behind a short horror clip he had filmed earlier. Before The Grudge officially released, Edward had made a little short film as a gift for Mr. Yannister. It was filled, as always, with jump scares and sudden musical stings. In some sense, yes, such scares could feel cheap and abrupt. Yet, ironically, they worked extremely well. At least Edward himself found them effective. For wild Pokémon, such shocks were more than enough to terrify them senseless. His only regret was that Gengar hadn't been cast in this particular horror film. Edward felt that was truly a pity. If Gengar had appeared, the effect would have been even greater. After all, its abilities were perfectly suited for horror. Edward had even run a few experiments. His short clips showed traces of the master-level cinematography effect. Because of that, he was quite curious. Once this short film began official broadcasts, how much fear points would it harvest? Just then, the old butler, while clearing away Edward's empty dishes, spoke up respectfully. "Young Master Edward, a message came late last night from the prison. Zinnia has requested to meet you." Edward's brows furrowed slightly. Zinnia? Yes, one of the Draconids. He had seen her before. She had been secretive, evasive, and uncooperative, which had soured Edward's interest in dealing with her further. He wasn't someone who enjoyed throwing his enthusiasm against another's cold indifference. Yet now, unexpectedly, she was asking to see him. That sparked his curiosity. "All right, I know." Edward nodded. Still, he had no intention of rushing over immediately. Whatever Zinnia wanted, it would likely be the same tired talk about meteors. And he already had contingency plans prepared for that matter. Even without her cooperation, he felt it didn't matter. Aside from knowing where Rayquaza was located and how to summon it, she had little else to contribute. So, after leaving home, Edward first went to his company. On the way, he noticed a city bus drive by, its side plastered with The Grudge poster. At his request, the poster displayed neither Kayako nor Toshio. It simply bore the ominous characters for The Grudge, two words that by themselves carried a strange, unsettling weight. Staring at them, Edward rubbed his hands together unconsciously, remembering a certain prize he had yet to claim. Yes, an unclaimed reward. After Alien had finished calculating its accumulated fear points, He had earned a chance at a draw. He drew once, and the reward was issued, but he had never claimed it. Even now, he hadn't touched it. Why? Because the prize was a little too absurd. Nightmare Fruit. Nightmare Fruit grants the summoner a random special evil spirit to work under them. The spirit cannot harm others, retains all of its original supernatural abilities, and can only appear inside the haunted house attraction. The description had been enough for Edward to understand. This was effectively the ability to hire a real ghost as staff in his haunted house. In a way, it felt straight out of those old novels from his past life. But he had refrained from using it. Because what if it didn't summon something cool like Sadako, but instead just some petty little ghost child? Wouldn't that be a massive loss? So, his plan was to wait until the new amusement park was finished. Then he would enter the haunted house and use the item to see what he got. By the time Edward arrived at Ghost Films, it was already 9:30. But as the boss, naturally, no one would ever dare complain about his lateness. There were no clumsy young girls crashing into him in the lobby either, just staff greeting him respectfully, stepping aside politely as he passed. Boss, here are the latest company work reports, as well as documents from the Prayer Wall Foundation. Zoroark came in quickly as soon as Edward sat down, its voice rapid as it placed several thick folders on the desk. Edward skimmed them, then set them aside. How's the construction of the new amusement park? Have Mismagius and the others been settled in? He asked. Zoroark immediately handed over another report. Edward glanced through it. Thanks to Ghost Films' generous funding, the rides and facilities had been prepared at remarkable speed. Everything was already in place. The only steps left were inspection and minor finishing touches, like airing out paint fumes. If all went smoothly, in just a few days Edward could be cutting the ribbon at the grand opening. Meanwhile, Mismagius and the others were still happily living in the mansion at Petalburg Woods. The staff member assigned there also seemed to enjoy that life very much. Edward was satisfied. He was already itching to test out his evil spirit employee. The sole reason he hadn't yet claimed the prize was to avoid unforeseen problems. If no haunted house existed yet, what if the summoned ghost simply followed him around everywhere? He had no desire to wake up every morning with a ghost's face looming inches away. That was a test of cardiac endurance he did not want. Boss, regarding the Grudge's release, our customer service department has received a large number of complaints. Zoroark added. Ghost Films did, in fact, have a small customer service team. Normally, though, very few ever contacted them. After all, they were a film company, not a retailer. Most of their customer service consisted of processing submissions or miscellaneous matters. But ever since the Grudge premiered yesterday, the phones hadn't stopped ringing. The team had been logging tickets nonstop since morning. Oh? Complaints about what? Edward was curious. The film's horror intensity had indeed maxed out, but that was expected. The Grudge was, after all, a top-tier horror movie by nature. But what exactly were people complaining about? Most complain that the movie is too scary, causing physical discomfort. Others say they're now too afraid to return home, or too afraid to sleep in their own houses overnight, and demand compensation. Zoroark flipped through its notes as it spoke. Edward's scalp tingled. He hadn't anticipated such imaginative complaints. There was even one claim from a couple. They had gone on a date to see the Grudge, planning to check into a hotel afterward. But both had been so terrified they spent the night trembling under the covers instead, so they were demanding damages. Black lines practically appeared on Edward's face. His entire expression collapsed. Just log the complaints and apologize. We already prepared disclaimers. He waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't worried. Before release, he had consulted Ghost Films' legal department to minimize any risk of lawsuits. So no, he didn't fear serious problems. Still, apologizing was polite. As for whether the film might literally scare someone to death, Edward wasn't worried. If that happened, perhaps it might even trigger the master-level cinematography, which erased all adverse effects from watching his movies. In theory, wouldn't that include death too? It should, right? I can't exactly go find a test subject. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, elsewhere, unbeknownst to him, a darker scheme was forming. Brother, isn't this Going too far, a middle-aged woman frowned at her younger brother. He scowled in irritation. Big sis, drop the act. If you really disapproved, you'd have called the police already. She pouted, then glanced down at the cinema tickets in her hand. Her eyes flicked toward the elderly father beside them, clueless and frail. Greed glimmered in her gaze. She knew Edward's new film was said to be so frightening it had knocked countless people unconscious. Their father, though not terminally ill, was already old and frail, living each day as it came. If they brought him to see the Grudge and he died from fright, they could demand massive compensation from Edward. After all, he was heir to the Devon Corporation, filthy rich. Would billions in damages be too much to ask? If not, they could always make a scene until they got it. Hey, I'm only worried about Dad. She feigned concern. Her brother rolled his eyes and went to buy tickets. But even that caused trouble. The ticket clerk, seeing the old man, hesitated. Horror films could be risky for the elderly. But when challenged, show me the league regulation that forbids it. The clerk had no choice but to insist on a signed waiver. Without signing, no entry. And astonishingly, the man signed without hesitation. So, the tickets were sold, with the clerk sternly warning them to watch the old man's condition. If anything happened, they should seek help immediately. Nurse Joy's staff were on site. That precaution had been Edward's personal request to minimize risks. The man merely nodded perfunctorily, then returned beaming with the tickets. You signed. How will we get compensation now? The woman hissed. You know nothing. Edward's a rich man. Courts always side with the weaker party like us. Even if the paper says no liability, we can still stir trouble. He smirked. Though annoyed, she kept quiet, tempted by the thought of fortune and freedom from their useless old father. Together, they led him inside. During the movie, neither sibling really watched the screen. Their eyes stayed glued to the old man. And sure enough, partway through, he shuddered violently, then slumped in his seat, motionless. No breath. No pulse. The siblings nearly laughed aloud with glee. They quickly confirmed it. Yes, he wasn't breathing. Finally, relaxing at last, they began whispering about how to stage the aftermath. But as soon as their guard dropped, they too became engrossed in the Grudge's curse story. By the time the credits rolled, both were screaming in genuine terror, clutching their chests and gasping for air. The woman suddenly remembered their main plan and quickly put on an act of panic. Dad, what's wrong? Don't scare me, please. Her shrill cries drew everyone's attention. Nurse Joy's staff rushed in immediately. What happened? My dad, he's not breathing. Someone help. A doctor, the brother wailed, tears streaming down his face. Together they wept and wailed like two models of filial devotion. The Nurse Joy at the front grew grave. They had worried this might happen, given how intense the film was. Now it had. She strode past the two sobbing children straight to the corpse. She reached down to check. Eh? What's wrong? Came a frail voice. The old man opened his eyes. The entire theater fell silent. The dead father was very much alive. The siblings froze, faces stiff with embarrassment. You ruined it. The woman snapped angrily at him. Their perfect scene destroyed. How was I supposed to know? Should have tested the old coot first. Damn it, the man grumbled, scratching his head. But no matter. They weren't giving up their plan to strike it rich. They would just take him to another theater, not this one. Staying here would be too obvious. And so, dragging their still-living father, the pair slipped out quickly. Dad, why did you die? Not long after, in another cinema hall, a shrill and grief-stricken wail suddenly rang out, interrupting the ongoing screening. After all, nobody dared to make jokes when it came to life and death. Such a joke could very easily cost them their own lives. The movie was quickly halted, and a group of Nurse Joys rushed inside. The middle-aged man was putting on a performance, his face contorted with utter grief and despair. Yet deep inside, he was actually rejoicing. He had just confirmed it. His burdensome old father had finally died. He checked carefully. No breath, a stiffened body, no heartbeat. Everything was certain. And so, The man began crying out loudly, demanding justice. "Quick, make way. Give the patient a clear breathing space." The nurse Joyce rushed over, dispersing the crowd and preparing to start resuscitation. For patients who had lost breath, even if the heart had stopped, there was still a window of time to save them. It was the golden period for resuscitation. The man and the woman sobbed loudly as they stepped aside, wiping at their eyes, faces full of supposed worry. Yet just as the nurse Joyce prepared to administer CPR, the old man suddenly opened his eyes, looked around in confusion, and sat up. The Joyce faces darkened. One of them glared coldly at the pair. Still, for safety, they carried out a proper check. "The old gentleman is fine, just some age-related chronic conditions," the nurse Joy concluded after putting away her instruments. The man and woman were stunned. They had checked with their own hands just moments ago. The old man's heartbeat had stopped. And that was considered fine. But faced with the sight of the old man standing on his own 2 feet, they fell silent. "Really fine? But I just checked. My dad had no breath, no heartbeat. The woman tried to protest anxiously, but Nurse Joy shook her head firmly. At once, the two panicked. To avoid being held accountable by the cinema, the pair hurriedly dragged their father away in a rush, muttering to each other that they would try another theater. "Son, daughter, I really can't keep watching. Please, let me go home and rest," the old man pleaded wearily. Watching Edward's films once was fine, but being forced to sit through so many times in a row was nothing short of torment. What's more, elderly people had weaker mental stamina. Naturally, he couldn't endure it. "No way, Dad. I don't have that much free time to accompany you to the movies later," the woman replied impatiently. This stubborn old man. Back when he was young, at least he could work part-time and give them some household money. But now that he was old, even security jobs wouldn't take him, and instead they had to spend money to keep him. She had long been fed up. Now that she had finally thought of a way to dump this burden and get rich in the process, how could she let him leave? The old man looked to his son for help, but the son ignored him completely. All he could do was sigh in despair as the two unfilial children dragged him toward yet another cinema to watch Edward's The Grudge. "Isn't this already the third screening today?" one of the theater staff remarked, watching the strange trio with open disdain. His eyes lingered with contempt on the younger pair. "Yeah. The boss said they already bought tickets at 2 other cinemas before, and both times they caused a scene," another staffer sneered. Cinemas had communication networks too, just like every industry had its own chat groups. Usually, the chatter was light, sharing work updates, mutual praise, or complaining. But today, the messages were unusually unified. "Here's a middle-aged man and woman taking an old man to watch The Grudge. After the movie, they claim he's dead." The message spread quickly. At first, people thought the cinema was just unlucky. Aside from funeral parlors and hospitals, nobody wanted someone dying at their premises. It brought endless trouble and ruined reputation. But when the second cinema reported the exact same situation, that the trio came to watch The Grudge and then declared the old man dead, everyone grew wary. They weren't fools. Once might be coincidence, misfortune. But twice in a row, under the exact same circumstances, people began to figure it out. Pitiful old man. Those two unfilial brats, they must be trying to use his life to blackmail money, one staffer sighed while making popcorn. The others glared furiously at the pair dragging the weary elder upstairs like animals. But what could they do? Reporting to Officer Jenny would be useless. After all, there was no law forbidding taking an elderly person to watch a movie. In fact, seniors even enjoyed ticket discounts. So, the staff could do little. This time, the man and woman stared intently as their father stopped breathing again. They stayed quiet until the movie ended, by which time livor mortis spots had begun to appear on his skin. Only then did they cry out dramatically. Nurse Joyce rushed inside again. Yet to everyone's shock, the corpse-like spots vanished instantly. The supposed burden came back to life yet again, this time even looking more spirited than before. The man and woman were so furious they nearly lost their minds. "Impossible. I saw corpse spots on my dad's body with my own eyes," the man howled wildly. The onlookers gave him strange looks. What on earth was he saying? The old man's body only had age spots, not corpse spots. The old man himself stayed silent. When he had seen that jawless girl on the screen, a wave of terror pierced his heart, followed by sharp chest pain and loss of consciousness. Yet somehow he woke up again. He was old, yes, and a bit slow to react. But he wasn't stupid. After being dragged to 3 different cinemas to watch the exact same horror film, he finally realized what his children intended to do. Nothing is more tragic than a dead heart. The old man sighed heavily, his eyes filled with exhaustion. A young man nearby quietly raised his phone and began recording. No one noticed. Even after this, the unfilial pair refused to give up. They tried to drag him to a 4th cinema, but this time the theater refused to sell them tickets. No matter what they said, the answer was no. Furious, the two could do nothing. The cinema wasn't breaking any rules. Buying and selling tickets required mutual consent. They couldn't force it. The old man, meanwhile, said nothing. He moved like a puppet on strings. The young man kept recording, capturing both photos and video. Soon, a video appeared online. 2 filial children forcing their father to watch The Grudge. These people are insane, Edward muttered when he came across the video. He often enjoyed surfing the web in his spare time. Indeed, smartphones and the internet had changed how people spent their leisure. Many did nothing but lie in bed, scrolling endlessly, wasting entire days. Humanity had grown lazier. But Edward wasn't worried about falling into that trap. Even if he scrolled sometimes, he still spent most of his day filming movies and managing his company. They're trying to get their father killed and then demand compensation from me, aren't they? He shook his head. He even liked the top comment, "Don't bother quarreling with such wide-eyed wolves. After all, they're just beasts." He had never expected something like this to happen. What was most frustrating was that there wasn't an easy legal solution. Watching movies didn't legally constitute elder abuse. Rubbing his chin, Edward made a call, summoning his company's head of legal affairs. Before long, a man with a buzz cut and glasses walked in. His aura screamed professionalism. This was Dave, the head of Edward's legal department, a highly experienced lawyer hired at a very high salary. Edward knew well that in this age, legal issues were no small matter. Legal departments had to be staffed with elite talent, and Dave had already proven himself capable of standing toe-to-toe with veterans like Shirai. "Dave, have you seen this video?" Edward asked, handing him the phone. "Not yet, boss. Please give me a moment." Dave apologized politely and studied the clip carefully while Edward sipped tea and played with Q. Dave finished quickly but with meticulous attention. "Boss, how do you wish to proceed?" he asked. Edward thought for a while. What struck him most in the video was the old man's eyes, the initial bewilderment, the gradual shift into complexity, and finally the deadened hopelessness. That final sigh of despair could serve as a teaching material in any film academy. Though the old man spoke no words, Edward could almost see his heart die. "Legally, can we act on this?" Edward asked. "It's hard to define precisely," Dave admitted, "but dragging an elderly man to watch repeated horror screenings, especially the same film, can indeed be interpreted as elder abuse. And judging by their behavior, I suspect they've mistreated him outside of this as well. If we dig, we should find more evidence." Edward nodded. That aligned with his own thoughts. "Then I'll leave it to you. Handle it strictly and severely. I want those 2 to spend time in prison reflecting." Dave immediately noted it down. "However, boss, if this old man's only direct relatives are those 2, it may affect the judge's ruling," Dave warned. Edward scratched his head. He understood. In his past life, cases of elder abuse often ended with suspended sentences. Courts feared that jailing unfilial children would leave the old person without anyone to provide care. Thus, sentences rarely resulted in actual prison time. "Find a solution." Edward waved his hand. This was Dave's responsibility now. Dave nodded, relieved. If the boss had given the order, he could act freely. Leaning back in his chair, Edward gazed at the scenery outside, rubbing his chin. "Somehow, just throwing them in prison doesn't feel satisfying enough," he murmured. Their behavior was beyond forgiveness. And even if they failed this time, they would surely try again elsewhere until they succeeded in killing their father. Such beastly conduct disgusted him. But hiring killers was illegal. Even though many tycoons had dirty secrets, Edward didn't want to poke the Alliance's hornet's nest. TCH, he clicked his tongue. If only evil spirits weren't restricted from harming humans. His thoughts turned to the Grudge's fear points. The Grudge, 101,230, one draw available. Already over 100,000, he was surprised. The movie had been out only 2 days. That meant 50,000 fear points per day, an incredible pace. He was pleased. The higher the requirements for draws, the more he needed this kind of rapid accumulation. Without hesitation, he chose to draw. You obtained Cursed Doll, 3/3. Cursed Doll, a mystical item gained in response to the host's strong desire. Allows you to curse one target, forcing them to endure the suffering the host wishes upon them. Effect lasts for life. Hiss, what a prize. Perfect. Edward's eyes lit up. Yes, it was contrived, but sometimes contrived was exactly what he needed. He had already considered, even if Dave sent the pair to prison, would it really punish them enough? Probably not. But he couldn't act outside the law either. This artifact, however, came at just the right time. Pulling up the video, Edward retrieved the cursed doll. The moment it appeared, Q leapt nervously, and even Void flew over, eyeing the doll warily. It's fine, Edward soothed his Pokémon before raising the eerie cloth doll. He selected the 2 scum in the video as his targets. At once, the doll's available uses dropped from 3 to 2. I want them to be haunted by Kayako, tormented endlessly, Edward wished simply. The doll's eyes glowed, then fell still. To outsiders, it looked like a cheap knockoff. But Edward knew the curse had already been set. Very soon, those 2 disgusting creatures would meet the lovely Kayako in reality. Look, that's him. Oh heavens, I never thought someone like that would actually live in our neighborhood. That kind of ungrateful wolf. The moment he was born, he didn't deserve to live in this world. Richie had just returned to his apartment complex when he heard several elderly women huddled together gossiping. Not only were they talking, but they were also pointing fingers directly at him. What the hell are you looking at, you old hags? Say one more damn word about me, and I'll send your whole family straight to hell. Richie roared with fury. The women, frightened, immediately scurried away like startled pigeons. Their lives were far too comfortable and pleasant to risk being entangled with a scoundrel like Richie. Spitting a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, Richie glared at their retreating figures, his heart seething. He kicked at an empty drink can lying nearby, irritation gnawing at him. None of this should have happened. His plan had been simple: take that old man, his useless father, to watch Edward's movie, then find a way to get rid of the old burden. Afterward, he would blackmail Edward, a wealthy director, and extort a large sum. With that money, he would never need to work again, living out the rest of his life in ease and luxury. But now, everything had gone to hell. Bastard, if I find out who filmed that, I swear I'll... Richie cursed and muttered all the way back toward his apartment. Even when passers-by brushed by without sparing him a glance, Richie still imagined they were mocking him. After all, he and his sister had already become laughingstocks on the entire internet. Annoyed, he entered the dimly lit stairwell. He hated this place. From the very beginning, he had wanted his old man to cough up more money to buy a better apartment. But that useless fossil couldn't, so what was the point of even giving birth to children if he couldn't provide? Because of him, Richie was stuck living in this decrepit old residential building, every day feeling as though he might rot away inside. Damn old man, why didn't you just die? Richie muttered, unable to comprehend. He had seen it himself. His father had taken his last breath. He'd even sat and watched through the length of a movie to make sure. And yet when the film ended, the old bastard had revived as if nothing had happened. It was infuriating beyond belief. Meow. A cat's cry echoed through the stairwell. Richie glanced up toward the upper flights. He had only reached the second floor. Did someone upstairs keep a Meowth? He couldn't quite remember, nor did he care. If someone did, all the better. He could deliberately provoke that mutt of a cat to scratch him, then squeeze compensation money out of its owner. Climbing a few more flights, Richie finally reached his apartment door. Damn utility companies. All they know is to hound me for bills every single day. He noticed a water and electricity bill notice pasted to his door. He ripped it off and stuffed it into his pocket, then pulled out his key and let himself inside, slamming the door shut behind him. And then he froze. This was supposed to be his home. He knew the layout by heart. It was an old apartment his father had paid for, and Richie had lived here long enough to be familiar with every corner. Opening the door should lead to a small living room with a tiny balcony, bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom branching off to the sides. But now, directly before him was a staircase. A staircase leading upward. Did I go into the wrong place? That was his first thought. But he had used his own key, hadn't he? No way someone else's lock matched his. Still uneasy, he turned to check the door, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. What the hell is going on? Confused and unsettled, he pulled out the notice he had stuffed away. It was indeed his own utility bill, with his address printed clearly. He hadn't gone to the wrong home. So, what was this place? When he had come in, it was still daytime outside, but the interior had dimmed unnaturally, like evening had already fallen. The entire house carried a chilling, oppressive atmosphere that made him deeply uncomfortable. Damn it, what the hell is happening here? With the door stuck, he decided to investigate. The first floor layout was nothing like his real home. In the bathroom, the tub was still filled with water. Richie ignored it and went straight to the window, pulling it open. The window opened easily, but what he saw outside left him stunned. Beyond was not the familiar sight of his fourth-floor balcony, but a ground-level yard and street with people walking past. He shouted loudly, but none of them responded, as though he didn't exist. He even crumpled up the bill notice and hurled it onto the street. Still, not a single person noticed. What the hell, are you all dead? Richie swore nervously. The moment the words left his mouth, every single passerby turned their heads in eerie unison, staring at him with unsettling smiles. They said nothing, just stared. Richie swallowed hard and quickly slammed the window shut. What the hell is this? What's happening? His heart pounded wildly. His apartment was on the fourth floor, but when he opened the window, it had been ground level, as if the entire building had shifted. Then it hit him. This house. He had seen it before. He thought carefully and then remembered. Back at the theater, while scheming about killing his father and cashing in, he had still watched a little of the movie at the start. The layout was unmistakable. He was standing inside the cursed house from the Grudge. Goddamn it, this is some kind of reality show prank, isn't it? Richie gritted his teeth. He refused to believe it was real. Edward was a film director, not a ghost summoner. His first thought was that Edward had arranged all this to humiliate him. I get it. I know what's going on. This is all a show. What are you trying to pull? I'll see you bastards. Richie shouted angrily. Why he had climbed to the fourth floor but ended up in a house with ground-level windows, he didn't care. To him, it was all Edward's doing. The director must have paid people to set him up. Furious, he smashed at the furniture, then stormed to the living room and yanked the window open, intending to confront the people outside. But instead of streets or people, nothing but pitch-black emptiness stretched beyond, so dark he couldn't see his own hand. Director Edward. I know it's you. Richie shouted into the void. No response. Taking a deep breath, he climbed through the window. But instead of landing on solid ground, he plummeted into darkness, screaming in terror. And then he was back at the front entrance. Only this time, someone else was there with him. Sister? Richie was stunned. Next to him, also screaming in fear, was his elder sister, Remy. Brother, you're here too? Did you do this? Remy demanded, both terrified and furious. Richie shook his head quickly. He almost suspected his sister of colluding with Edward to trick him, but recalling the suffocating black void he had just fallen through, he bit his lip. That fall had been real, and yet here he was, unharmed. The siblings argued briefly, eventually piecing together the situation. Both of them had simply come home and opened their doors, only to be pulled into this place. Richie had climbed out the living room window into the darkness, while Remy had stepped through her sliding paper door, only to fall into the same void and appear here. "You're not lying?" Richie still struggled to believe it, but Remy's tear-streaked face showed only fear and desperation. Her apartment had been over 20 stories up, yet she had ended up here all the same. If this really is that house, then doesn't that mean? Richie swallowed nervously, glancing toward the upstairs floor. A horrifying thought struck him. If they had somehow crossed into the cursed Grudge house then? Remy had the same realization. She had seen the Grudge too. At the start, they had witnessed Kayako's twisted apparition. Watching the movie had left them shaken but relieved afterward, as though escaping a nightmare. But now, thud! A loud impact came from the second floor, as if something heavy had fallen. Remy shuddered violently, and Richie's face went pale. Then came another sound. The dry scrape of a plastic bag being dragged along the floor. Slowly, steadily, whatever it was crawled out of a room upstairs. "Be brother." Remy's whole body trembled. "Damn it, I don't believe this crap. It's just Edward Stone's trick. He's rich, he must have paid people to mess with us." Richie snarled, still unwilling to accept the supernatural. Ghosts, especially that ghost, were too ridiculous. But Remy felt danger closing in. She was terrified beyond words. "Enough already." Richie roared, charging up the stairs, convinced Edward's film crew was waiting to laugh at him. "Brother!" Remy cried out, terrified of being left alone, and hurried after him. But as soon as they reached the landing, both froze. A pair of pale, lifeless hands stretched out around the corner. It wasn't the hands alone that stopped them in their tracks, it was the grotesque wounds carved deep into the flesh, exposing raw bone beneath the bloody gashes. Many had wondered why Kayako's death birthed such overwhelming malice, creating the unstoppable curse of the Grudge. The truth was that the films had simplified it. In the novels, Kayako had been tortured at length by Takeo Seki before her death. And in reality, her end had been even more gruesome. These mutilations were the product of Takeo's sadistic rage. Then, Kayako's head slowly appeared. Her eyes, filled with endless hatred, locked onto the siblings. Her neck twisted unnaturally, bent at a grotesque angle, nothing like a living human. "Damn it, just an illusion!" Richie screamed, kicking straight at her head. He didn't believe anyone could keep acting after that. The good news, he connected. The bad news, Kayako's skull burst open, brain matter spilling, but she didn't die. Instead, she gave a chilling, rattling croak. Her icy hands clamped around his legs, coldness seeping deep into his bones until his body stiffened. Kayako's burning fury seared in her eyes. "GRKKK, GRKKK." She croaked incomprehensibly. Then, the door beside her slid open, and Takeo Seki himself emerged, biting his fingers in anger. His eyes glared with hatred as he charged at Richie. Kayako tilted her head as Takeo grabbed Richie by the hair, flinging him to the floor, then stomped brutally on his stomach, nearly making him vomit. "You bastard!" Richie snarled, biting Takeo's leg and tearing off a chunk of flesh. But Takeo didn't even flinch, he only grew more furious, continuing to beat him mercilessly. Staring at the bloody meat in his mouth and the spurting wound, Richie finally realized in horror. This wasn't an illusion. It wasn't fake. He had truly met a ghost. Kayako ignored him, slithering instead toward Remy, who had collapsed on the floor, urine staining her clothes. "And no, don't come closer." Remy screamed in despair. But no matter how much she cried, no sound could escape the cursed house. "How is Remy's condition?" At the Pokémon Center, Officer Jenny asked Nurse Joy. "Not good. Severe mental instability, frequent screaming episodes. If we don't restrain her, she harms herself." "Preliminary diagnosis is a psychological disorder," Joy replied calmly. She too had seen the video and knew exactly what kind of people Richie and Remy were. Jenny rubbed her temples, exasperated. That morning, both siblings had been discovered and the police were called. When the Jennies arrived, They found Remy insane, self-harming, while Richie bore no injuries but was cowering in a hospital corner, trembling and howling like a madman. Completely unreachable. Can they be cured? Jenny asked cautiously. Don't. Ah. A piercing shriek came from Remy's room. Joy rushed inside and administered a sedative. At present, it seemed there was no cure. Oh? Officer Jenny is here. Edward sat in his office, a little surprised as he looked at Zoroark. Just moments ago, Zoroark had come in to inform him that Officer Jenny had arrived leading a team, saying that she wanted to see him. Edward naturally didn't refuse and simply told Zoroark to bring her in. But as for what exactly Jenny wanted this time, Edward truly had no idea. After all, Edward had countless matters to deal with every single day, and with his identity, he came into contact with all sorts of people. It was impossible for him to know in advance what Officer Jenny might be coming for. Could it perhaps be related to Zinnia? When he thought of Zinnia, Edward's expression turned a little odd. That woman had been wanting to meet with him again not long ago, but Edward had no intention of going. To him, Zinnia did not hold much importance anymore. Her greatest value was in providing the exact location of Sky Pillar, but Wallace also seemed to know about that, which in turn greatly reduced her usefulness. Because of that, Edward had never bothered to see Zinnia. Of course, part of it was also that he was truly busy right now. In just a few days, he would have to attend the award ceremony for the film festival, and once that was done, he planned to take the opportunity to finish filming The Truman Show together with Jim. Only after all of that would he finally have time to deal with the matter concerning Zinnia. Mr. Edward. Officer Jenny quickly entered the office. She looked very serious. Edward cast her a curious glance, but still gestured for Zoroark to serve tea. Mr. Edward, our Jenny task force recently received a request for joint investigation from another League region. According to their report, 2 people have gone insane. They claim that they were dragged into one of your creations, into the house from the Grudge, where they were tortured. Jenny's expression looked a little awkward as she said this, while Edward froze in place for a moment. That incident? It had to be those 2 filial children. Just from the description alone, he knew immediately this was Kayako's doing. Edward truly hadn't expected the cursed doll's effect to be that strong. His original intention when using it was merely to let those 2 good children suffer some torment, but he hadn't thought it would push them into actual madness. If he had known the result would be so effective, Edward would have made it even harsher. Mr. Edward, you seem to recognize them? Jenny caught the subtle change on Edward's face and couldn't help but ask. Yes, I know of them. After all, I've seen their videos before. Edward calmly took a sip of tea. He wasn't worried about being considered a suspect. He hadn't personally done anything. And since the cursed doll was a reward given by the system, there was no way Officer Jenny could possibly trace it. So, Edward felt no pressure at all. Jenny blinked in surprise and then recalled what she had discovered during the background check. Indeed, those 2 were well-known online influencers, infamous, filial children with a big following. If not for their fame, the Jenny Corps wouldn't even have needed to deal with this so seriously. They went mad and claimed I was the one who did it? But the Grudge is just a fictional story. Maybe they had a nightmare and mistook it for reality. Edward chuckled lightly, looking rather amused. Jenny then briefly explained the details of the situation. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Right now, those 2 had an immense amount of attention online. Countless other internet personalities were leeching off their popularity to boost their own views. By now, news of their being hospitalized had likely already spread. Edward would hear about it sooner or later anyway, so Jenny didn't consider sharing the details to be leaking case information. Well, I wouldn't know about that. You understand, Officer Jenny, I'm an extremely busy man. Every day I have countless matters to handle. I really don't have the time to carry out the kind of so-called prank they're claiming. Of course, I have instructed my company's legal department to prepare a lawsuit against them. Edward said this evenly and then drank another sip of tea. Jenny didn't press further. They had already investigated the basics themselves. If not for how widespread the attention had become, they wouldn't even have bothered with this much. After all, If someone were to walk into a police station claiming they had met a ghost, been dragged into the Grudge's haunted house, and even faced Kayako herself, the officers would simply think the person was insane. In fact, that had been the reaction at first when those two made their claim. The Jennies thought they were delusional and simply needed rest. But the two refused to let it go. They insisted that Edward be investigated thoroughly, and if not, they threatened to release videos online to stir up trouble. The sister had already begun posting such videos. Faced with that situation, the Jenny Corps had no choice. With the two riding high on internet fame, this incident could only push their popularity even higher. And knowing how wild online rumors could get, the police had to at least go through the motions of investigation and officially close the case, otherwise troublemakers would never stop stirring things up. When Jenny left, Edward cheerfully walked her out. He even courteously gifted each of them a movie ticket for the Grudge. The gesture nearly brought tears to their eyes. "Captain, why don't you take my ticket?" one of the Jennies said miserably. The captain immediately shook her head. "No way. I'm not watching it. That film is terrifying. Several people have already fainted during screenings." She pursed her lips. She truly disliked anything involving spirits and ghosts. And this latest Grudge film had already been hailed as Edward's scariest work yet, his absolute masterpiece of horror, with the track record of making numerous viewers faint. She wasn't going to torture herself. What baffled people the most was why viewers never fainted during the movie itself, but only afterward, when recalling the scenes in their memory, that they would suddenly collapse from fright. No one could explain it. The Jenny team rode away on their motorcycles. From the window, Edward watched them leave, stroking his chin. "Those two poor wretches. Looks like they've been tormented badly, huh? But normally, shouldn't Kayako have only made them experience the pain of her crawling over their faces? Why does it seem more intense than that?" Edward muttered curiously. He had never instructed the cursed doll to kill them outright. That would have been too merciful. No, what he wanted was for them to live trapped in endless fear. "Boss, the Hoenn Film Channel wants to interview you," Zoroark interrupted his thoughts. Edward quickly adjusted his clothing at the news. The Hoenn Film Channel was a league-backed program, famous within the film industry. Even though he was already a big-name director, he knew better than to get arrogant. If he acted too haughty, it would only ruin his public image. Reputation was difficult to build, yet easy to destroy. It was, in a way, quite fascinating. "All right, I understand," Edward said briskly as he headed out for the interview. While waiting for the elevator, he recalled Jenny's words. Those two filial children were in the hospital now, weren't they? A hospital. Now that was a classic setting for horror films. And naturally, Kayako also had some unforgettable appearances in such locations. With the right music and atmosphere, those scenes could be truly terrifying. Hopefully, for those two unfortunate souls, their luck wouldn't run out too quickly. "What? Impossible. You're saying he didn't do anything at all? That he's only planning to sue us?" Remy stared in disbelief at the Jenny before her. The officer nodded firmly, while another Jenny recorded the exchange on a body camera. The captain had instructed strict procedure. If this case wasn't handled properly, it could blow up into a massive storm of public opinion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even bothered sending an official assistance request to Hoenn. It was too troublesome. "Yes, Ms. Remy. Based on our investigation, Director Edward never left his premises. And from our inspection of the area around your residence, there were no stagehands or prop teams entering to set up any scenes that day," Jenny explained, sounding weary. She really didn't want to waste time dealing with these lunatics. And these two infamous filial children were the worst of the lot. Were it not for the uniform she wore, she would have loved to punch them both. "No way. Absolutely not." Remy started to protest, but after Jenny repeated herself a third time, the officers simply left. Their time was too valuable to waste here. Richie remained silent, sitting there with his own thoughts. A creeping suspicion gnawed at him. Had he and his sister really run into ghosts? The memory of that night haunted him, the flesh he had bitten into, the mangled leg, the unyielding strength of his opponent. Richie shuddered. They had encountered the supernatural. In the Grudge, no one who entered the house ever survived. Everyone died. And they had gone inside too. They hadn't died yet, but how long could they last? Were they to suffer endless torment day after day? Why aren't you saying anything? You're usually so cocky. Why so quiet now? Remy snapped, slamming her cup onto the floor. Fortunately, Nurse Joy had long since replaced the cups with plastic ones, sparing them another cleanup. Richie only lowered his head, chewing his fingernail, his eyes full of disbelief. Sis, don't you think it was really a ghost? That night, I fought that man tooth and nail. I almost bit through his leg. But even so, he kept attacking me, his strength never fading. Richie whispered. Remy's expression soured. She had her own memory she hadn't shared. That night, when her brother was being tortured, she had already wet herself in fear. All she could do was watch in despair as Kayako approached. But strangely, Kayako seemed disgusted by her accident. For some reason, the ghost dragged her into the second-floor closet instead. After that, she remembered nothing. She had fainted from sheer terror. This time will be different. I brought my partner along, Remy declared proudly, patting the pokeball on her desk. Richie glanced at it. He knew what it was. Though his sister had mostly released her Pokémon after quitting as a trainer, she had kept a few. One of them was this one, a Haunter. And everyone knew, Ghost-type moves were super effective against ghost types. Then Richie was just beginning to breathe a sigh of relief when a chilling kakaka laugh echoed through the room. Richie froze stiff. Remy, who had been smug a moment ago, instantly broke into a cold sweat. She clutched her Pokeball tightly and slammed her finger down on the emergency call button. But nothing happened. Why did it suddenly turn dark again? Richie whispered fearfully. Just moments ago, he had watched the blue sky outside vanish, replaced by black night, just like the moment they first entered that cursed house. His heart was ice. It's fine, nothing will happen. This time I have. Haunter. Remy muttered, almost like self-hypnosis. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her Pokémon. Haunter's presence steadied her a little. Richie, ignoring his pain, crawled to her side, clutching his arm, trembling. Remy cast her brother a scornful glance. I told you to raise a Pokémon before. Now look at you regretting it, she sneered. He had always mocked her for wasting money on a useless creature, but when danger came, wasn't Haunter their only hope? Richie gave a strained smile, saying nothing. His fear of Kayako far outweighed any embarrassment. Sis! The door! Richie screamed suddenly. Remy looked up. On the other side of the hospital room's door, pressed against the glass, was Kayako's hideous face. The two siblings trembled uncontrollably. Then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. But before relief could come, Remy noticed the blanket at the foot of her bed rising, as if something were crawling underneath it. Haunter, she shrieked, yanking the blanket away. Nothing was there. Haunter too looked around, unsettled, sensing something but unable to pinpoint it. Before it could react, Kayako suddenly crawled in through the window, lurching toward Remy. Haunter, both siblings screamed in unison. Haunter darted forward without hesitation, only for Toshio to seize its leg. The pale boy grinned, eyes gleaming, and let out a meow like a cat. In the next instant, both Haunter and Toshio vanished from the room. Remy and Richie collapsed, huddling together in the corner. But it was useless. Kayako was already upon them. Then, the wall behind them shifted, turning into a doorway. It creaked open. From within emerged Takeo Siki, biting his fingers, his eyes full of menace as he glared hungrily at Remy. What's wrong with these two again? Why are they going crazy all over? Officer Jenny Cross pressed her fingers against her temples with a headache as she stared at the siblings, Richie and Remy, who were once again behaving erratically in front of her. With an exasperated sigh, she turned to one of her colleagues beside her and asked for clarification. Originally, this whole matter should have already been coming to an end. After all, most of the claims from these people were groundless speculation, nonsense really. Even within the Jenny force, the general consensus was that these siblings had simply not given up on trying to pin something onto Director Edward. But because Richie and Remy's situation was somewhat unusual compared to others, Jenny Cross had been dispatched specifically to take charge of the investigation and handle matters personally. "I don't know," the fellow officer beside her answered helplessly. "Yesterday, we came over to inform them of the results of the investigation from the Hoenn side." But Remy refused to accept the conclusion. "After delivering the report, we left, telling them that if they had objections, they could file an appeal through proper channels." Her tone was weary. Everything they had done had been strictly according to regulations, but with the siblings now acting deranged to this degree, the officers still felt that perhaps some responsibility might land on their shoulders. The likelihood of that happening, however, was very small. In earlier times, Officer Jennings might have compromised, giving in a little for the sake of public opinion or to show leniency toward vulnerable groups. But with the advancement of the times, law enforcement had grown stricter, more standardized, and less willing to bend under pressure. Jenny Cross frowned slightly but pressed forward. She headed toward the hospital's security department, intending to review yesterday's surveillance footage. As for interrogating Richie and Remy directly, there was little point. At present, neither of them could form a complete sentence. They babbled incoherently, spouting nonsense. Nurse Joy had been forced to sedate them with tranquilizers just to calm them down. If this kept up, the two would most likely be transferred to a psychiatric hospital. The reason she wanted to check the surveillance instead was simple: this hospital ward was under camera monitoring. Ordinarily, most hospitals would not install surveillance inside patient rooms. But because Richie and Remy were tied up in a criminal case, for the sake of their safety and to avoid potential complications, the siblings had been placed in a special ward that came equipped with monitoring equipment. Upon arriving at the monitoring room and presenting her identification, Jenny Cross gained access to the recordings. But while the staff began pulling up the requested footage, Cross noticed something peculiar. The expressions on the employees' faces looked uneasy. That subtle strangeness piqued her suspicion. "What's wrong?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at the two hospital staff members. One of them, a middle-aged man, hesitated. His face contorted as though he was grappling with whether to speak up. After a long pause, he clenched his jaw, as if forcing himself, and finally admitted what had been weighing on him. "It's like this, Officer Jenny. From yesterday to today, it was me and another colleague on duty here. During our shift, we noticed the siblings acting abnormally, but the man's voice trembled slightly with fear. Yet words alone couldn't fully capture what terrified him. So instead, he hurriedly pulled up the relevant surveillance clip." Jenny Cross leaned closer to watch. The timestamp was correct. On screen, she even saw the backs of her fellow officer Jenny's leaving after they had delivered the report. At first, the footage showed Richie and Remy venting angrily about something. Since the surveillance had no audio recording, their exact argument could not be heard. "When I was on duty with my colleague last night, we noticed that their behavior started getting strange right here." The man fast-forwarded briefly, then returned the video to normal speed. Suddenly, the footage showed Richie and Remy both going berserk. Richie roared at the top of his lungs while Remy abruptly summoned her haunter. In the next second, Richie pointed frantically toward some unseen corner, shouting, and then ordered Haunter to attack. Oddly enough, Haunter seemed to recognize whatever it was as well. It bolted straight toward the spot. But the moment Haunter charged forward, it vanished. Completely gone, as if erased from existence. Richie and Remy then began shrieking in agony, their bodies twisting and thrashing wildly, as though invisible hands were torturing them. After that, my colleague reported the incident immediately, and old Lewis from security rushed over. The man's voice now quivered with even heavier fear. Jenny Cross remained silent, her eyes fixed on the footage. Judging from what she saw, Richie and Remy appeared to be suffering from powerful hallucinations. Could it be some sort of mental illness? But then, what about Haunter? She knew for a fact that Haunter had been resting quietly inside its pokeball afterward. More strangely, it seemed to have lost all memory of the incident, as though suffering amnesia. That didn't add up. If this was simply a case of the siblings' mental illness, then how could their condition possibly affect Haunter as well? Still saying nothing, Jenny cross-gestured for the staff to continue. The man pulled up the hallway surveillance. Soon, the footage showed a middle-aged hospital guard, Old Lewis, arriving outside the siblings' ward. But as soon as he approached the door, a thick black mist gushed out from beneath it, wrapping around the guard and dragging him inside. Old Lewis, when he went in, it was like he saw something. He collapsed instantly. The man's voice was shaking now. On the footage, inside the ward, Old Lewis could be seen freezing stiff the moment he entered. A second later, his body went limp, crumpling to the ground, unconscious from sheer fright. By the time the rest of the hospital staff rushed over, Richie and Remy had already fainted and lay unresponsive. The final shots captured the medical team swarming in, checking over the siblings. Silence fell. Everyone present wore grim faces. Jenny cross-massaged the bridge of her nose. The entire matter reeked of strangeness. At first, she suspected a Pokémon's trick. After all, such phenomena could certainly be caused by Pokémon abilities. There had been similar cases in the past. But this time, there was no trace, none at all, of any Pokémon move lingering at the scene. The only energy residue belonged to Haunter, and that was it. The case had hit a deadlock. "Your colleague, has he woken up yet?" Cross finally asked. From her perspective, the key to unraveling this mystery likely lay with Old Lewis. Whatever he had seen that terrified him so deeply, it was no simple hallucination. This was beyond mental illness. It was becoming a bizarre case that demanded serious attention. Old Lewis woke up around midnight, the man replied after wetting his lips. Then he quit his job. Jenny Cross nodded faintly, then turned to leave. She needed to question him directly. Once she was gone, the middle-aged staffer slumped tiredly into his chair and rubbed his face with both hands. There was one thing he had not mentioned, something he could hardly explain even to himself. When escorting Old Lewis out of the hospital that night, he had caught a glimpse of a pale white shadow darting past the man's feet. Because he often watched surveillance, his eyesight was sharp. And he could swear that shadow looked just like a small boy. What unsettled him even more was Old Lewis's resolute departure. This man, already advanced in years, had always been reluctant to leave his post. With his age, finding another job outside the hospital would be difficult. But this time, no matter what, Old Lewis insisted on resigning. He would not stay even a single day longer. "This job, it can't be done anymore." The man inhaled deeply, lit a cigarette, and stared at the glowing red dot. Even just sitting in front of the monitors filled him with dread. Those cursed images of black fog kept flashing back in his mind, leaving him chilled to the bone. Meanwhile, unaware of his resignation plans, Jenny Cross was reviewing Old Lewis's personal file. Although he had quit, he was still living at home in the city, which made things easier. Soon, Cross led her team to Old Lewis's residence. "This house, it gives me the creeps," one of the officer Jenny's muttered, rubbing her arms. The others nodded in agreement, shivering. Cross frowned in puzzlement. She wasn't the type to pay attention to popular culture, being entirely devoted to work. "Captain, this is the house design from director Edward's new film, The Grudge. A lot of people are scared to live in houses like this now," one officer quickly explained upon seeing her confusion. Cross gave the house another glance. Personally, she felt nothing unusual about it. Still, she pressed the doorbell. After a while, Old Lewis emerged. His complexion was ghastly pale, as though recovering from a serious illness. Yet, upon seeing the officers, he was willing to cooperate. When I entered that ward, I saw a woman glaring at me. Her eyes were terrifying. After that, I remember nothing." His voice trembled with lingering fear. Cross fell silent again. This was spiraling further into absurdity. At this rate, it was beginning to sound like something out of a ghost story. "Was the woman you saw like this?" Another officer produced a photo of Kayako from the film. Old Lewis looked at it, hesitated briefly, then shook his head. The officer Jenny's breathed a collective sigh of relief. At least it wasn't that Kayako. What they didn't know, however, was that old Lewis had in fact seen the real Kayako, far more grotesque and horrifying than the one portrayed by actress. Naturally, he could not recognize her. How do we solve this? Cross muttered to herself back in her office, rubbing her temples again. She was supposed to be one of the elite, an ace among the Jenny force, known for resolving countless unsolvable cases. Yet this time, she felt completely stuck. It was too clean. Clean to the point that everything could be dismissed as nothing more than delusions, a mental breakdown, hallucinations, nothing real. But you knew in her gut there was a problem here. A very big problem. Haunter charged forward but never touched anything, simply vanished, sucked back into its pokeball, and afterward lost its memory entirely. Video tampering? No, the tech department confirmed it. The footage is authentic, no edits. Old Lewis's testimony, a terrifying woman, the strange black fog. Yet no trace of Pokemon energy, no suspicious anomalies. Cross racked her brain. In many cases, reasoning out who benefited most from the victim's death would point toward the perpetrator. But here, her deductions went nowhere. The siblings' social ties were complicated, yes, but ultimately their deaths would not benefit anyone in particular. If anything, her investigation had turned up the reverse. Richie and Remy had taken out a large accident insurance policy on their elderly father. If their father were to die, they would profit greatly. That flipped the roles. The supposed victims could also be suspects. Something about it all felt wrong. The Grudge, the house, is there some connection here? Cross mused aloud, staring at the bulletin board filled with case notes. After a moment's thought, she decided she had to question Edward directly. Even if he didn't have the means himself, he had plenty of contacts who could have acted on his behalf. Cross bore him no prejudice, but this situation was extraordinary. She refused to conclude the case with a bland statement like, unable to investigate further, victim suffered suspected psychotic episode. If it had truly been mental illness, so be it, but this clearly wasn't. She was determined to uncover the truth. Officer Jenny Cross? Hello, I'm Edward Stone. The director greeted her politely, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He had come to attend the film festival, yet unexpectedly found himself facing a police officer investigating Richie and Remy's bizarre condition. Cross wasted no time. She questioned him directly, while Edward, though mildly impatient, patiently gave his answers. When she finished, his expression grew oddly thoughtful. He hadn't anticipated that the torment he subjected Richie and Remy to would leak out beyond them. Still, if old Lewis was merely frightened but otherwise unharmed, then it shouldn't be a serious problem. Likely, the man had only been shaken by residual grudges clinging to Kayako. There was no real danger, unless Kayako's power had grown so great that it could pierce through the boundary between two worlds. But in Edward's estimation, the probability of that was vanishingly small. So, you came to me because you suspect I'm involved in this matter? Edward asked with a faint smile, gazing at the officer. Cross said nothing for a long while. Finally, she shook her head and answered evenly. No, I simply feel this matter isn't so simple, and I want to get to the bottom of it. A qualified officer, Jenny, could never convict someone on suspicion alone. This I truly don't know, Edward replied gently. At the moment, I'm preoccupied with the film festival and preparations for my next project. Although Officer Jenny Cross had a vague feeling that something might be off about Edward, she couldn't quite find proof. After all, apart from Edward, the only people who could be considered Richie and Remy's greatest enemies were no one else. Those two siblings were, in essence, failed blackmailers. They hadn't actually succeeded in their schemes. And outside of Edward, they had no real grudges with anyone. Yet the entire incident was strange from beginning to end, riddled with a sense of eerie peculiarity. It didn't look like something that an ordinary person would be able to pull off, and that was precisely one of the main reasons Jenny Cross harbored her suspicions about Edward. It wasn't that she had any personal bias against him. Rather, she simply knew that the means available to ordinary people were quite limited. In most cases, if someone lost their temper and wanted revenge, the most they could do was grab a knife. If they had a car, they might use it to ram someone. That was the extent of what ordinary folk could manage. Only someone like Edward, wealthy, resourceful, and well-connected, would have the ability to orchestrate something more elaborate, more refined, and nearly flawless. It was like this. If in a homicide case the victims all died due to exotic chemical reagents that couldn't be purchased on the open market, the average working-class person would never even be considered a suspect. Only those with deep knowledge of chemistry and the ability to synthesize such reagents on their own would make it onto the investigation list. If this incident had been a simple act of someone who had watched the siblings' videos online and then came knocking on their door to deliver justice, it would have been nearly impossible to reach such a level. After all, this was a large hospital they were admitted to, with complete facilities and proper security measures. Even ordinary Ghost-type Pokémon would have had a hard time slipping in unnoticed. There was another reason why Jenny Cross was certain it couldn't have been some vigilante who had acted. Even now, the internet was perfectly calm. No one knew the real reason why the siblings had been hospitalized. Their ordeal hadn't been exposed. People who deliberately act to serve justice online are usually also the type who crave attention and put on performances. The absence of such noise was suspicious. But since there wasn't a single shred of evidence against Edward, Jenny Cross couldn't say anything. After chatting with him for a while and exchanging contact information, she eventually left. "Boss, the film festival is about to start." Zoroark, who had been waiting silently, only spoke after seeing Officer Jenny Cross leave. He reminded Edward gently. Edward nodded, then glanced at her retreating figure. Perhaps because he had become a director, Edward had developed an especially high standard when it came to acting. Over time, he had trained sharp eyes for detail. Even small flaws in an actor's performance didn't escape him. And from his perspective, Officer Jenny Cross had not truly let go of her doubts. But Edward didn't care. Yes, this incident had indeed been orchestrated by him, but its true foundation lay in the miraculous power of the system. Unless Jenny Cross could drag Arceus down from the heavens, she would never find anything tangible, no matter how long she investigated. As for those two filial children, Edward didn't spare them a thought. Their fates were already sealed, permanent residents of a psychiatric hospital, spending the rest of their lives as lunatics. Every day, they would still have to endure Miss Kayako's affectionate greetings. The only question was how long they would last before they broke completely. Would they even try to take their own lives? But those cursed by the grudge didn't find suicide so easy. From what Edward could tell, anyone haunted by the curse who attempted to kill themselves would always be stopped at the last moment by Miss Kayako. She would preserve their lives, only to personally end them herself, ensuring that their deaths fell under the shadow of the grudge. This detail was supported throughout all past installments of the Grudge. Not once had there ever been a true suicide. No matter the unfortunate soul, their end always came directly at Kayako's hands. Even in the Grudge 2, the American version, when the former female protagonist appeared to leap from a building, the framing revealed that Kayako was clinging to her as she fell. In truth, it was Kayako who had caused her death, not her own will. So, Edward concluded that Richie and Remy wouldn't even have the privilege of suicide. Miss Kayako was a stickler for her principles. If she said she would kill you with her own hands, then she would ensure it happened that way. And if she didn't act personally, she would have Toshio or Takeo Seki carry it out. Come on, let's go. Today's film festival should be quite interesting. Edward chuckled and followed Zoroark into the car. Naturally, Zoroark slid into the driver's seat. Boss, you mean that R-rated art film, Lost Dreams? Zoroark started the car, her expression a little odd as she asked the question. Edward immediately broke into a smile. Exactly. An R-rated art film. The director dresses it up with fancy words, but the market's reaction. Edward propped his chin on his hand, watching the scenery outside the window, his lips curling in amusement. At first, he hadn't even intended to come to this festival. After all, he had already secured the league's grand prize, and other awards didn't matter much to him. Besides, almost every league region had its own version of a film festival. Too many, really, an annoyance more than anything. What Edward had his eye on now was next year's League Best Picture. Winning that would basically mean he had reached the peak of cinematic honors. The only exception would be if his critics stubbornly insisted he needed to take home some artsy, literary film prize as well. Art films were a unique, niche, and somewhat eccentric category within cinema. Unlike the usual commercial blockbusters, art films usually had tiny box office returns and limited screenings. Unless there was a complete drought of better options, most theaters would rather schedule even a low-quality, borderline horror flick than take the risk of showing an art film. Still, art films did have their own fixed audience, a small but loyal circle. And, because they were relatively easier to push for awards, some investors were still willing to bankroll directors to make them, gambling on the chance of snagging recognition. But the truth was, even though the art film circle was so small, the competition inside it was just as vicious. Most audiences only ever heard of the breakout works, films that clawed their way into the spotlight, or those backed by famous directors with strong promotion. Countless other art films faded into obscurity unless they had a shiny award attached to them. At this particular festival, one art film had caught Edward's attention. It was the reason he decided to show up in person, partly out of curiosity, partly for amusement. This festival had another nickname, the Debate Festival. During award deliberations, the judges would openly quarrel, shout, and curse at each other on stage. For the audience, that spectacle had become just as entertaining as the films themselves, a defining feature of the event. The film Lost Dreams was the one that intrigued Edward. It was labeled an art film, yet the sheer boldness of its erotic content and the number of explicit scenes made him wonder whether a small adult film studio had mistakenly submitted it. Yet somehow, this art film had even secured a nomination. That alone piqued his curiosity. Anyone with eyes can tell this is just a sex-driven film, thinly wrapped up with a pretentious title like Dreams of Youth. But I admit, I'm curious what the judges are thinking. Edward grinned. He had watched it himself, given how hotly debated it had become in the film world. All he could say afterward was that it felt like he'd sat through some bizarre softcore flick, a young man who had 4 springtime dreams in succession, each with a different heroine. Edward even suspected the actor playing the male lead was one of the financial backers. The amount of physical contact, the scale of the explicit shots, and yet the director had the audacity to claim it was all cleverly staged illusions. If nothing else, that man was certainly a talent. If that kind of movie wins an award, the industry is truly doomed, Zoroark muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Edward's lips twitched as he watched the passing street through the window, eyes glinting with playful amusement. You never know. Some people thrive on being contrarian, flaunting their so-called uniqueness. Online, reviews and headlines were already erupting. Lost Dreams' victory would be a tragedy for the entire film industry. Lost Dreams, a groundbreaking masterpiece focused on youth mental health. Didn't understand it? Perfect. Let professional critics explain its true meaning. Genuine innovation or cheap sensationalism? A critic's honest thoughts after 3 back-to-back viewings. The next morning, Edward sat on a plane back to Rustboro, shaking his head as he scrolled through his phone. Yesterday's award ceremony had been far more entertaining than any of these write-ups. The judges nearly came to blows on stage, and Edward found it exhilarating. That spectacle was far more fun than the trashy action flicks flooding the market. As for the Lost Dreams crew, they had shown up with only the director, the male lead, and a handful of irrelevant staff. Not a single one of the 4 female leads appeared, which left many in the audience disappointed. This is what people call a movie? Madness, the lot of them. Zoroark fumed. Edward shot her a glance. This was just the beginning. What he noticed in this festival was a faint trace of political correctness. It wasn't overwhelming yet, but Edward remembered all too well how in his past life, films became increasingly unbearable the more he watched them. A mermaid being turned into a black mermaid, that said it all. Though when he thought carefully about it, perhaps it was a sort of historical realism. In those centuries, the people mermaids would most often see falling into the sea were, in fact, of darker skin. Bah, a joke. But having a topic like this stirring up noise is useful. Edward pocketed his phone. The plane now had Wi-Fi, so browsing wasn't an issue, but he didn't like doing it too long. It was a terrible time sink, leaving one with an empty feeling afterward, as though half one's life had vanished without achieving anything. "Boss, are you talking about the recent news surrounding the Grudge?" Zoroark asked curiously. Edward nodded. Lately, well, how to put it? The Grudge had gone on a killing spree. It had killed so wildly that it was practically unstoppable. Takako Fuji and several minor supporting characters from the film had seen their popularity skyrocket overnight, proving once again Edward's uncanny ability to catapult people into fame. It was said that now, some of Takako's friends couldn't help but shiver when they saw her in a white dress. And with box office success came massive waves of public opinion. Criticism, neutrality, support, all voices poured onto the internet. Using it as a stage, wielding keyboards as weapons, netizens battled until rivers of blood flowed. This time, the haters were particularly numerous. An investigation by Devon Corporation revealed that a chunk of the online trolls were actually hired by various real estate companies across the league. Their goal? To smear Edward. The reason? His film The Grudge had severely affected their housing sales. In this Pokémon world, detached houses, single-family homes, were immensely popular. They were expensive, yes, but far easier to sell than apartments. For countless people, owning one was the ultimate dream. Naturally, real estate companies relied heavily on this market. Then along came Edward, dragging the Grudge with him. The cursed house in the movie looked exactly like the typical single-family homes in this world, 2 stories tall, with a garden, a closet, and a ceiling crawl space above the closet. After The Grudge became popular, countless viewers developed psychological shadows. They were terrified of stairs, scared of closets, shuddered at the thought of Kayako tumbling down from the attic. It might sound absurd, but it wasn't. The influence of a hit movie on brands and industries was enormous. Think back, when that one actor joked cheap knockoff in reference to a certain clothing brand, it dealt measurable damage to sales. Or when a Hong Kong film quipped, "Oh, you drive that car. No wonder you're stuck in traffic," it tarnished an entire automobile line. The power of cinema to shape perception was frighteningly real. And now, with The Grudge, audiences had been pulled into such an immersive terror that many had literally wet themselves in theaters. The memory was wiped afterward, but deep down, the fear lingered. Whenever they stepped into a similar house, the terror of Kayako crawling onto their faces resurfaced vividly. Across the league, a wave of dread towards single-family homes swept over the public. Some demanded architectural redesigns for such houses. That was manageable for projects not yet built. But for real estate companies who had already invested in finished homes, planning to sit back and count profits, it was a disaster. No wonder they had hired trolls to smear The Grudge so ferociously. Fortunately, the arrival of Lost Dreams had drawn some fire away, diverting attention from him. "Boss, speaking of which, even some of our company's own employees have stopped living in their houses and moved into hotels," Zoroark remarked, his expression odd. Edward was speechless. "What? They were part of the production, and they're scared too?" he asked helplessly. Zoroark nodded. In fact, it wasn't just some employees. Even she herself had abandoned the house Edward assigned her and relocated to a hotel. Anyone who hadn't actually watched The Grudge couldn't possibly understand the despair of having Kayako crawl right onto your face. Watching her descend with her unnatural gait left your legs weak. Watching her draw closer left you hollow, as though your entire being had been drained. And when her face was only inches away, it was as if your very soul was being pulled from your body. The trauma wasn't something that could be shaken off in just a few months. "Looks like you guys just haven't seen her enough yet. Next film, we'll continue with The Grudge," Edward said, shaking his head. He felt it was just a matter of desensitization. With enough exposure to Kayako, people would stop being so afraid. Zoroark gave his boss a strange look. In her heart, she wanted to tell him, "Boss, be human for once." The Grudge was already terrifying enough. And now he wanted to make a sequel? Did he intend to bring down the entire Hoenn real estate market? Director Edward. Edward had just returned to his own company when, right at the entrance, he spotted a man waiting for him. The man wore a hat and dark sunglasses, giving off a slightly weary and even decadent aura. For a moment, Edward froze. If not for the fact that the man's demeanor seemed otherwise normal, Edward might have suspected that this was a crazed fan who couldn't hold it in anymore and had come personally to deliver him a knife in protest. After all, ever since The Grudge was released, Ghost Films had been receiving no small number of knives in the mail, literal razor blades sent in by fans. These were the gifts of people who, after watching The Grudge, were moved to tears and wanted to express just how cut to the bone their fear and emotions had been. Edward could only be touched, endlessly thanking the fans for their passion and promising that in the future he would make even scarier horror films to properly repay such devotion. But now, looking at this stranger before him, Edward suddenly felt that the voice coming from behind those sunglasses sounded oddly familiar. And when the man finally took them off, Edward instantly recognized who it was. After all, they had even worked together before. What surprised Edward was not his identity, but the fact that the man would show up here on his own initiative. Edward had originally been planning to contact him later, once preparations for his next film were further along. "Mr. Carey? Please, come in quickly." Edward hurriedly led Jim into the company building, calling to Zoroark to fetch some tea. Zoroark trotted off obediently, while Jim finally removed his disguise completely, revealing a pair of tired eyes beneath. Edward released Q and Void from their pokeballs. These two little companions never liked staying inside their balls for long, so Edward rarely kept them confined. The moment Q came out, it leapt directly onto Edward's head, finding a familiar spot and curling up there as if it were a cushion. It even yawned loudly before settling into sleep, leaving Edward half exasperated and half amused. Void, on the other hand, was the same as always, floating silently by the windowpane, gazing out at the scenery outside with a blank, dreamy expression. Jim didn't seem to mind. He simply watched Edward arranging his Pokémon, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "My apologies, Mr. Carey. I just came back from attending the film festival. What brings you here?" Edward finally sat down, addressing his guest politely. He was genuinely curious. Although they had already agreed to collaborate on The Truman Show, Edward hadn't yet started production. The Grudge was still burning hot in theaters, and beyond that, New Year's was approaching. The New Year period was always busy for Edward. More importantly, it was one of the rare times when his family could truly reunite, him, his father, and his brother. During that season, he usually refused work altogether, preferring to savor those warm days of togetherness. "Director Edward, I must apologize. Ever since I returned home, I've been unable to stop thinking about Truman. The role has been constantly on my mind. I actually came because I wanted to discuss some of my thoughts with you." Jim's voice trembled with excitement. Just then, Zoroark entered, carefully placing 2 cups of steaming tea before them, then slipping quietly back out. Edward was stunned. He hadn't expected Jim to be so passionately moved by a single role. This was Jim, an accomplished actor with a long and brilliant career, one who had starred in dozens of films, with at least a dozen being worldwide hits. Yet here he was, deeply absorbed by the character of Truman. "Oh, truly? Then please, Mr. Carey, tell me your thoughts." Edward's own interest was piqued. He had never before encountered an actor with such intensity. Jim's skills were undeniable, and Edward was curious to see how he interpreted Truman. Encouraged, Jim launched into his ideas, speaking animatedly. Edward listened carefully, nodding along. He had to admit, Jim's insights were sharp. Jim's perspective on Truman was unique. His interpretation of the character's psychology surprisingly aligned with what Edward had only loosely sketched in the script. In the screenplay, Truman was defined as someone longing for freedom, someone who refused to live a life of lies. But Jim's additions fleshed him out with unexpected depth, granting the character new shades of humanity that Edward himself hadn't fully envisioned. This intrigued Edward. Although The Truman Show was already quite mature in concept, Jim's suggestions made it even more compelling. At one point, Jim even delivered an impromptu performance of Truman's climactic farewell line to the audience. For a split second, Edward felt transported back to his former life, sitting on his old sofa, watching the film for the first time. It was a bittersweet feeling of nostalgia. That time in his past had been simple and happy. Wonderful. Mr. Carey, inviting you was indeed the right choice. Edward applauded warmly, sincere admiration in his eyes. Jim's acting, tempered by years of experience, had only grown more profound. Edward even thought that with the right makeup, Jim could become Truman without any issue. Director Edward, when will we start shooting this film? Jim asked eagerly, unable to hide his excitement. Edward hesitated. Originally, his plan had been to wait until later. But seeing the intensity in Jim's eyes, that impatient yearning, he relented. After all, the film had to be made sooner or later, and sets needed time to be built. In the original Truman Show, the massive artificial town where Truman lived had never been truly constructed in its entirety. Even at the peak of Hollywood's wealth, building an entire town-sized studio was impossible. Most of the sets were localized, with certain backdrops constructed out of painted boards and clever photography. Still, Edward's imagination stirred. What if I actually built a small town for this? He mused silently. The idea was wild, too extravagant, perhaps, but undeniably tempting. Unless I use the town as a future reward for my employees? For example, outstanding staff could live there, and those who worked long enough would eventually own a house as a benefit. Edward's thoughts spiraled. It was a tantalizing vision. But reality soon struck. The cost of building even a handful of houses was enormous. A whole town? Astronomical. For one or two homes, he could bite the bullet and supplement with his own money. But a small town? That was beyond even his capacity. In the end, he dismissed the idea. He would stick with a practical approach, filming in an existing seaside town and buying a single house to serve as Truman's home. Rustboro came to mind. It had an open harbor, matching the film's setting perfectly. Moreover, it was already his home base, where his studio and resources were located. Shooting there would be convenient. Of course, filming in a real city came with the risk of spoilers and leaks. A paparazzi photograph here, a passerby's recording there, it could hurt the film's secrecy. But that was a risk every filmmaker had to take. Then, Mr. Carey, please stay in Rustboro City for a while. When filming begins, I'll notify you immediately. Edward smiled. Jim shook his hand with both of his excitement plain to see, and left the building practically skipping with joy. Watching him, Edward could only chuckle helplessly. Since the decision had been made, preparations for the movie had to begin at once. This time, Edward even planned to cameo himself as the director within The Truman Show, the mastermind behind the grand reality project. It would be a playful in-joke, a director filming a film about a director filming a show. As for the rest of the cast, Edward would stick to his rule, select strong, capable actors. He had already scouted many during his previous recruitment event, but he still wanted to cast the net wider. Entertainment was harsh, and he hoped to give more dreamers a fair chance. The film festival yesterday had been eventful. While an eccentric art film had stolen much of the spotlight, Edward had quietly taken home 3 awards, including Best Picture. Ironically, the award he had failed to win at the League Film Festival, he had now won here. Though the prestige was not quite the same, recognition was recognition, and Edward welcomed it gladly. Of course, the ceremony itself had descended into chaos, with judges nearly brawling over their decisions. But because of the overshadowing art house film, Barrett's award barely stirred public discussion, something Edward didn't mind in the slightest. Boss, didn't you say you weren't planning to start filming right away? Zoroark asked curiously, arms full of papers Edward had handed her for pre-production work. I wasn't. But after looking into Jim's eyes, I don't think he can wait any longer. Edward rubbed his temples. That eager, desperate look had been impossible to turn down. And it wasn't as though filming now would ruin his plans. He could always pause for New Year's. Eh? Actors who can't wait to shoot a movie? That's a first. Zoroark blinked, astonished. Edward only shrugged, sending her off to continue preparations. Alone in his office, Edward pondered whether to make a few adjustments to the Truman Show's script. The original story was already powerful. Yet after seeing Jim's passion, a bold new idea formed in Edward's mind. What if Truman's Pokémon were also part of the fabricated world? A creature chosen by the producers to act as his companion, yet, over time, it genuinely came to love him as its real trainer? For audiences in the Pokémon world, that would hit hard. Here, Pokémon weren't just partners, they were family. Many trainers already considered their Pokémon lifelong companions, beings they could grow old with. So, imagine Truman realizing that everything was fake, his wife, his friends, even his father. His first love was the only real thing, and she was taken away. To then suspect that even his Pokémon was part of the lie, only to discover that his partner had truly bonded with him, choosing to follow him beyond the walls of his false life. Yes, that would resonate deeply. It would add new layers of emotion, pushing viewers to tears. If I weren't focusing on horror, I'd almost want to remake Hachiko just to milk the tears, Edward muttered half-jokingly. He remembered being tricked in his past life by a movie advertised as a light-hearted comedy about cats and dogs. Midway through, the tone shifted, and by the end, it was a tragedy. It had left him devastated, but unforgettable. Laughter was fleeting. Tragedy lingered. That was why so many so-called healing films and anime leaned on bittersweet sorrow. With that in mind, Edward quickly revised his script, weaving in the new subplot. It didn't disrupt the story's flow. Instead, it highlighted Truman's despair more vividly. His Pokémon's final loyalty would give him the courage to step out of the false world. Now, all that remained was choosing the Pokémon itself. Since the producers made him fear the sea, it would make sense to give him a ground type or a fire type, something that water naturally countered, Edward mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Yes, that would be perfect. After deciding to film The Truman Show, Ghost Films quickly began moving into action. The authorization from the League was obtained at an astonishingly fast speed. In fact, when Edward personally went to collect the authorization, he even felt a bit uncomfortable all over. The reason was simple. The look in the staff member's eyes was far too resentful. "Mr. Edward, you finally agreed to shoot a film in Rustboro City, huh?" That was what the League's person in charge said, and even the staff repeated those same words, making Edward feel rather awkward. But thinking carefully, he remembered that he had indeed shot quite a few works in Rustboro City already. What's more, Rustboro had practically turned Tom and Jerry into a municipal project by now. Of course, the people there still believed that the more the merrier. For them, no matter how developed Rustboro City's economy was, it could never be developed enough. So, Edward did not say much more on the matter. "Boss, lately there's been another large group of people wandering back and forth around our company," Zoroark said as it stood beside Edward. It held a cup of milk tea that Edward had just bought, speaking with a helpless tone. "I know. That kind of thing can't be avoided," Edward replied calmly. After all, in the Pokémon League, acting was considered a rather lucrative profession. Of course, that only applied to actors with fame. For extras or background performers, most of them could only scrape together enough to survive. The more time one invested, the harder it became to give up. The more unwilling one was to give up, the more time one would invest. And so, an endless vicious cycle was formed, with the sunk cost only growing heavier. Narrowing his eyes, Edward sipped from his milk tea. Personally, he was quite fond of this method of brewing, using large moo milk mixed with tea leaves. "Boss, what I meant is, shouldn't we strengthen our company's security team a bit?" Zoroark asked again. It truly believed the security ought to be tightened. After all, the streets around Ghost Films were now swarmed with people performing, showing off their acting, juggling, running little fruit stalls, all crowded nearby in the hope that Edward might notice them and make them famous overnight. "Huh? Don't we already have 2 security teams?" Edward blinked in surprise. 2 teams weren't enough? That was outrageous. Compared to the crowd outside the Prayer Wall Foundation, he felt that his company actually wasn't all that bad. Outside the charity foundation, the scene was far worse. People knelt, raised placards, or even lay with sick patients at the entrance. All sorts of desperate souls were there. Edward knew well enough, these people had nowhere else to turn, which was why they came. But the Foundation's long-term operation relied on extremely strict rules. As heartless as it looked, only harsh regulations could guarantee fairness. If they loosened up even a little, the entire trust system would collapse, and then the number of desperate people kneeling outside would only multiply. Right? I almost forgot. Zoroark suddenly realized. Indeed, Edward had already hired a professional security team for the company. They were highly competent, but because they usually worked out of sight, one could easily forget their presence. If not for the weekly reports they submitted, Zoroark itself might have forgotten they existed. Edward shrugged and took another sip of milk tea. His gaze drifted across two very attractive young women passing by, and the corner of his lips twitched. Let's go. We've been spotted. He stood up and left with Zoroark. Those two young women had already circled around the milk tea shop twice, each time deliberately displaying their figures and faces. Passing once might be coincidence, but twice was suspicious. And Edward had noticed their eyes on him clearly. They were trying to get his attention. Edward sighed in resignation. Becoming a famous director came with these minor nuisances. For ordinary people, a director's daily life and photos didn't matter. Audiences only cared about movies. But for actors, it was different. Actors remembered directors, especially those who had the power to promote newcomers. If a director had a reputation for giving rookies a chance, countless fresh actors would try to get into their line of sight. It might sound exaggerated, but there were always people willing to go that far. The young actors loitering near ghost films were exactly like that. Zoroark trotted after Edward as he yawned and climbed into the car. Today, he planned to visit his new amusement park. Earlier that morning, Zoroark had already reported the park's progress. Construction was finished, and all that remained was for Edward to cut the ribbon. Edward himself thought the ribbon-cutting ceremony was unnecessary. After all, the park's main feature was that it had no human employees, only ghost-type Pokémon staffed the entire place. In fact, he thought it would be better to let a ghost Pokémon cut the ribbon, say, Miss Smagius, for example. But Secretary Kennedy insisted it would be better for Edward to do it himself, even listing a whole page of reasons. Hearing them had given Edward a headache, but he didn't argue. If it benefited the park, then so be it. At least now he understood his father's helpless sighs whenever facing Kennedy. Truly, Secretary Kennedy was the ultimate secretary. Boss, are you planning to promote this new amusement park? Zoroark asked while driving. Edward leaned his chin against his hand, watching the scenery outside as the car glided smoothly down the League's highway. Yeah, let's promote it a bit. I'll just slot it into the Truman Show. Edward replied calmly. The amusement park was, after all, where he arranged jobs for many ghost Pokémon. Their employment also allowed his theaters to qualify for certain subsidies, which was quite a good deal. Understood, boss. But this time, we've got quite a lot of advertisers. Zoroark added. Edward simply nodded. Ever since he made Dead Silence, his projects attracted plenty of advertisers. But product placement was an art done well. It made advertisers overjoyed. Done poorly, it annoyed audiences. Thankfully, the Truman Show was already structured like a massive reality show, so awkward product placements would only enhance its absurdity. It was, in fact, the perfect fit. Chatting along the way, Edward finally saw the amusement park. At the moment, its gates were still closed, the grounds empty. A few cars occasionally stopped outside, but upon seeing the "Not Yet Open" sign, they simply drove off. This location is excellent. Secretary Kennedy's eye for planning really is top tier. Edward praised as he noticed how many cars passed. From his vantage point, he could see a huge roller coaster towering above the park, and behind it a Ferris wheel. Instantly, anyone could tell it was an amusement park. Built right along a major road and not too far from the city, it was bound to draw heavy foot traffic. But whether they could keep customers coming back would depend on the park's own strength. After all, most rides were similar from park to park. Ghost staff might be unique, but it still needed proper hype and buzz. Maybe the haunted house could be the breakthrough? Edward considered. Haunted houses were staples of theme parks, but most modern ones only offered cheap jump scares or lazy sightseeing tours, not very frightening at all. His haunted house, however, would be different. He remembered that one of his unclaimed rewards had to be collected inside the haunted house. Curious, he wondered who or what it might be. If he could get Kayako from the Grudge, the attraction would instantly skyrocket in popularity. But the system's rewards were randomized, which made Edward uneasy. His luck had never been good. Still, he got out of the car. Mismagius soon appeared, leading a group of excited ghost Pokémon. Edward smiled and greeted them. The ghost types looked ecstatic, even impatient. They hadn't scared people in a long time. "Don't worry. Tomorrow we open," Edward reassured them. Originally, he had thought of letting his employees come for team building as a benefit, but with everyone busy preparing the Truman Show, he had scrapped the idea. Mismagius nodded happily, then turned a stern gaze upon its rowdy companions. Immediately, the noisy ghost types fell silent and obediently filed back. Edward was impressed. This Mismagius truly carried a kingly air. If it kept developing this way, could it one day become an apex Pokémon? Apex were rulers of their domains, recognized as the strongest of the strong, enjoying countless benefits and immense power. Yet strangely, not all regions produced totem Pokémon, and the League itself had done little research into how they formed. Setting that aside, Edward entered the haunted house and claimed his pending reward. "Your information has attracted the attention of many evil spirits. They begin competing for your recruitment notice. A special evil spirit has emerged victorious." Edward blinked. This was the first time he had seen such a flood of messages. Who exactly had he recruited this time? "Tomi has become your employee." The instant the name appeared, a silver bell laugh echoed. From the shadows, a beautiful woman emerged, smiling as she fixed her gaze on Edward. "Tomi," he muttered, instantly recognizing her. Tomi Kawakami, an impossibly beautiful girl with an otherworldly allure. Nearly every man who saw her would become obsessed, driven mad with desire to possess her, often to the point of killing her. But Tomi never truly died. No matter how her body was dismembered, she would regenerate, multiplying endlessly, with each fragment growing into a new Tomi. She possessed a range of terrifying abilities. Her most iconic power was splitting. Any cell from her body could become a new Tomi. Even transplanting a strand of her hair would eventually overwrite the host, turning them into Tomi as well. "Boss, I'm so happy to be working for you," Tomi said with a dazzling smile. Edward nodded politely. She was indeed stunning, but he had no desire to possess her. In fact, he wondered if she was even suitable for haunted house work, since her abilities often required time to manifest. "Tomi Kawakami, this evil spirit is a special vessel. While employed in your haunted house, the attraction will automatically generate scenarios such as hanging balloons, ancestor centipede, and cave call, giving guests a 100% authentic horror experience. Visitors will return to normal upon leaving." Edward froze. So, she was a special vessel? He knew all of these references. Hanging balloons was especially terrifying, balloons that automatically hunted people, slipping nooses around their necks. Worse, the balloons themselves had human awareness, and if destroyed, the chosen victim would also die. The ancestor centipede he recalled vaguely. It involved family patriarchs, with preserved heads attaching themselves centipede-like to descendants. Disturbingly grotesque. As for the cave call, he didn't remember it clearly, but all of these were from Junji Ito's works. "Nice to meet you, Miss Tomi." Edward forced a polite smile. She giggled lightly. "So then, boss, when will our first visitors arrive?" "I've been looking forward to this for so long," she asked playfully. Edward's lips twitched. Without her abilities, she could have been mistaken for an adorable girl. But then, as he thought this, the Tomi before him suddenly split. A brand new head emerged right beside her own, its eyes staring directly at Edward, almost as if it were speaking to him. At that moment, Edward changed his mind. For ordinary people, just witnessing this scene alone would be enough to break them.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.